or for an outage up for security purposes, only the street number of the outage location will be repeated. If the street number of the outage location is 11351, press 1. If not, press 2. Our records indicate that your service has been disconnected. A payment of $0.00 must be received to reconnect your services.
Let me call and make a payment of $0.
Press 1 to pay by check.
Guys, we are here in the kitchen starting a golf cart audio project. We have everything except the front speakers, and the reason we don't have the front speakers is the speakers came in and they actually did not have grills, and so they were the wrong ones, so I sent them back and I ordered speakers with grills. So we are waiting on the front speakers before we can finish the dash install. We got the subwoofer here, we got the subwoofer box here, we got the amp and the epicenter here. We got the voltage reducer here, so this guy takes 48 volt golf cart voltage, or 48 volt any voltage, and reduces it down to 12 volts for the audio system and for anything else we need power for. Everything else is laying out here on the garage floor, and I've just been taking some measurements and doing some things, and it looks like the voltage reducer is too fat to fit inside here. The battery, it's just slightly, it could, I mean, another millimeter and it would fit right down there, but it just is too fat, and it's unbelievable that it also will not fit there, and I think it's because that's in the way. That's the charge port. So voltage reducer has to go elsewhere. It could go under the dash. Actually, there's plenty of space back there, inside there, tons of space back there, which means I would have to run a pretty hefty 48 volt line that way, and then 12 volts back to the back for the amplifier. So I don't know if I want to do that. It might make more sense to mount it back here somewhere. There is plenty of space inside this little cavity behind the golf cart. I still have to check that out, but for now we're just kind of looking around, trying to see where we're going to put everything. And we're not doing rear speakers at this time, but eventually we will pull this back seat off and do 2 more 6.5s right there in that position where those guys are. Okay, I looked at the box. I think the best place to mount the amp is on this back seat, honestly. There's plenty of space back there, plenty of room, and I'm thinking mount the amp in the epicenter there and run the wires down this like rail here and down with some tubing. Only problem is this bolt's in the way. Look. Or actually we could come to this rail, down the back of the rail, and go under there, right there with our wires. So really you would hardly ever see anything if we make a cross here with the wires. If we cross right there with some tubing and then zip tie it and then come down to this rail and go under, I think that's the ticket. And I'm contemplating taking this back seat off so I can get these speakers out. You can't get them out because the freaking screws are underneath. Like, I tried everything. It's just not possible without cutting them out. It's so close. I don't think I could even drill a hole in that rail and get them out. And I don't know if they're any good or not. I don't even know what they are. What do they say? TU? I don't know what that is. No grills either. So lame. But I think that's the deal. I think the amp's going on the back seat. I don't want it like out in the open on the back of the cart, because I just know people will fuck with you like that. At least it's kind of hidden in here. Like, we can put it right in the center and you'll barely see it. And then honestly, the voltage reducer could go back here as well. There's plenty of space for a whole amp rack back here. Literally everything. Alright, I went ahead and ordered some cable clamps, the kind you screw on for wire organization, because I think we have a good plan now. We are going to put the amp and epicenter and voltage reducer on the back of the seat and just run everything down these rails and into the bottom of the cart. We can even mount our what is it called, inverter, 12 volt inverter back there if we want to. And I think it's a good plan. It gets all the equipment out from underneath the cart, it keeps everything away from the back of the cart, and it also hides everything mostly. So I think that's the deal. The amp is actually too big, too wide to go on the enclosure. It would fit, you can make it fit, but you would have to it's very close. The screws, you probably have to drill new holes in the amp mounting area to do it. So new plan is pull off the back seat, design a pretty cool amp rack back there directly to the seat, screw everything directly to the seat, and then run the cables really nice, and everything will be good and hidden, and that'll keep people from screwing with it when I'm out somewhere. And so that's the current plan. I am so glad I did not screw this woofer in. I don't have screws anyway. I'll have to go to the hardware store and get some drywall screws, but I forgot the polyfill. Alright, welcome back to the channel, and we are out here in the garage and we are about to remove this seat. I'm just looking for the correct size of freaking wrench. So I'm gonna find a wrench and we'll get right to it on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, we are back and it is an 11mm wrench, and I just so happen to have a ratchet wrench for this guy. Okay, we got the seat off finally, and now we can start designing our amp rack. We are going to be putting the amplifier and some other stuff right here between these rails. And all we have to do is fit between where these marks are here. All right, we are laying out the initial layout here. Looks like the amp will go great there. And possibly the epicenter there.
Perfect.
What's up, everybody? Got the 335i right here. Starting to do some modifications. Got the circuit works downpipe. Comes uncoated. So I've got some high temp coating, and we are going to do that right now. Here's a look at the circuit works downpipe from eBay. Gonna paint this right up. Pretty cheap. About $200 for the N55 version. Seems like things are a little bit more expensive for N55. So there's a good look at it. Oh, that's a bummer. It won't stay standing for me to paint. Yep, super bummer. So yeah, that's a look at the circuit works. $200 downpipe. Comes polished with this logo. Oh, here comes the crew going for a walk. Okay, bye nerds. Okay, I'm gonna paint this up like this. That one little part's gonna need to be, well, almost lost it. So I'm gonna do it like that. In here we got the high temp silicone spray. That's tire shine. That's not it. That won't be effective. But here's the DEI high temp silicone coating. I don't know if you guys remember, but we did the SL65 exhaust with this stuff. Give this a good shake. Those nerds. So I'm going to give this a good shot of DEI high temp silicone coating. I just feel like this is will be a lot better for I mean, it looks nice and everything with the polish, but I think 3 or 4 coats of this will be more effective for keeping the heat in. And I mean, you don't see this, so I don't know what the point is of having a nice badge on there. This stuff runs about, you can get it for around $10 if you really look. I got it at Advanced Auto Parts, and when you order online, you get, sometimes you can get a coupon code. Just keep this away from your other cars with overspray. And I think that 2 or 3 coats will be enough. Just remember to get all the angles. Stuff doesn't run very easily, I've noticed, so you can kind of go heavy. So there you have. Welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Garage. Right here we got my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and right over here my 2014 Club Car Precedent. And today we have been blessed by Shine Armor again, who as our sponsor has provided us with this nano glass coating. We're going to be taking a look at that and how to apply it on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, so stay with us. Welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Garage. Right here next to me we have my 2023 Model S Plaid with less than 700 miles on it. Over here on this side we have my Club Car Precedent golf cart. This is a 2014 Club Car Precedent that was completely remodeled. And today we are lucky enough to be joined by Shine Armor again, who is sponsoring the channel, and they have provided us with this nano glass coating. So today, if we can get a break from the traffic, we're going to show you guys how to apply this on the 2023 Model S Plaid windshield. There is a special way you have to apply this, so we're going to show you how to do that, how to get it perfect, and that way your glass is protected from now on. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Garage again, and today we're going to show you how to install the Shine Armor nano glass coating onto your windshield. But there's some preparation steps, and the first thing you're going to need is some invisible glass. This is going to completely clean your windshield to get ready for Shine Armor, so just spray that on there. Take a clean terry cloth towel and go ahead and wipe your windshield down completely. And make sure that you get under the windshield wiper. Again, sorry for the car going by. Not much I can do about that. And that side is completely clean. Let's go around and do the other side with a new towel. And all we're doing right here is spraying our invisible glass on with one side of the towel, wiping down completely to get all the dirt off, and then flip the towel over to the dry side and go ahead and buff out that invisible glass from your windshield. And as you can see right here and right now, the glass is completely clean. And then we have a couple of more steps to getting this nano glass coating onto the windshield of the 2023 Model S Plaid. Back out here in front of the 2023 Model S Plaid, this guy has less than 700 miles on it, and we are trying to take care of this car, and one of the ways that you do it is by using quality coatings on your car, and Shine Armor is a proud sponsor of this 2023 Model S Plaid, and have provided us today with this nano glass coating that is going to assist you in getting your car windshield perfect, and also resist rain and dirt, and we're going to have to show you how to put it on now. So Shine Armor graciously provides you also with a pump spray. So let's go ahead and take off the cap. And there is foil inside there. And we will put their pump spray in there. And then we are ready to start on the next step. The next step of this process is to apply the nano glass coating on one half of the windshield at a time. And so we're going to start over here and just spray on the nano glass coating like so to half of the windshield. Alright, for this next step you do need a clean cloth, and Shine Armor was so gracious to provide us with this bag of their nice terry cloth towels, which are super soft, super absorbent, and perfect for the 2023 Model S Plaid. And what you want to do is buff from the bottom up. So you start at the very bottom of the windshield and buff it until you work the haze out. Don't forget to get under your windshield wipers, just like this, and buff it very firmly. Flip your towel over. Make sure you get the whole entire windshield and get all of the haze out. Flip your towel over again and prepare to move to the other side. And do the same thing here. Apply a generous amount. And take your towel and buff from the bottom up, just like this, getting all of the haze out. Flip your towel over if you need to, and get that windshield nice and clean, just like that. And we're ready for the next step, guys. Alright guys, for your final step here, now you're going to take your one last clean terry cloth towel and you're going to buff out that windshield one more time. Don't forget to get under your windshield wipers. And move to the other side. Flip the towel over. And that does complete the process of putting the Shine Armor nano glass coating on your windshield. Now this windshield is protected from rain. Water will flow off of it easier. It's protected from dirt. It'll be easier to clean the next time, and you guys need to get this for your car because Shine Armor is a proud sponsor of this 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and they would love it, and I would love it if you would go buy from our affiliate link. It would help us out greatly, and you guys would love this for your car. So check out Shine Armor nano glass coating, and now we're going to take it into the 4K production studio and take a closer look at this online. Welcome back to the beautiful 4K production studio here at Supercar Street Racing, where we take some time out of our day every day to show you amazing products, and we are super proud to be sponsored by Shine Armor. Now, Shine Armor makes so many great products for your car, and other vehicles. And right now we have their website open. There's a number of things for the outside of your vehicle. Shine Armor did ask me if I wanted to try their nano glass coating, and we're taking a look at that right here. It is $20.95. And when we click on the nano glass coating, we can see here that it is a coating for your windshield that basically protects it from rain and dirt and makes it easier to clean. It says right here it's perfect for owners seeking window protection and enhancement. It says that like car windows are currently and always exposed to road grime and water, and so putting this coating on your window will make it so much easier for you to deal with. It says that right here it has a hydrophobic coating that reduces dirt and dust accumulating on your windshield. All you have to do is just apply it on there and buff it off. It says right here, you just put it on the windshield and buff it off, and that is literally all you have to do. And you saw how I did it out in the garage on the 2023 Model S Plaid. Once you have this coating on your windshield, you can see here, right here and right now, that it gives you long-lasting durability and protection. You can use it on your cars, your trucks, your boats, your planes, your shower glass door, anything glass. I'll probably throw it out there on the golf cart, even though it is a plastic windshield. I want to see how it does. Even though it barely gets wet ever, it does get dirty. And right here it's showing you how to transform the way you care for your car with their nano glass coating. It's a game changer. It revolutionizes the way that you care for your windows. It is a much better thing than just Rain-X. It says with its innovative formula and exceptional features that it stands out from all the competition. We will be giving you a little review here in a few months when we actually get to use it more, but we do have it on the windshield right now outside in the garage. And it says that you can use this stuff for 6 to 12 months, and in my case it might be 6 to 12 years because I hardly drive the car. And it creates an ultra thin, super hydrophobic layer that repels dirt, water, and other contaminants, as everything will just then roll right off your vehicle. It will keep your window free from streaks and water spots, and a protective barrier safeguards your windows from scratches and damage. It also says if you like this, there's some other products you can check out. We do have their interior cleaning product that we're going to be checking out soon, and I actually want to try this on Dukes of Duval's golf cart when we do the detail. So going back to their home screen here, and here you can see all of their products shown, and we would love it so much if you would order through our links. It would help us out greatly. And Shine Armor is a proud sponsor of us, and that will keep them sponsoring us if you buy their products through the Supercar Street Racing links provided in the description. Guys, it's so good to have you on the channel. We love your support. We appreciate everything you do, and the thumbs up and the subscribe button are a must here. So really appreciate it when you can do that for us. And we will see you next time on the channel, hopefully very soon, on Supercar Street Racing. Peace out. Wishing you guys a Merry Christmas from the Supercar Street Racing Studios, guys. Merry Christmas from Jacksonville, Florida. And Merry Christmas from Supercar Street Racing. Hope you guys will watch the videos and like them. Love you. Back in the supercar street racing closet today, we got to do something with this guy. So this JBL Venue Sub 10 was bought in a thrift store. Back when I could get good things in the thrift store, I can no longer find stuff like this anymore, and I don't know why. This thing was in the closet in the hallway. It did eventually die. I'm assuming the amp was bad, so I have a replacement amp for this, and all we have to do today at Supercar Street Racing is go ahead, get this subwoofer out. It is heavy, it's a 10. Get it out of the closet and then bring it into the office and fix it. So let's get busy today. We got to get the subwoofer working again so we can have 1,000 subwoofers in my house. All right, we got the replacement amp for the JBL Venue Sub 10 right here. This fan is loud, so that's what you're hearing. We're gonna go ahead and get this sub taken apart now and replace this amplifier. You can see right here, don't know when this was actually manufactured. I would say this thing's probably 10 years old or more, but let's go ahead and get this done real quick. Got the JBL Venue Sub 10 right here in front of us, looking so fresh and fly, and it is ready to come apart. I think these are the screws to take it out. Pretty sure this amplifier is completely fried. If not, we spent $30 for nothing. I think this is a 250 watt. Okay, it just sealed really well. There's a gasket. Yep. There's a gasket around it to keep it airtight. Wow. That is a short, very difficult to get the wires off the sub. Now looking inside of the Venue, there is the sub. The wire is extremely short, and there's the new pigtail wire. Positive was on the right side. That was the one that was really hard to get off. It is so short. How in the world are you supposed to get that on there? I mean, I guess it will go. I can't get the black one to stay in. It's loose. It's broken.
Got him! Got him!
It broke.
Oh! Whoa!
And I have to repair it.
Whoa!
All right, well, the wire broke, the clip. Okay, I have to cut and splice because the clip broke. So I'm gonna take the black off of this one, and in the meanwhile, give myself a little bit more room. Need my strippers.
Got him! Got him!
Got this wire strip back here. Just gotta cut this one off. Do the same. This clip is broken. Okay, got it stripped back. Just gonna splice them together like that and zip some electrical tape around them. No biggie. And now I have more room to actually work. I'm gonna go ahead and plug this guy in. It's not exactly easy. All right, that was much easier. And then all we have to do is put our gasket back. Return our amplifier to working condition. Back in the Supercar Street Racing closet now, and we are going to wire up this subwoofer. We don't need much wire, actually, because we're just gonna bridge off the other one so that we can get 1 million comments about the ohm load. I need my wire strippers, this is crazy. It is so hot outside. We got our wires all stripped back now, so all we have to do is connect this guy up. Should not be difficult, unless the wire won't fit inside of the terminals, but let's see. And we're gonna do positive is going to be the side with the writing on it. Okay, this might be harder than I thought.
Got him! Got him!
All right, we are all done with the project. You can tell that the JBL hits much lower than the Sony. You can just feel the frequency response is lower and its output is so much better. So yeah, this is all done. This project is finished. We have successfully replaced the amplifier in the JBL Venue sub. And that is all for now. We'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again, and we are here in the 4K production studio, as you can see right behind me. And today we're talking about something that I have a lot of experience with, and that is powered subwoofers. And you know that I have quite a few. I probably have about 10 of them. There is one here in the studio and quite a few more inside the Supercar Street Racing compound. So today what we did was our old JBL powered subwoofer that I did get at a thrift store died for some reason. It was in the closet, in the audio closet in the house. We did pick up a amplifier for it for all the haters, because they said when I replaced my amp in my Cerwin Vega subwoofer, I wasn't really repairing it. So this time we repaired it again with a new JBL original plate amplifier, and it did get repaired correctly and looks and sounds really good again. Now, taking a look at some of the powered subwoofers on Amazon, which I will link in the description, you can see that there are quite a few clips on the very top, and they all have very good reviews. Like the R125W, you can see right here. This one has a lot of good solid reviews. It is a 12-inch woofer, and looks like it's sitting at about a 4.8, which is very difficult in a speaker to get reviews that high. Now, looking back on the front page, there are a few other ones up here, like Audio Engines S8, the Soundtown Oberon, which actually looks like a Pro because it has this big kind of pro-looking grill on the front, or grate if you want to call it. And then if we scroll down some more, there's a couple of other Klipsch's. There's a 10-inch Klipsch there as well for $179. And if we get even further down, you'll find one of my favorite subwoofers, and that is the PSW10 by Polk. It is a good value. It has gone up in price lately. Used to be able to get it for $159. I can't believe that, but now it's sitting up at about $249. Also has a lot of good reviews, over 15,000 reviews, and it is sitting at over 4.5 stars. So that would be another good option for you if you are looking for a powered subwoofer. Now, like I said, I'll put 3 options down in the description for you to pick out a good powered subwoofer for your home. But check it out right here. We've got things like the ELAC for $149, which also has 1,039 really good reviews. Now, some that you may or may not have heard of, because I sure haven't. We have the Rel and we have the Edifer as other choices for subs. And then if we keep going down, there's some like the Kanto, which I also have not even heard of. So there are a lot of choices out there for a powered subwoofer. I love all my powered subwoofers, so you know what I have. You've seen some in my videos. You can always go back and watch some of those older videos. But for now, we are going to be calling it a day at Supercar Street Racing. We have to go shoot another video for the golf cart of some products that we just got in. Please like and subscribe, and always order your Amazon products through any of my product links. If you click on a link in the description and then order anything, doesn't have to be that product, it helps out Supercar Street Racing so much, because you know we don't make any money on the channel, we actually lose money. Now we got to get out of here. We got to go shoot and edit another video today. Now we are fully lit tonight. Alright guys, Supercar Street Racing back for another update on the same video of the yard. Now we are fully lit tonight. I wanted to come back up and give you a update with all the lights on. So let's start with the patio. We have the Govee lights on. We've got Supercar Street Racing on TV here. We've got our little string lights, which some of them need to be replaced. That is on my list of to do. We've got our torches lit. I couldn't get that one lit, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's out of fuel, but we got our torches lit. We got our pool lights on, all of our yard lights, and this is what it looks like at night. So I'll walk you guys around for a tour. We can see we have the lighting up here inside the sunroom. We have some LED RGB lights. Our nice torches are lit here. And then over here on the side, we have our little dining area and patio, which is also lit by the sunroom lights. And then on the side of the house, we have the string lights doing their job over here and keeping this all nice and bright for the security cameras. Then making our way down here, this was just watered, but making our way down by the dock, we've got a nice lightning show going today too. Wow, that was cool. Let's see if we can get some more lightning. Nothing. As soon as I go down, it'll come back. Oh, there it was again. We got a nice lightning show going on tonight. Maybe it's on the time lapse, but you can see here we got our yard lights on, lighting up the palm trees. We got our dock lanterns. on here. We got our LED rope lights around the dock, and we have an alligator right there, which you can clearly see lit up. His eyes turn red on the picture. We have a very nice lightning show going on today. And of course it's not going to show it, but anyway, back to the light show. More torches and more yard lights we have here, and here's what the patio looks like from back there, and the pool with the Poollexa LED pool light, and our nice torch. And I wish we could get a little lightning show. Come on, hit us. There we go. Over here we have more tree lighting. Both of these palm trees are lit up. And our fence lights continue around with one more torch. And let's roll on by the fence. I do see a string that's out. These things don't last forever. I give them a month at the most. But we got a landscape light in our fish pond right here. I bought a whole new batch of these in case I ever want to upgrade the ones in the yard, and I also swapped out the LED lights with much stronger ones. Looks like that string is out. And then I wanted to show you guys the shed lighting that I designed. So this is all 110 volt lighting, and these are actually powered from the switch inside of the shed, and it is a smart dimmer. So this is the new lean-to, and if we walk by we see that it is lit here, 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 and then we also see our string lights lighting up, and there's our garage. But as you can see, the lighting looks pretty good. Walking around back here again, I'll take you guys on another lap. So as we're walking by the house, we have our single light here in our little Zen garden. We have our patio, and then our fence lighting, our landscape lighting. We have our torch as I cap this guy, which is not working. We have our pool light with our raft that I should have gotten rid of for the shoot. We have our beautiful light, which is going to get capped. And we have landscapes lights there. They're lighting trees. There, a lantern. They're lighting trees. Our dock lanterns. Sorry, our bulkhead lanterns. This beautiful torch here, which is going to get capped off. And then our fence lights and more landscape lights here and here. And one more of our refurbished beautiful torches lighting up our patio there ever so gently as we cap off this guy. So that is a overview of the lighting at night, and of course you can see the fan going, keeping us cool at night. The Govee RGB LED light here. I have another one for here, but for now I have the disco ball, which no longer moves, but I like the pattern that it puts out on the patio. And we have supercar street racing here, and there's our Govee sconces, which are amazing, and they're on the same pattern as that light. They are synced up. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you enjoyed the lighting, the project as much as I did, and I cannot wait to get this video out to you guys. I'm going to go edit it right now, and I hope you guys have a great night. Please like and subscribe. Supercar Street Racing.
It's difficult, obviously.
Hey guys, and welcome to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, back again for another exciting video. And today I got something here that I've been really looking forward to, and this is a smart outdoor landscape lighting power supply and NAND control panel, I guess you would call it. And I have not even opened it yet, so you and I are going to be taking a look at this for the first time. And got silicone all over my hands from doing some stuff outside that I didn't think would stick to me forever. Okay, so this is a 200 watt power supply. This is going to be controlling all the lights in my backyard where I currently have 2 timers. I'm going to be replacing it with just this 1 timer. And also, I do have some AC landscape lighting. I would like to eventually get rid of that completely because it's a problem when it rains with the GFCI breakers all breaking the connections. But yeah, let's take a look and see what we got in here. So this is a smart landscape lighting timer, which is intriguing since everything I have is smart based. Opening it up, first thing we see here is we've got an instruction manual, and it looks like some screws and drywall inserts. We are not going to be using these. We actually have some concrete screws that we're going to be using to mount this to the stucco on the side of the house. We've got a nice little instruction manual here for this guy. It is a Jewin Wills Wi-Fi low voltage transformer. Has a neat little antenna on top for Wi-Fi. And it has its own app apparently. So it looks like the app's called Eco, and there's a bunch of instructions here that we will go through together when we actually mount this guy to the wall and start setting it up. Yeah, so looking at the timer now is well packed in the box. So I'll show you guys here what that looks like. So it has some styrofoam around it. Let's go ahead and get this guy out. And unbox it. Try not to mess up our table in the process. Alright, so it is well packaged. It's got styrofoam on both sides and also on the bottom to protect it during shipping. It is quite heavy. You should expect that this is going to be heavy because it has a power supply inside of it. So here's what it looks like right out of the box. Here's the little Wi-Fi antenna, cute little Wi-Fi antenna. For use with low voltage landscape luminaires and fittings. It's got some controls on the front. It looks like it's got a power and a Wi-Fi light. Does not open up, which you don't need to open it up. On the bottom, it's got 2 outputs for low voltage landscape lighting or other whatever you're going to use the 12 volts for. So there's 2 terminals here on the bottom, so you don't have to Y adapt anything. There's also looks like a cable management clamp here to run your low voltage landscape wiring through right here. Yeah, so that is what it looks like right out of the box. It's well done. And it looks and feels like a quality piece. And that is all that's in the box at this time. And so we will go through the instructions together. So read all instructions. Says that there's a status indicator right here on the front. Power button, a reset button, a power indicator. So it says we need to download the Eco app on the tablet. So let's go to the Play Store here, see if we can find this Eco app. Maybe it's not compatible with this tablet. We don't know until we go look for it. Let's see. So it says download the Eco app. Let's see what the Eco app looks like in the Play Store. Eco. Alright, so there's a lot of different Eco applications. It just says, you can scan the QR code. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go to camera. And forgot where we were. If we can ever get this thing to pop up it doesn't want to pop up a scan. It's having trouble focusing on it. So let's try that one more time. done. Eco Plug, it says on the App Store. Let's do that. Let's go to the App Store, Play Store, and do Eco Plug. I think I just saw it actually. Eco Plug. Aha, I found it. Eco Plug. If you guys are looking for it, it is a little, it has the word ECO on it with a little blue symbol. I'll show you guys later. Go ahead and installing that. It says to reset this. I think we could go ahead and maybe set it up in here. Alright, we got the app open here. So it wants me to go ahead and log in. I don't have an account. I'm going to create an account. Putting in my email address now. Making a password. Verifying my password. Submit. Okay. So now it takes us to some setup instructions here, which is not for this guy. It's actually for a plug. So yeah, it's literally telling me a bunch of instructions that don't look like it's for this guy. So says we need to plug this guy in first. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and do that, and we'll be right back with you guys. I need to grab an extension cord. All right, everybody. So we did get an extension cord rigged up. I have a flashing Wi-Fi light now. So let's go through the setup here. So it says, if you decide to connect this to a new router, try resetting the Wi-Fi low voltage transformer. Press and hold the power button. Okay, that's to reset. The Wi-Fi status light is blinking, so that's next. It's ready to be connected via Wi-Fi to the app now. Open the Wi-Fi connection settings in the smartphone, so we're going to use my tablet. We're going to open up the Eco app. Let's see how difficult this is to figure out. Let's see, more. Okay. I'm going through this as you guys are with me, and let's see. Settings. See, it doesn't. Let's see. Alright, it tells you to log into the app. I did that already. Okay, it skipped a whole section here. It said that okay, there's no settings there. Setup instructions. Select the Eco Plugs hotspot. Okay. So we have to actually, on our tablet, we have to go log into the hotspot on this guy. So I'm looking for the hotspot now. Eco, I found it. Connected, no internet. And now it has changed screens to looking to router, or looking for a router. Okay, so now it's got a list of all my Wi-Fi networks, and the closest one to that wall is going to be my main cable modem. That is my main Starbase. Let's see, Starbase. That's funny, I don't see my main router on here. Interesting. Oh, yes I do. Okay, I found it. It wants my zip code, 32225. Name device. Let's call this landscape. with lighting. So it's actually asking me for a name for the device here. It wants my Wi-Fi router password. And you click save. I would record this, but I had massive problems editing the video yesterday when I had the tablet overlaid. I tried about 100 times and gave up. Okay, it says it is connected. Okay, it took me back to the setup instructions. Okay, it says it's complete. Alright, so now on this screen it says landscape lighting, just like arbitrarily right here, which is odd. It just says it in yellow font, landscape lighting. So, don't know after that, it says connection succeeded. You can add more users to this. You can add more low voltage transformers. And I'm assuming there is a skill for this, but it does not really say. Maybe you can't use this with Alexa. It has to have a skill to be able to be used with smart systems. I thought it had one, but if it doesn't, it's no big deal.
Smart vehicles average 65
She's telling me about smart vehicles.
Features for individual smart vehicles vary by model and year. Try asking about a specific smart model.
Alexa, cancel. Okay. So I was under the impression that there was a skill for this to use with smart home, but don't think there is. I think it's just going to be Wi-Fi, which is kind of a bummer that you can't do routines. But I'm going to search and see if there is actually a skill for this, and I will get back to you guys and let you know what I find. Okay, I did find a skill called Eco Plugs. It's not in the manual here, but if you go into Alexa, this is how you do it. This took me some time to figure out. First of all, in your Eco app here, you've got, it looks like a 12-year-old drew the pictures, but in settings, if you click settings, then you click connect to Amazon Alexa, you actually click it, and it'll say, do you want to connect? You just say yes. You just say yes to it, and then after that, go into Alexa, go to skills, find the Eco Plug skill and enable it. It will take you then, ask you from the Eco site if you want to authorize it, and you say yes to that. And then now I will tell you this, the skill actually has really bad reviews, so I haven't tried it yet. So we will see, but yeah, so we got that. We got the skill hooked up. We've got our Wi-Fi connected. So now the next step is going to be to mount it to the wall outside, which we will do next. Alright guys, so we got everything here that we're going to need to install this low voltage transformer. We've got the wedget concrete screws, we've got our drill. This wedget comes with a drill bit to tap out for the screws, and then it comes with a impact driver bit for it. And when you put these screws in, you have to make sure that you drill out at least as long as the screw, or the screw will bottom out in the concrete, and you'll know because you won't be able to get the screw in. And we've got our level where we're going to mark off the wall. The only thing we don't have here is a little marker, and we are going to measure this guy between the holes. So we go, doesn't matter what inch we go to, let's start on 3. So it looks, wow, they made this like not even close to being the certain distance apart. This is actually, I don't know, that's weird the way this ruler is. Oh, because I'm on millimeters. That's why. 0, 2, 4. It's actually 4 inches apart, I think. Let's see. Nah, not really. It's, I mean, I'm right on the 2 there. It's 1, 2, 3.75 wide. 3.75 there. Let's see, because that's not 0. Yeah, it is. Okay, now I see it. Now I see it. Yeah, it's 3.75 between screw holes. So that's what we're going to go outside and drill once we figure out our mounting location. Alright guys, we are out here ready to install this landscape lighting timer. We're going to try to do it and cover these holes right here. So we're going to go in here and here and double checking my measurements here. 7 to yeah, it's 3.75 between the holes. So we're going to use our level. You can use your laser level too for this if you have one. I do have one of those, but I didn't bring it out because this will be easier. So we're going to start here. We're going to make sure our levels bubble is right in the center. And we're going to start right over one of the existing holes, which is right here. So 14 will be here. And level it out again. Bubble's right in the center here. 3.75, so it would be 14, 13. So 1, 2, 3, 7, 5. 14 here. 1, 2, 3, 7, 5. I marked my holes here. Now what we can do is pull this out. Hold our device up to it. Just trying to see if it looks anywhere close. That looks pretty good. So next we need our screws. Here's our screws, our concrete anchors. So we have a drill bit for those guys. And remember, we have to drill at least as long as the anchor screw is. So they are about this long. So that means we got to go at least as far as there's silver on the drill bit for each hole. Go ahead and get it done. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so the drill bit tried to walk on me. That happens. You could be off a little bit on here. Alright, drill bit's loose. Ooh, it went right through there. Let's hope it didn't go through the other side. I think there's a good possibility it went through the other side. Didn't need that many. That would be funny. Okay, that's all there is to that part. Now we change out to our included bit. It comes with its own nut driver. Now we don't want to go all the way in because it has to hang on to you. So that's like almost all the way in. And if we have any issues, we'll back these screws out a little bit. Okay, let's try to hang her up. And we do have connections on the bottom, which are kind of a pain. So we'll probably take it off again to do that. See how good we did here, if we messed up or not. Okay, there's our new box. It looks level. I think we did a good job on that, guys. I mean, honestly, now we can run the wiring over and up the wall here. But the first thing we're going to do, looks like we got enough wire. We'll probably have to extend it once we do concrete down here and put a tube in for it to go through, like a PVC pipe. But these are different kinds of screw terminals. These are not spade terminals. We have to put ends on this wire. So let's go ahead and do that. I brought my connector set with me. We're going to cut these ends off as close as we can, which unfortunately makes the wires even shorter. I brought my strippers, not the kind that you like, different kind. Just going to strip back a little bit of this wire to put the connector on. Wow, you can see this wire is already getting oxidized. Inside the actual sheath, the wire is oxidizing, which is typical for Florida. So sometimes I use shielded wire, like the speaker cable. It has an extra shield on top. And that keeps the wiring from getting oxidized. Now we need a spade connector, we need the U-shaped connectors. So I think the red is our size, but I forgot to bring the crimpers. No, I think it's blue. Blue must be our gauge. We only need 2. But I gotta go grab the crimpers. I'll be back. I went and got the crimpers, and if you guys don't know about these, they have the color code to crimp on the actual head of the crimper here. And we got blue, which is for 16 to 14 gauge, which honestly we might even have smaller wire than that. But I'm gonna go ahead, and I hate these because they never stay on right. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in there and crimp that guy down, and if I can get 2 bites on it, I will. I know it feels like it's tight, but I promise you. Yep, it came right out. I absolutely hate these. I think we're gonna have to use red if I have any. It's just way too loose. Alright, there's one red. Yeah, these fell one time, and of course they all got jumbled up. There's another red. Let's try red. Those are for 22 gauge, and I believe this wire is very, very thin. Guys, it's always worth it to buy better quality wire for everything you do. Don't buy cheap wire. You're going to regret it down the future when you have to replace things. One example is the speaker wire for outside. Always buy shielded, so it has the positive and the negative inside of a shield, like this stuff does. Amazon Basics makes great shielded wire, and I use it outside now because my other wire has broken down over time due to being in Florida. The moisture and the heat breaks down the wire. Man, thing came right out. I absolutely do not like using these things, man. You can, at all help, not using crimp-on connectors like these. Do yourself a favor. Avoid them at all costs. get some soldering connectors or something like that. But these things, they suck. They're the cheapest, crappiest things in the world. You try to go too hard on them, they'll just break right in half. Alright, I mean, that's good enough for now. So now what we gotta do is get these guys connected to the power supply. I mean, they give you a wire management ring, but it's like 100 times too big for landscape lighting wire because this is a small gauge. Ooh, head rush when I stood up. Alright. So, I don't want to put this thing on the ground. All dirty. Brand new. So, I'm going to go ahead and wire this guy up. I'm going to pass it through the loop, the cable management loop, which won't do anything because I'll have to zip tie it anyway. So, one of them says common and one of them says 12, and I don't know which one is positive, and I'm not sure if that makes a difference, if they'll still light if positive is reversed. But I'm going to try it anyway. I'm going to try it anyway. We also have a light over here that's missing because when they were putting in the pavers, they upset the light and they didn't. I just took it out. But I believe the wiring all works besides that. I don't think they actually punctured the wire. Hopefully, I don't want to have to run all new wire. But we do have this first part wired up. That should be it. Let's rehang our box. There we go. Now we're going to require some cable management here. Of course, this wire is not long enough. That's going to have to be extended. I got to wait and see what's going on with the concrete first, but we can get our power situated. So what I'm going to do with the power is run it like this, and then put a little clamp there into the concrete, and then I'm going to zip tie it. Since I can't get into this clamp, I actually could remove this clamp and run it through there. I think I'll do that. And then we have to punch out these little things in the box, electrical box, to be able to plug, to be able to run the wire down. Make sure you guys are in frame here. So here, this outdoor box, we have to take these tabs off to run the wire. This is so you can run the wire and shut the box. So you have to pull these tabs out. Close. Gotta do more than that, but these pliers are too big. So I'm just cutting the tab out. It's a little plastic removable tab. Now notice the box can close completely. We do have power here, so this guy should be lit up. It is not lit up. Why not? Maybe I just can't see it. Okay, it is lit, connected to Wi-Fi. So I can't see. Okay, now it's on. Red is lit up on the power. So let me see if we have lights anywhere. We do have lights right here in the yard. We got one right there. We clearly have a spotlight on right here, so it is working. Now our next step is all this is coming out, and this timer is coming out, and oh yeah, there we go, exposure was down. This timer's coming out, it is broken, and all this is coming out anyway because we are moving the electrical onto a new fence. So the next step is we have to tie in our existing lights to where this other 12 volt timer is, because we're not going to be using that anymore. Alright guys, out here by the power supply of the fence where we're eliminating one whole power supply, and we are tying in two sets of lights together. So I already have one tied into the first set that's already connected to the power supply. Sorry about the plane coming in. And now we are going to be interfacing that with this guy over here. So I'm removing the existing connection that was going to the other power supply. It is a very terrible wire. Little dinky little wire. And it will be replaced with this higher gauge wire. And I'm leaving some extra here for putting under the mulch. Alright, I already lost my workman's pliers, so I'll use this. I'll use this guy. Alright guys, so here's the end, splicing into the existing landscape lighting. Yes, I use my teeth a lot when I do speaker wire. Got my strippers here. All this is actually coming off the fence because we're getting a new fence put in. But for now, this can be wired. They have quick connectors on them, so I'm using those again. And that is that. And then all we have to do later is just relocate this to the new fence and make sure that none of this wire gets punctured by the fence guys when they come in. So this guy's wired, and also this needs to be hidden under the mulch, so I have to do that as well. But for now, this is ready to go. Oh, I found my workman's. I've lost so many tools out here, guys, you would not even believe it. And I find them months later in the grass. Okay, time to test. I'm going to go turn on the power supply. Okay. That didn't work. I'm wondering now if we have another problem here. One of these lights came on. Got my wires in there good. We might have another issue here, guys. This light is not on. And that's very interesting. Unless I totally did this wrong. Shouldn't be wrong. Alright, I'm going to do some investigating. I don't know why these guys didn't come on. I spent about 2 hours troubleshooting what was going on with the remaining of the landscape lights. Every time we would connect a wire, they would turn off. Well, long story short, about 5 wires down the chain, there was a melted wire. Once I eliminated that from the mix, everything lit up, but in the process I had undone a lot of things, so I had to go back and redo them. So I rewired a lot of things, and now I have to bury the cables once I have a final thing going, but it is working. So we do have lights throughout, the low voltage lights throughout. Now I have to wire the 110 volts circuit onto my new receptacle here. So we are going to be doing that, and the first step, and I just realized I left the plugs inside, so I will have to get those, but we have our existing feed down here, which will all be redone when we get concrete. But yeah, this right here, we are going to put a plug on and extend the wire. So the first thing is we're going to cut that. Man, the flies and horse flies and like everything are bad today. It's not even that hot. I think it's like 85. So we are going to use this pool light wire for now, or maybe forever, who cares? And we are going to splice into this guy to extend the AC wiring out to my garden. And the way we're going to do that is with wiring nuts and electrical tape. Once it's final form, I'll redo all this, put a box in and all that jazz. But for now, it's about getting the power back on in the garden, because it has been off for a little bit due to this whole area over here being redone. So I'm wiring nutting these guys together to extend this wire. Then we're going to throw a little electrical tape on that guy. This will be laying or buried for now until we redo everything. So just a quick little patch job for now. And the other end of this wire will get a plug, which I need to go get from the garage. And we have a split plug to install. So this plug just has a screw here, and it comes right apart like that. It's got 2 wires on the inside, 3 if you use the ground. So you just run the wires to these screws, tighten them down, close the plug, and that's it. First we got to figure out how long we want our cable to be. So let's leave a little bit of slack on the ground for burying it. We're going to go up this guy, up this guy, up this guy into there. This should be plenty. Go ahead and splice this wire. Splice it, I mean cut it. Take your razor knife and splice back a little bit. This is a plug end. I don't want to do too much. I only want enough wire going into the plug where it looks clean on the other, on the end of it when we close the plug up. So I need to see how much that's going to be. So I got this spliced. I keep saying splice. I got this cut and the wire stripped back. Oh, oops. I just cut off the black part. Let's try that again. That's not good. Cut the black off. Probably won't work like that. What do you think? insulation. All these weird, ridiculous strings. Part of the insulation or whatever. Okay. We got our bare wire here now. Gonna strip it back. Don't need much. Oh, I swear I'm brain dead. I'm an idiot. Why does it keep... Dude, that's the third time I did this wrong. Keep slicing the wrong wire off. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I just did that twice. First I sliced the black off, then I sliced the white off. Trying to take the insulation out. An idiot. Super. Green can come off. Okay. Finally did that right. Good grief, man. Never in my life had to do something 5 times in a row. Now, slice. We will strip back a little bit of this. See if that's enough to get it in the plug. If not, we'll strip some more off. Let's see. Oh, I think that's plenty. Well, the plug is going to want to close around this wire. It's really thick. Let's test. I'm going to make it work. So I'm just going to get rid of all the rest of this insulation and try not to cut any more wires like an idiot. I'm going to make it work, man. Wire's a little thick, but it's happening. I'm over it today. It's hot out here. Okay, one thing I noticed immediately. Oh, okay, we're going from this side. Yes. Okay, so. That's interesting. The screw to close it is in the way. You have to strip more back. Man. This thing's a pain in the ass. So the screw to close it is actually in the way of the wires, and so if you don't strip enough back, it will not close because you'll be blocking the screw. So you have to navigate around the screw to close the plug. Like this. That screw, you take those wires around it when you wire them. Okay. Doing the actual wiring. Putting the black wire in. So actually, okay, so facing the outlet, the white neutral wire always goes to the left. So neutral wire will be, that one does not have enough wire still. And this is going to be tough to put together. Yeah, this is not going to be fun at all. This is going to suck to get together. If I can even get it together. This is hard, guys. There's not much room and this thing has to fold together. Great, screwdriver is like too big, too small for the too something. Okay, I got one wire maybe in there, I don't know. As tight as I can go. Trying the other one. Pretty tight. The wire's not being blocked. So let's try to close this thing. Screwdriver's too freaking small for everything. They're too big. One or the other, it just sucks. Okay, got the plug finished. All ready to go. Now I'm just gonna wrap electrical tape around the end part where it doesn't have any insulation. Call that done. Now this thing's going to run up like this. Come through here. And we got to bust out the other plastic. Almost got it all. That'd be enough. Ooh, ouch. Happy boo-boo. Something is in the way. It's this side. Okay, none of my pliers will take this other thing off, so I gotta go get needle nose pliers. Got the notch cut out, you can see here. Got about 10 minutes till I have a meeting for work, so can't go too crazy. But got both the wires in there. Now we just have to tie them up. So that's going to involve taking off this clip here so we can run the wires under there as well. For now, we get our zip ties, which I think I left the black ones. See if these guys will go around it. Nope, those are too dang. Well, let's use white. All right, wrapping up this project, guys. We're just doing the wire cleanup down here and getting this wiring all tucked in behind this pipe. Just for now, when we do concrete, we're gonna have to come back with some conduit. So this will just clean it up now. Make it look good. So that's what we were doing. And we'll clean up all the tools. And all of our junk. Careful with those zip tie-ins, they will cut you. And I think we'll do one more right there. Really weird about like the wiring being perfect. I know it's far from perfect, but I'm weird about making it like as best as I can. I don't like it when you can see these zip tie-ins either. Yeah. But yeah, guys, unless I need more power here, in which case I'm going to have to put a power strip there. Also, I did not test the power going to the fence over here, so let's do that real quick before we wrap the video up. Here's a good look at the pool, by the way. They're still working on the chemistry. So we got to check and make sure we have power here. This is all changing, by the way, once we get our new fence going. But yeah, for now, this has a timer on it. Okay, that's not working. For some reason, this is not working. Oh, there it is. All right, we do have power. And so I'm just putting this on sensor, which means it turns on at dusk and turns off at dawn. I've got a lot of wiring now to rebury. I've got quite a task in front of me for this. I've got a lot of trash to pick up, a lot of yard work to clean up, and that will do it. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I know it got kind of long, but yeah, melted wire, not good, and that's what was causing my issue. Guys, thank you for watching. Have a great day.
That was difficult, obviously.
Guys, we're outside the beautiful supercar street racing backyard, and today we have something to take care of that we did not finish. When the house got painted, we removed the speakers that were out here in the corners of the patio. The speakers were getting kind of old and crusty, so I did throw them away. But today we've got something nice and fresh to put back in their place. So let's get busy and get to work. We are back inside the lovely supercar street racing abode, where today we have right in front of me these amazing Polk Audio Atrium 6s. Now the Atrium 6 is an upgrade for the Atrium 5 that I put out front, and these guys are going to enhance the sound on the rear patio. Now there are already holes drilled into the stucco out back, so what we're going to do right here and right now is open these Atrium 6s and take a look at them inside. we are back here and in front of the Polk Audio Atrium 6. And looking into the box here, we have the familiar cardboard packaging. Put that to the side here. Make some room for these nice speakers. And out of the box, they are bigger than the other ones that I have. They are bigger than the Atrium 5s out front, and that is probably expected. They are higher quality and cost more. Don't forget, I'll have a link in the description to these for you guys. But here are the Atrium 6s. And you can see here by the brackets on the back and the side that they are very easy to take apart. You just flip that open a little bit, unscrew that all the way. You unscrew the side thing all the way. And these are cool because they pop right out. So when you're installing them, it makes it much easier to install. They just pop right out of the thing. That way you won't drop them while you are installing. They slide right off like that. And so if you turn them like this and pop this, the bracket will come right off. And they are ready to be installed. So let's go set up to install these guys. All right, we are at our old location and there is only one problem. The holes don't line up. And we don't know if the speaker will actually fit without hitting the top here. So actually, we need to reassemble these and test the fitment real quick. So I'm gonna grab the speaker. So we're gonna want this to face down. It's no big deal that the current holes don't work. I should have some, they just don't line up with the new brackets, but really, it looks to me like we can go the same place. We're just gonna have to drill new tap cons, but the speakers themselves will reach and not hit the top. So I'm gonna have to get my tap cons and my drill and do new connectors, new fasteners. I'm just gonna cover up the old holes, get my level, and just get straight to work. Okay, we got the second speaker bracket installed and all of the wiring disconnected. And now all I'm going to do right here and right now is clean up all this wiring, get it tied up really nice, wipe everything down really good, and reconnect everything in a much cleaner fashion. So I'm going to get to work on that right now. All right, guys, we have successfully gotten the second speaker hung and also tied the wiring all up back there. All we have to do next is test both of these speakers out, and to do that, this is zone 2 on my Pioneer amp, and we have the deprecated iControl AV5 out, but it still works on my tablet, thank goodness. So let's go ahead and turn it on. There should be no copyright music. If it is copyright, I'll cut this part out. All right, so that side's working great. This side's working great. Let's see if our rock speakers are working. All right, that speaker is on, no problem. Let's see if this one's on. This one might be burned up. That one is on as well. That is a successful test of the brand new Atrium 6 speakers that look amazing up there in the corners. And you know what's crazy? They have decent bass as well, but there's also subwoofers inside helping that. So during the summer, I will probably keep this door open so some of the bass can come out. I'm not gonna run a subwoofer out here. Let's finish tying the wiring up for the Govee permanent LED lights that's up in the corner there now. All right, guys, as you can see right here and right now on Supercar Street Racing, we did finish up this project in the back. We went ahead and installed the Atrium 6 speakers to replace the old speakers. They sound absolutely amazing. We also restrung up our LED globe lights here and ran them up this way rather than across the back of the house because we don't need them back there anymore. We have the Govee permanent lights. We actually don't even need these, but I wanted to just go ahead and keep them up for some ambience under the patio. We also cleaned the entire patio ceiling here and the ceiling fan and the existing lights up here and got all the mildew and everything off of that. And we cleaned all the furniture by hand and got all the pollen and mildew off of the furniture. And it has got to be done every couple of months here in Florida, or every month or so. Like I said, we completely cleaned the ceiling fan as well. And that's gonna wrap it up. And we made our patio much better. Now let's throw it into the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio and see how you can get yourself some Polk Audio Atrium 6s just like these. Hey, we're back once again in Supercar Street Racing, and this is the 4K production studio, and we are so happy to have you guys with us today, just like every other day. And today, we've got these Polk Audio Atrium 6 outdoor speakers. These Atrium 6s are one of the top of the line outdoor speakers from Polk Audio, and they do cost a little bit more. Right now in front of you, you can see they're $299, and they are 25% off, so you should go ahead and pick up a pair right now while they are on sale. Now, Polk Audio does make quite a few different versions of the speaker, and if you scroll down, there is a comparison down here on all the speakers. And before we bought the Atrium 5s, these are the Atrium 6. They are a little bit more expensive, but the woofer is a little bit larger. They do have a 5¼ inch woofer instead of a 5-inch woofer. Now, when you move up to the Atrium 8, these are 70-volt speakers, so you need a transformer and 70-volt system to actually use those. And you can see right here and right now, these Atrium 6 speakers have 2,236 ratings, and they do have a 4.7 star overall rating. And that's very good. It's hard to get good reviews on Amazon, I've learned over time. Now, checking out these speakers here, you can see that they are very high quality. Here's a good look at the front of the speaker, and here's a little bit of info about the speaker itself. It has a 1-inch anodized dome tweeter, and they handle up to 100 watts. They're about 11 inches high, 8 inches deep, and 7 inches wide. They are very easy to mount, and you can mount them either horizontally or vertically, and the little clamp things just snap right in and make it easy to mount the speaker so you don't drop it. You can see there the one-click speed lock with the 180-degree turning radius on it. Now, hopefully these don't rush. You can see right here they have stainless steel and brass hardware and an aluminum grill and bracket. They're designed to be outside and be weatherproof. It says they're built to weather all season. They're rugged and durable. They're exceeding baseline and industrial military specifications for environmental endurance. And it does show you the specification there, salt fog at the bottom. And here is the whole line of Atrium speakers, with the 8 being the ones that you can have either 1 or 2 for stereo, but they are 70 volts. And here's a good look at how they look mounted on a patio outside. Not bad, huh? Now, taking a look at some of the high reviews here for 5 stars. Great speaker for the money. Overall, this is a great dual channel speaker. They must be talking about the 8 there. Love this product. This one says nice size and sound quality for an outdoor patio space. Impressed how well these sound. Great powerful sound. Great sound with a Sonos. Taking a look at the 1-star reviews, which is only 3% of the total. This one said pole busted and Polk Tech rep said it was impossible. This one says it was returned item. They only lasted 2 years. Terrible customer support. Terrible Polk support and a defective mount, and worse speakers and customer service, and there's a few more. But overall, 4.7 is really good for speakers. There will be a link in the description for these Polk Audio speakers. Now we are back on the Supercar Street Racing channel here, and we just wanted to take a minute to thank you for your overall support. And if you take a look there at the screen, you can see the shark coating video has 202,000 views, and it's all because of you guys and your support for the channel. When you buy something from Amazon, please be sure you click through any of my links in my description. Every little bit helps, and you don't have to buy the actual product. You can buy anything you want and click through any of my links in my descriptions, and the channel gets a little bit of credit, and enough to keep us going a little while longer. And please like and subscribe, and please leave us some comments. I love responding with you guys and being part of the community. Right now, we got to get out of here. We're going to put 400 more speakers out by the lake and then blast the alligators. That front LED smart mirror peel sat is so good in your life. That peel satisfaction is so good in your life. On the smart mirror with the peel sat on your life, making your life so good with the peel sat. Without breaking the mirror off the wall, hopefully. That peel sat will be in your life for a long time, and you will be enjoying the peel sat well after it's done, because you'll play this video 1 billion times so you can experience that peel sat again. The peel sat in your life is so good.
Stand up! And you want to say to all you other drivers out there, if you smell a delicious crispy smell after the race, it's not your tailpipe, it's a little bit of shake and then bake. Shake and bake! That's what you say!
There was only one road back to LA. US Interstate 15. Just a flat-out high-speed burn through Baker and Barstow and Purdue. Then onto the Hollywood freeway straight into frantic oblivion.
That was some of the dumbest drama I have ever seen in my life.
Hey everybody, Brad here. Just wanted to give a quick update on my home theater room. As you can see here, I have my home theater room in pieces. Wanted to let you guys know exactly what's going on here with this guy. So my projector died, my Epson projector, which is now sitting on the shelf up there. The bulb died finally after about 7 years. And I did buy another bulb. First I tried a generic bulb off of Amazon. Installed the bulb. It looked absolutely terrible. It was really cloudy. The picture was distorted. Thought it was probably the generic bulb. So I ordered a genuine Epson bulb, put that in. Looked exactly the same. So I think that something in my 1040, my Epson 1040 projector right there died at the same time the bulb died, or that component caused the bulb to die. So I have ordered a 4K projector. Now, if you guys are familiar with projectors at all, you know that 4K projectors are very expensive. Most of them use this method called pixel shifting. So what it does is it projects a 1080p image, then it doubles it and moves it over and projects the second image so fast that your eye can't see, effectively making 4K out of an original 4K image. I ordered an Anker, A-N-K-E-R, Cosmos Max 4K. It is LED powered, not laser. The most acceptable laser projectors that do 4K are about $3 grand. I've spent $1,000, actually $1,100 on a renewed Anker Cosmos Max. Will be here in 2 days. I decided to take this time to go ahead and finish my theater room. Now, as you can see here, we have a lot of ambient light just because the walls are a lighter color. Now, when I built the room, I built it from scratch from a guest bedroom. I created this wall myself. I sanded down the wall, and I used Lowe's Home Cinema screen paint. I framed up the wall using a projector calculator. I made the frame on my miter saw. So I created the frame on my miter saw, and it came out awesome. Looks great. Right away, I can see some issues with my wall boxes a little crooked right there, which are usually covered up anyway. You don't see them. The equipment's pushed right back against them. I designed this for this entertainment center to flow right down here. I ran power and HDMI. HDMI goes from in the wall there all the way up over to the projector shelf up there where the projector sits. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be using the shelf unless it works out when I get the new projector and it projects correctly. And last time I ended up just strapping it to the bottom because the Epson projector had really no way to project. I couldn't adjust the keystone good enough where it could go down enough to hit this. It was literally projecting onto the ceiling. Only thing I'm worried about is this fan being in the way. I've added that since, and I don't know if the projector being on top of this shelf is going to hit the fan, but if it does, I'm gonna have to remove my moon men. Right there, my little astronauts. I think at the very worst, that's what I would have to do because it is a slight downward projection to get to the screen from the center of the lens up there. You can see up there I did a wall box, a double wall box with power and one of those little brush inserts so you can run a cord through it and bugs and stuff can't get through it. The shelf is a glass floating shelf. As you can see, I had the projector strapped to the underside there and upside down. This time I'm going to turn the Anker Cosmos Max upside down and lay it on top of the shelf because it has a LED star constellation on the bottom. You'll be able to kind of see through the frosted glass there. Now, another thing was my other projector was quite a bit brighter. It has a standard 200 watt bulb. This Epson Home Cinema 1040 right there. The new one is LED. It's quite a bit dimmer, maybe half the brightness. Now I ran this projector up here on eco mode the whole entire time I had it because it was so bright. You could actually have the window open here and still easily project on the screen and see the picture. The new projector, LED, going to be less bright, so I'm making strides to get this room brightness down quite a bit. First thing is the whole entire room is going to be that color. So it's all going to be that dark shade of green. I forgot what the name of it is. It's a dark, like brownish green. I'm going to do the ceiling as well. So I need to take this vent out. I need to remove my rear surround speakers there and get this room prepped and go ahead and paint the whole entire room. Now, if the shelf doesn't work or I have to lower it, then that's going to be a little bit of work, but I think I can manage to figure that out. I'm going to leave my shelf here that has my artwork on it. It's just all movies and TV stuff that sits on that shelf. It's been there forever, even before this was a home theater room. So I want to show you guys this hilarious mistake I made when I first put the surround speakers in. It's so visible up there where you can see where I cut the hole, and I was right on top of a stud and I had to move it and fill the hole. Unfortunately, you can totally see what I did there. It's not noticeable unless you really look. But yeah, so I am waiting for my projector to get here Wednesday. Meanwhile, I've got work to do in this room. I already have everything taped off. These closet doors are going to be permanently removed. They are going to be curtains here. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get rid of that door as well and just do a curtain on the outside of the door. So I think what I'll do is a curtain rod up there with two curtains that hang straight down to the ground right there, black. I think that's what I'll do. Not sure yet. but I think on the inside here you'd be able to see a lot of ambient light from the other room, and my concern there is that. So maybe I'll do 2 sets, one on the inside, one on the outside, like 2 on the outside, 2 on the inside, for a total of 4 curtains that you walk through. That'll also help with the sound deadening. So I'm not sure yet. But yeah, just a little update. I still got to take the Echo Show out of the wall here. I got to remove these speakers, this vent, pull the bell off the fan and slide it down a little bit so I can paint underneath that, if I can even get that down without removing the might not be able to get that down without removing the fan blades, which is going to suck. So I'm going to start working on that now, and I'll update you guys in another video. Have a good day.
Let's go!
I had a mouthful of food.
Let's go! Oh God, this alligator actually took the onion. Shut up. He's eating the onion. You have got to be kidding me. I've never seen an alligator eat an onion before, and he took it. Let's get this thing installed. All right, we've got our power wire here. We need to go ahead and connect the strip like so. It has a keyed edge. It's got a clip, and then the other end is raised, so you can't possibly put it in backwards. Still, they haven't perfected this little connector yet, huh? Still the 4 pins that can easily bend. This goes to the power supply, and then this goes to power. And there they are. And we should be able to register these on the Govee app. Pretty bright, I love it. Looks awesome. Let me grab the tablet and we'll try to register these. Okay, so the goal is to hit this right here. If I can't get it, I'm gonna have to call Rich to help me. But the TV is not that heavy. Actually, it is kind of heavy. I probably can't do this alone. Nah, not happening. I don't think. All right, I got the Fire TV. I've got the power for the TV as well. And that goes on the other side, that's right. Very cool mount, I love it. Works really well. Temporary plug some power in here for it, and then we're going to cut in a wall box next. So the Fire TV input is actually on this side. Power is on this side. There is TV power. This guy was plugged in on the side, even though we'll probably use a different input next time. Okay, everything's plugged in. Let's give it a shot. It is on. Let me kill these lights. All right, there's Fire TV. Find our channel. Looks a little cockeyed, but it's completely level. I think it's just the way it's mounted. Probably can tilt back some too. And here is our channel. And let's check out a video by Supercar Street Racing. Maybe. I notice these do this sometimes. They'll start playing and you have to go back out and hit play again.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. It is a beautiful but chilly.
There we have it. The TV's installed. Now we got to cut an electrical box and run power straight up. Hopefully there's nothing in the way, like a stud or anything across, or that will suck. This is our new work template. This is the size we need to cut the hole for the new work box. We're actually cutting two. We're cutting one for power and one for audio, even though this can actually run off the home audio system, which I'll show you guys in a little bit. What we need to do now is get behind the TV and cut this. So we're going to measure how far. Oh, we forgot to test the LED strip. Let's do that first. So it should be on this side. Guy needs power, which will all be behind the TV. And there is our beautiful Govee light strip. Ready to go. I love this mount. Oh, I pulled the power out of the LED strip. I got to remember to leave enough slack for that behind the TV. I didn't think about that for moving it. And that is how it looks with the LED light strip installed. Pretty cool, guys. Kind of digging it. So this is kind of the complicated part. We need to put a wall box in, and we need to drill through the cap up top to put power up into the attic where I have power. And that is going to entail figuring out where to drill. And basically, we're going to measure, I guess, to this box, which is on that line. It's going to be hard to get right. So somewhere in here, $58 over. Maybe 57.5 is where we need to drill from this wall box on the cap. Okay, so the next step here is cutting a wall box and then getting the wire pulled down from the top. Alright guys, so I went up in the attic, drilled through the cap, ran a coat hanger down through, used my hands in the insulation without gloves because it's easier to feel everything, and then I pulled our wires through. Now I've got to go back up in the attic and pull the coat hanger out. We'll do that now. Little update here, I bought an integrated amplifier tuner and the guy is delivering it right now. It's an older one, it just needs to be stereo. It's going on top of there, and the volume control output of the TV will then control the receiver, and we'll use a headphone jack on the TV. So we got to run this headphone jack up, around, and into the side of the TV where the headphone jack is. And then we have to run speaker wires from the new receiver up to the in-ceiling speakers out here. And as long, oops, almost tripped. As long as we have these turned off inside the house, it will play out of the television. So that is the next step, pulling some wire, long enough wire to go from up here. We're gonna mount the receiver right on top of the shelf right there. So we're gonna pull wire all the way to each speaker there and there next. And a sub is going on top of that as well. Got my JBL ARC sub out. It has issues though. It pops off and on when the input level changes to real low. It's always done that. But that's going up there until I get the Monoprice 8-inch subwoofer to go right on that shelf. So I'm gonna start looking for wiring and fabricating some wiring. All right, the Onkyo receiver just showed up here. Have not even powered it on yet. Go ahead and test it while the guy's still in the driveway. And it does come on. So there is our power for the speakers in the garage. Okay guys, welcome back. We did get our old work box in, so we were ready to finish this install. So I will be working on that now. As you can see, we had an Uber fail and the phone fell, but I did get it was super frustrating, this type of screw that falls back into the device. But I did get the outlet wired up. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the wall now.
Yeah, so more often than not.
I see blue on the outside. Now, that means it's working. Assuming the USB part works. So why don't we test that out? Let's plug the light in there. I see power on the light. And it works. Okay, so I now have to get this cable somehow through the faceplate. So I'm thinking of drilling out the side big enough for this guy to fit through. So it's just like, if I can, drill right through both of these plates on the corner. We've got our drill ready here, and all we have to do is make sure we pick a brand new bit from our brand new kit that is big enough for the mini jack to go through cleanly, because I don't feel like soldering it and unsoldering it and all that. So it's gonna have to be big enough for the entire jack to go through, and the biggest bit I have here is 3/8. Guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, where my computer has died because apparently the CPU cooler pump went out because it is overheating. So I ordered a new CPU cooler. It's a water cooled cooler. But anyway, we are down to the backup editing break here, and today we have this generic Bluetooth smartwatch we're going to be looking at on Supercar Street Racing. Good afternoon, guys, on a Saturday here in the Supercar Street Racing Studios, where it's going to be 100 degrees outside today. We have this generic smartwatch that was provided to me by the manufacturer to test out for you guys, and it does have an app that goes with it called Glory Fit. And if you look right here and right now, you can see some of the features on the watch. Like on the front, you can see the messaging, the phone, and then some other apps. And it can do calls, and it can take track of your daily exercise, keep track of that. It does show your heart rate, help you with training. And then you can see right here, right now, it does blood oxygen levels, and you can listen to music, and it does all kinds of other cool things. For example, when it is on your body, it does show your heart rate. That's pretty cool. And then there's breath training, an alarm clock, a weather. If we just tap the weather here, we can see if it understands where we are. It may not. It's a little bit touchy on the touch screen part, but I'm not even over the thing for you guys, but yeah, it can be a little bit touchy, as you can see. Let's put it on my wrist real quick. I wanted to show you guys some of the settings on this watch, because you can change like the theme and everything. So if we go to settings, we go to theme, dial, that's where you change like the wallpaper and the look of the watch. You can see here we can choose from a few of these, and it really wants to be bright on the screen. Let me lower that. Oh, I just changed it to a pink. I just changed it to a pink rose. Let's try that again. Alright, settings. Theme. It can be a little finicky on the touch screen. Dial. And then here we go through the different ones. Pretty cool. Let's try that one. Shows your heart rate and everything on the front. So yeah, you can change the themes of it. I'm actually trying to figure out how to change the weather, because I'm not sure where that is set up. I'm going to look for that. But like when you go to weather, it's hilarious because the weather is like translated wrong. Check it out. Very stronger. And it's also in Celsius, and I don't know how to change that. There's the future weather, current weather, right there on the face of the watch. And I was actually looking for that in settings. It may be on the app, I don't know. Not a whole lot is set from the app. But like info just shows you like the version. System doesn't have anything in it about the, well, maybe it does. System. Okay, no, there's nothing in it about the Celsius or Fahrenheit. Huh. So there's the three themes available. List, grid, or nest. It is currently set to list. And there is no place in here to change. Yeah, there's nothing in here to change the Fahrenheit to Celsius or vice versa. Let's check the app. Alright, we are now on the phone and we're going to take a look at the GloryFit app here. Here's GloryFit, and right on the front here, if you see home, it will show you your heart rate. I'm not wearing the watch, so let me put it on. It is connected to the watch. It connected through Bluetooth when I opened the app the first time and said it was synced. And now I am wearing the watch. And it says that my heart rate is 73 beats per minute. I have taken no steps today. And it doesn't have my blood oxygen level. But what we're looking for first is the settings. Device. Let's see, universal settings, unit. There we go, British. Let's see if it actually worked on the watch to change the weather. Oh no, the weather still says 31 Celsius. It didn't change. Okay. So here's all your settings for the actual watch. Here's where you sync your contacts. Enable your Bluetooth calling, which it does work. I already tried it. Your heart rate monitoring. These are all your switches to tell your app how to act. You have to have this SMS reminder on to get text messages on the watch. I did find that out. Not sure what the quick reply does. I guess you can reply from the watch. Ah, okay. So you can choose from all these and just pick one. I don't think you can actually text from the watch itself. Here's where you actually check and see if there's an update for the firmware. And I am on the latest version available. And here's like some of the sports settings. Running, cycling, jump rope, badminton, and it can keep track of that with the watch. And if we go back here to me, there is my email, my training plans. You can set goals for yourself. And you can do all the permissions. This thing needs a lot of permissions. It has to be available in the background all the time to receive alerts. Right here, I don't understand how you, let's see, permissions. Well, I thought I already had that set up, the background permissions. It hasn't complained, but that's your permission settings. And of course, you can make a phone call, like cancel. You can add a SOS emergency call that you can make from the phone, from the watch. And yeah, basically this app is where you do everything with the watch, keep track of your sports, check out your blood oxygen. It says no data at this time. Let's see, it's testing me right now. So just FYI, your blood oxygen should never be below about 92 to 93%. When you're really sick with COVID, that's when your blood oxygen level gets in the low 90s and you need help. So the watch does say I am at 98% right now on my blood oxygen, but it has not transferred that over to the phone. So I don't know why that hasn't updated. But it did work when I said testing. It did show up on the watch as 99% right now. So I don't know if it actually goes for a while before it can show your blood oxygen level on the phone part. The watch now says 99. And it just vibrated. So I don't know. Oh, there we go. It already transferred over to the phone. Very cool. All right, awesome. And here's the heart rate. And you can see here that I am tranquil. But I still don't know how to make the phone, the actual watch, go to Fahrenheit. It's still set on Celsius, which I can't change. I'm not sure why. There's actually no place to do that. I guess the app setting is just for the app. I don't know. It says universal. Device language follows system. Time system. Let's change that to 12 hours. Unit. It's on British. I don't know. Maybe it hasn't synced the settings yet. Let me try turning off Bluetooth and turning it back on. Okay. Bluetooth is disconnected. Please connect. Alright, so it reconnected. Let's see if it changed my settings. No, it didn't. I still have Celsius on the watch. So, not sure what that's about. But that's a pretty good look at the app itself. It is called GloryFit. You will have to download that in order to use this watch. We are back up on the wrist again, and this thing is still so bright, and I have locked that down like 50 times. There we go. It is the exposure level on the camera that is killing this. So yeah, that's a look at what it looks like, and you just shake your wrist for it to wake up, and that is the theme that I picked, and there is my heart rate showing, and it should wake up when you shake like that. The channel is operating at less than capacity right now, and we have this smartwatch that we kind of want to give a conclusion on. And honestly, overall, I don't have a lot of bad things to say about this thing. For a generic smartwatch, it is actually pretty good. It does deliver the text messages as it is supposed to. It's inexpensive. I want to say it's around 35 or 40 bucks. I will put a link to it in the description. And we will be offering you guys this amazing smartwatch at the full price because I don't have a discount code or anything. But always, I love it when you guys support the channel, and like, I encourage you to get this, especially if you're doing a lot of fitness stuff, and if you need a inexpensive watch, this will not set you back like a Apple Watch would. And it does all these cool features. I haven't even tried the game. Okay, this looks like Flappy Bird. I haven't even tried this. This is pretty cool. Let's see. Bird game. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm bad at this. How do you even? Oh, you just like tap. Okay. Oh, I got smoked. I mean, it's not exactly fast, but you tap at the top. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, that's Flappy Bird. Anyway. Let's see what else is on here. Numbers and birds. That's it. I guess you get Flappy Bird or you get whatever the heck that is. What's Toolbox? Okay, stopwatch, timer, find phone, remote camera. So I guess you can take pictures from here. You can trigger your camera on your watch. That's about it, guys. I think we've gone through most of the features of this generic rose gold with the pink band, which I wear because I have no problems with my being comfortable with my sexuality as a straight male. And you can see right here, right now, it is 11:59 on a Saturday, and my housekeeper is probably going to be gone soon. She's over. Guys, thank you so much for supporting the channel, and my apologies for the video today. As you can see, the editing PC is in pieces. Hopefully it will be fixed tomorrow, where we will start bringing you back the quality level that you're used to. We'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and I just wanted to give a quick update video and let you guys know that we are live online right now on Supercar Street Racing channel with the studio build, but I kind of wanted to go over everything that I have done in here before I keep working. So stepping back towards the door of the studio, this is kind of what it looks like. It's kind of a mess right now, but as you can see here, we basically have all the wiring done for the speakers. So we're gonna have 7.2 audio. So there's speakers. My main speakers are these Harbinger powered monitors that will go up in that corner and that corner. We have a center channel going there. We have side surround here and side surround there. And then we have the rear surround there and in the other corner. You can also see here that we have HDMIs run for the 50-inch 4K monitor there and the 50-inch 4K monitor there. We also have all of our Cat 6 cabling run. So we have all the Cat 6 going up here to the corner where there will be a switch. We have a Netgear, I think 25 port switch that goes up in that corner, and Ethernet runs here for a television there, and I don't know what I'm putting there yet, probably one I already have. It runs back here for 2 workstations, one there, and it runs to the TV up here. Now I had some issues here with the wall box because I had never done it in foam, and now I understand how to do it a lot better. So I've messed completely, but it'll be covered. You won't see it at all. It'll be covered with the wall plate. All right, so yeah, so long story short, 43-inch television here. This power here is for a wall light. So just like a regular, you know, regular old wall light goes there. That's a little bit poking out, but that's okay. It'll be covered too with foam. And this will be a wall light. I still have to do the power for that. I haven't done that yet. That will be power for the Echo Show 15. And I still have to make a mount that comes across here for it. It's going to go right there, Echo Show 15. Down here's the other workstation, and we're going to have HDMI available here. That goes up to this 43-inch TV in case someone wants to have a second monitor, or I want to do a second monitor up here from a workstation. I can do it right there. There's power right there. There's going to be Cat 6 there. Again here, there will be power Cat 6 for that TV. I think I already said that. And up here, this is actually moving. We're going to have a webcam either in that corner or in that corner looking down at the studio all the time so we can go live. And I have all the power pretty much run everywhere. AC unit is going down here at the bottom, right at the very bottom. It is remote controlled, so no big deal. And I want to be able to plug it in right here. So super easy, reach over there, plug in. Futon will go over here. This whole wall will be completely covered. I already started sealing the door up. It is mostly sealed. I foam sealed all the bottoms of the joists down here, all the way across there, and all the way across there, and then out here in the rafters. I ran out of clear silicone caulk, but I started sealing all of these joints up here. You can see it's still kind of wet right there, and it did shrink, so I got to fix that. Yeah, all that was caulked in yesterday. I'll probably come back and do a second coat there. And that is it. There will be power down there, but you can see here all my wiring runs down here where the editing PC will be. The editing PC will sit right here in the center with two 4K monitors and then the two 50-inch monitors there and there. And we'll have 7.2 surround with a 7.2 home theater receiver. So that is what we have going on now. And by the way, the Harbingers are powered. So I ran RCA cables up from the preamp. It's going to hit the preamp output on the receiver to run the front speakers that are powered. And they will actually be hanging from these corners up here with chains and bicycle hooks. This power is for the Harbinger to be powered, and that power up there is for the Harbinger to be powered. Now all I have to do is finish a lot of power work, a lot of no fun cutting of drywall because it's very hard to cut. I don't have the right tools or a nice big long straight edge. I really need to go buy like a drywall T-square super long one, because that was this cut right here. I got lucky because it's on the ground and it'll be covered up. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. So the plan is for the walls is going to be foam sound insulating tile. Now, yes, I know that this stuff is cheap and it doesn't really insulate sound, but I like the look. And so as soon as the roof gets on, we will start right here on the side and start laying foam tile all the way up against the ceiling, all the way across in one pattern. You know, like we'll start with this pattern and then we'll, on the next row, we'll go up and down like that. And notice it's gonna cover the whole wall. It'll be glued on. And then when we get up to these switches, we just literally cut around them or either cut holes in the actual foam, but it looks like we'll be able to just cut around the switches. It'll be pretty easy. These cut with scissors. So that'll be the whole entire studio will be covered with these foam sound tiles, including the ceiling. And that is it. I have ordered a bunch of these already, and I wanted to see if they were going to work out, and we're going to add them to the wall with this Super 3M multi-purpose adhesive once all the foam board gets up. So we're attaching the foam board directly to the studs and the ceiling joists, and that is how we are doing the wall covering. And I have been working through electrical because, of course, now we have wall boxes that are, some of them are inset because I did the power ahead of time. So when you put the wall board in, your electrical outlets are too far back. So I have an electrical outlet extension kit that has little extension screws and everything you need to pull the wall outlet out just like that. That one is actually on extensions. And then I use this box here for Ethernet. So that is a, I think that's called an old work. I can never remember the difference, but this is the one that kind of bolts and clamps to. This clamping to the foam just fine, but that one I really messed up because I didn't cut the hole big enough and I didn't have a template. I have a nice template for these guys. So that is going to do it. We are live streaming on supercarstreetracing.com, so make sure, not .com, Supercar Street Racing YouTube channel. Make sure you're watching the build live here with us on the channel. There's some nice music playing in the background. And I'm going to go ahead and get this uploaded, and we will see you guys soon with another update, and we will be moving into the studio within a couple of weeks. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing, welcome to the channel, and today we are going to address the fact that Amazon has seen my video on how to install Downloader, and they have blocked it from being able to be installed on the Echo Show 15. So what we're going to do today is show you an alternative to getting the Kodi app or any other app you want to get over to this device by using another file manager. Supercar Street Racing back with another video, and I did find this out before I browsed over to AFTV News and was just trying some things on my own, but they have verified on AFTVnews.com that this does work. So I am going to show you step by step how to get apps over to your Echo Show 15 and get them installed. Now, first things first, here I already have Downloader installed here, so I'm not going to show you that. I am going to show you how to get any APK file from your NAS device or your computer and get it over to this guy right here. All right, here we are in front of my Western Digital MyBook Live, which I have had for a very long time, and I'm actually surprised this thing still works, but it is a 2 terabyte NAS. It has public shares on them without passwords. That is your best bet, is using a SMB share from a NAS device or one from your computer. This one has a public share, and then inside of that it has a directory called software. That is where we're going to be pulling our file from to get it over to the Echo device. Now, if you don't have yourself a NAS device like this Western Digital MyBook Live, you can also do this from a PC, any kind of PC, even a phone, anything with a share that is an SMB Windows share that can be used for this. We can do that. We don't have to have a NAS. You can also create a share PC and then share that with your network, and you should be able to log on from the Echo Show 15 and not copy the file over, to which then you can install using the built-in file manager. We are in front of the Fire TV on the Echo Show 15 now. And after all that stuff I just went through here, I'm going to go ahead and post the full how-to here. So if we go to, let's see, so the app you actually want is called Explore. It's right here. Just got a blue icon with a red X. So if you go up here to your home screen on the Fire TV and you go to Find, Explore, File Manager. Go ahead and download Explore File Manager. Okay. Now for this to work, you need to have your downloader app installed, actually not installed, downloaded to a share on a NAS device or a computer. So it has to be available on your LAN. It's going to be difficult for some people to get, but it has to be available somewhere that this software can browse to. All right, guys, Supercar Street Racing here, and I am going to show you guys how to create a user and a share on the computer that you can use then with the File Explorer app on your show to get that file copied over. So the first thing you need is a user. So if you right-click your little Windows icon in Windows 11, go to Computer Management, and this pops up, and then go to Local Users and Groups. Go to users, and I had already created one. I'm going to remove that now so we can get this from scratch. Go ahead and right click and go new user. Pops up a little window here asking for a username. Make it easy, just type share. You can call it share. Password, put share. Confirm the password of share. Uncheck user must change password at next log on. So you've done the user here. Now you need to do a actual shared folder. So I'm going to delete the one that I previously created and create it all over again. So find any drive you like. I'm using my rendering drive. Go to new folder. So you can right click inside that folder or go new up here. Pops up and says new folder. Just type the word share. That names it share. Right click that folder, go more options, so show more options, give access to, and then specific people. When this comes up, it's asking you for a user, just type the one you just created, call it share. Click add over here. All you need is read privileges and click share. Now notice who you've just created it on desktop. This is the actual computer name, desktop F7Q119K. Keep that in mind if you can't find the IP address, because that's how you would add it to File Manager on your show. But if you want your IP address, go down to the search box and type in CMD for command and hit enter. Type in IP config. Now this might be complicated if you have more than one network adapter, but my IP address is here, 192.168.0.11. You can also get your computer name by going to System. So if you search for System, pops up, here is your computer name that you would then put into the File Manager. Mine's desktop F7Q119K. So yeah, guys, that's how you actually get a user setup and a share that you can then go into your Show 15 and get files from. One more thing though, I have downloaded the actual Kodi APK. Let's show you how to do that real quick. So first things first, let's open up a new Chrome window here, go to me, and so we can get Kodi from Kodi.tv. When that pops up, click the download. Make sure you get the Android version. So here it says ARM 32-bit or 64. Make sure you get the ARM 32-bit version. It's downloading here in the right-hand corner, or left-hand corner, sorry. And our folder that we just created is here called share. It's done downloading. Let's pull that over here, and then let's right-click where it downloaded and show in folder. And here is where it downloaded. Let's go ahead and cut that. So right-click on little cut, or if it says cut, choose cut. Go to our share folder that we just created. Find that. Here's our share folder, and just paste that there. So now we have our Kodi APK ready if you wanted to put that on your Show 15, and then the next step is we'll show you that from that side. All right, now that we've created our share on our computer, if we go back here to the actual Explorer, File Explorer, And we have our right side here that has all the options for directories and other places we can get files from. What we're going to do here is add the computer, which I've already done, but to just show you how to do that, you go to LAN, click add server. Now you see how it says IP address here? Click that. Now this is kind of crazy because the dot's here, but you have to keep going back to numbers. So it's we looked at our IP address on the computer, it was 192. You got to hit the ABC to get the dot. 168.0.111. Just click next, 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 next. You got to go down to save. There's our share. The other one is our MyBook Live. So there's the one we created on the computer. There is the Kodi app that I copied to that directory. Now on this side, you go into internal storage, download, and then you click copy. See, they're both highlighted here and here. Now it's going to copy this to our download folder on the Echo. And there it goes. Once you are done with that, you can click the home button here or on the on-screen remote. Go to all your apps. Go to your Toolless app or either your developer tools menu, but there's Toolless. Click this is the built-in file explorer that comes with the Fire TV. Open that. Go to share because that was the name of the folder on the computer. It copied the folder as well. Then click the actual Kodi app. Click install. Actually click continue. Then install, and that will install the app for you. So that is how you work around Amazon blocking the downloader app for you to get apps over to your Echo device. Hope you guys have a great day, and I hope this worked for you. Let me know in the comments section. Here's how to get an APK file installed on your Echo Show 15. First, download the Explore app on your Echo Show 15 and install it. After that, create a user and share on your PC or NAS device. Your NAS device might not need a username or password if it has a public share. Now on your PC, download the Kodi 32-bit APK for Android from the Kodi.tv site. Then, create a share on your PC and share it with the user you just created. Now copy the Kodi APK file to your share. Next, on your Echo Show 15, open that Explore app that you installed earlier. Now, add your share or NAS device under LAN on Explore. Then navigate to the Downloads folder on the left side, and then proceed to copy your file from your NAS or share to the Downloads folder. Next, you're going to want to open the Toolless app or search and install it on the Echo Show 15. You can see my previous video on instructions for how to do this. Now, navigate to the blue folder once you open the Toolless app. Find the Downloads folder and open it. And then click the Kodi APK file you previously copied over and install it. And that should do it. Okay, so there you have it. This is how you install any APK file on the Echo Show 15 right here. If you need any help with this, please let us know in the comments section. I respond to all comments. I appreciate you guys so much watching and subscribing and liking this video, and I hope you guys enjoyed it and keep on watching Supercar Street Racing. All right, folks, today we're going to be working on this paddle shifter conversion. And we started this video the other day with kind of an unboxing and an overview of what's going to have to be done, but I'm going to go ahead and open these paddle shifters. There's the paddle shifter G paddles in these bags here. So basically what you have here is If nobody watched the first video, go back and watch it for kind of an explanation. But the older AMG cars didn't have paddles, they had buttons that go behind the steering wheel. So somebody really smart invented these G paddles, and they replaced the factory shift buttons. And they are still not going to make the transmission shift faster, obviously, but it's better than paddles. They're a lot easier to get to. So what you're going to need for that is the paddles. You're going to need a hair dryer. Reason being is that the factory shift buttons sit in a carriage. If you can imagine, like you know, a bolt going through a hole, and that hole is plastic. And to get the factory buttons out, you have to heat the factory buttons with a hair dryer. So you pop them out of the steering wheel. You heat them until they're all too hot to touch, and they become more pliable, and then you can take a little screwdriver and pop out the buttons. Now I haven't taken them out yet, but I'm about to do that and see exactly what I'm up against. Or, you see those tabs right there? You can just file one of those off on the factory buttons if you're never going to use the buttons again, and it makes your life way easier. They come right off. So I'm going to take a look now and see what that's going to be like and show you how to get the buttons out of the steering wheel. Got the top down for easier access and lighting. But if you look back here at the factory shift button, it's a housing that just pops out. So I am going to pop that right out, and then we'll take a look and see. I know the wire's not very long, so we're going to take a look and see exactly what we're looking at here once I get this housing out. Supposedly you can just pry it out with a little screwdriver on the edge there where you see the opening. Alright, so I used this small screwdriver in my jeweler's kit. At first I was kind of nervous because they weren't coming out easily, but if you take that screwdriver right there and you put it right on the corner there and you just pry towards the steering wheel like this, that way, they will pop out. And here's what you're looking at. So this is the part that breaks. Everybody breaks off. Where the paddle, where my finger is. Whoops, I was hitting the zoom button. Right there. Right on the corner. If I had two hands, I could show you. But it's literally, let me grab the camera a little bit better. Right there. So now, apparently you can file that center section out and these buttons will pop right out, or you can heat it up and pry them out and hope you don't bust that little tab right there. If you do, you got to super glue it back together. You cannot buy these. Mercedes does not make them for a reason, so you have to buy the whole entire steering wheel. So I'm going to take a look at this off camera and figure out the best way to get this off. I think if you break that middle section off, you can squeeze this together easier. So I'm going to give that a shot right now. I think I'm just going to go ahead and break it. Okay, this is what I did, because I don't care about the existing paddles. I took this awesome set of little wire clippers that I have here, and I stuck them inside between the paddle and the housing, and I just kind of chewed the button up until the notch on this side fell through. So now that side is free, and as you can see, the paddle pops right out. Super easy. Now I'm going to attempt to put the G paddles in, and I will show you how I did that. I got my hair dryer here. I'm going to take this hair dryer and heat this up a lot till it's almost too hot to touch, so that the plastic becomes pliable, even though I may not need to now. I heard that they're a lot easier to get in than take out, but I'm going to go ahead and, as a precaution, I don't want to break this housing, so I'm going to heat this up really good right now. Got the other side out. I decided to do this so I could figure out which paddle goes on which side. You can see I did not damage the holes, but I did figure out a way to make this stronger. I don't have anything with me to do this, but a washer, a little metal washer glued to both sides would definitely make it so you would not break it, or you could repair it with that as well if you did break it. A little tiny metal washer or a ring of some kind glued right there would fix that problem for good if you wanted to do that before you tried to pop the paddles in. I'm gonna see if I can figure out which side goes on which now. Alright, I got the first paddle installed. It was simple. I heated both of these. I literally held the gun up to the housing right there for a good 20 seconds, got it very hot, and then with my finger I just kind of bent this part right here outward and popped it right in. But it's got to be very hot. If you don't, you will crack that housing. Now the next thing is, a lot of people have trouble with that button being partially depressed when you insert this unit, so I'm going to go ahead and do the other side and I'll report back quickly. Just a little bit of clarification here. If you put this in there like this, put that side in its hole, very difficult to do with one hand, but if you put the one side in the hole, the other side you stick your screwdriver in and kind of turn, it will move the housing outward enough for you to pry that button in right there. I'll show you once I get this one installed. Got both sides installed now. Let's see if I can hold this so I can show you. So with the screwdriver, if you can put it right in there and turn to the right, it will pry the housing out enough for you to slide that right in there. But heat that thing up really good. I put that thing on there for a good 30 seconds and got it very pliable. Once you do that, you're not going to break it. You just need to be careful. Now the key is, does this work or not? This point right here, some people, the button is partially depressed when you put this back in the wheel, and you have to take this out and file the bottom of this button down a little bit, which will be not fun because I don't think I have anything to do that with. I'm going to test it right now. Okay, I screwed this up and I don't want you guys to make the same mistake I did. I had to take the paddle back out because right there, that tab right there was on the wrong side of the housing. It was on the back side right here and the button couldn't press. Make sure that little tab is on the inside of the housing before you seat the carrier. Okay, I had to take it completely back off, so I had to heat it up, and now I have to put it back in without breaking it. Okay, lesson learned. It was so easy before because that notch wasn't in the right place. It's very difficult now because really the whole entire housing back here needs to be spread outward. So I'm going to see if I got some needle noses that I can spread this outward while I push the buttons in. Alright, I finally got the button in there without breaking the housing. As you can see there, they're in good shape. I don't know how I did it, honestly. I heated that thing up so hot it almost burned my hand with the hairdryer. So that's how hot you have to get it to make it pliable. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and install this right now. Wanted to get this part on video. I'm going to go ahead and heat up this housing. I'm going to hold it on there for a while, get it very hot. Good and pliable. And I'll be right back. Okay, notice I got the second side installed with no problems. I heated it up a lot. I got one side in with my finger, and the other side I did with the screwdriver. I put the screwdriver right inside that little tab and turned it with the housing to come out enough, and it popped right in. Okay, I made a huge mistake on this one. I actually did break the button holder right there. I used professional car stereo installation tools, but that little black piece right there is broken off and nowhere to be found. So this button does not stay in now. It comes right out. So I have to figure out how to fix that. Chances are I'll have to stuff something in there to get it to stay, or put some silicone sealer, but the problem being that if I get any on this button here, then it's not going to work anymore. I don't even know if the buttons work yet. They feel kind of bound up, so I'm gonna have to test it right now. As you can see by this demonstration with the numbers on the screen, on the right hand side there, it does shift. So this button though is completely loose, so I got to figure out how to fix that. Out taking a drive, buttons do work. I don't know why it wants to go from 4 to 1, but that's the behavior of the transmission, not the shift paddle conversion. Does shift. Seems to be working properly now. I got to get that other button fixed. So here's where it broke. Right on the end right there. That piece broke off. And it no longer will. You can clearly see it broken. And I don't think I have the piece. I'm going to try to find it in here, but it's probably gone. Okay, how I'm going to fix this after all is I'm going to get some silicone sealer. I'm going to put it right here on each side, a drop of it on each side, and then push it back in and let it dry. Alright, this is all finished. I got the button mounted back in there. I put some fast dry silicone sealer around that edge, verified that the buttons do still click. So this project is done, but I'm just going to warn you, I did everything possible. When I took out this button, I used a professional installer tool, put it in the edge there, and if you push too far in there, you're gonna break it off. So this one I did not. I used a small screwdriver to remove this one, so lesson learned. You might be better off trying a small screwdriver, a very tiny one, but I couldn't get it in there, get the button out with that. So I broke this one trying to pry it out. Doesn't matter, I'm going to get it glued back in and it's never going to come out again, so no big deal. That's going to wrap up this project, folks. I hope you like the AMG button to paddle shifter conversion, and please subscribe for the next video. That, my friends, is a pretty big alligator on the other side over there. And you can see him chilling on the beach. Big ass alligator. Okay, so I don't know what happened. These two came over and then this happened.
Oh my god. What?
What did you do?
I don't know.
What is all this?
What? Crazy.
We don't know what we're doing because we can't see ourselves, but we're out here. I'm curious to see how this looks. Step in here for a second. Let's go. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and the next part of the driveway project is happening today. And today, the next part of the project is sitting right here behind me for the driveway. We're getting into this today, so let's go. Let's go. Guys, out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and right in front of me we got the next piece of the puzzle for the driveway project. It's sitting right here in this box. These are quick connectors, and these are the well lights that are going so freshly into the driveway. Now I have the lights off on purpose in here. I'm gonna show you what one of these looks like with only 9 volts because I don't have a 12-volt battery handy. All right here in front of me, we do have the well light. I have a 9-volt battery. Let's go ahead and touch this to the 9-volt battery and see what happens. And that is with only 9 volts. It is pretty bright. It's gonna be getting 12 volts, and you can see right here and right now. It's gonna look so cool. It sits up just like that in the driveway. It's gonna look awesome. Okay, we do have the garage door open now, and you can see I did some work in here yesterday, but still got this dirty when I pulled the golf cart back in. But I did clean the entire garage yesterday and vacuum out all the dust, and it was all created from when they cut these stones. I'm gonna go ahead and put a towel down so that I can clean my feet off before I come in the garage. But I'm gonna lay out these lights, but first I need a fleece. It is chilly out here. I went ahead and put a fleece on, and as you can see here, we have 24 lights to distribute. Let's get those out here. There's already one here where I was showing Joe, and there goes plastic from one. And that's a good look at the driveway this morning. So early in the morning. I actually need something to put these plastic things in. So I'm gonna go ahead and get a bag for that. All right, I do have my measuring tape out. I do have all the lights. So let's start up here at the front of the driveway and just kind of lay out what we're going to be doing here. And of course, I think one will look really good. Up here, I don't see a wire run. I don't see wire. I guess his plan was to run it down the side of the driveway here, which is fine. There. So I'm just kind of adjusting them to not have as many, but we are definitely short because there's supposed to be a couple here. Yeah, I got to order some lights real quick because I do want 4 over here. Just like that. Okay, it's kind of a rough placement, but I need to grab a couple more lights. Do see a wire stubbed up over there. How many lights do we have left? We only have 3 left. Man. Yep, I don't have enough. I have to order some. I guess I'll get him to cut the hole and I'll order some more lights real quick. All right, we're out here and these guys just left from installing the crazy, this is like next level stuff that it takes a little bit of extra effort, but when you're doing it, you just get it done and they put the driveway lights in and it looks insane, crazy good. And so we have like lights all the way. Only one problem, I ran out, so we have spots here and here for lights, but where are the wires? I don't know. So once they pulled everything up, they also put drains in here that go to the yard. So basically when the drains come down, if they drain on your pavers, it will wear out the pavers. So they put a drain in that goes from here, and then there's like a little round thing in the yard right here that drains out. And then the same thing on this side, they drain, goes under there, dug under, and there should be a exit point somewhere out here, right there actually. There's a little green drainage thing, and so the water just spills out into the yard. And then over here, we have like the little pad for the gate. That just is this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. This is my dream driveway. It's crazy. So basically what they do, they sand it and then they leave it, and then they leave the sand on there, so if any sand settles, you can just take a broom and sweep it into the cracks, or you just take your blower. But like, one thing I don't like is how this light is oriented one way and this one is oriented another way. See how like the slats?
Yeah.
That's
gonna drive you crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, you should be able to turn it, like if you put something in there. But yeah, this came out awesome. Oh my God, it looks so good. I think we exceeded the value of the neighborhood. What do you think?
You absolutely have priced yourself out of your neighborhood.
All right, so I just wanted to update you guys on the progress of this. Now this has to come out, and I'm either getting new grass or sod in the middle there, one or the other. Why are you trying to avoid the camera? We are out here again, and we're so glad to have you back inside the Supercar Street Racing compound. And someone came and delivered 90% of the stuff that we were supposed to be delivered. So we can't fault them for trying, right? Right here in front of me, and ever so in front of me, is our order from IKEA. And you can see right here and right now, we have a couple of chairs right here. We have some cushions. We have a box full of other stuff, but what is missing is the love seat. The shipping company failed to deliver our love seat for our IKEA order. So now all we have is cushions, cushion covers, and 2 chairs to build. So today on Supercar Street Racing, we're gonna break into this and get these 2 chairs built. Hopefully, I think we can do it. First thing on the agenda today on Supercar Street Racing, get the 2 Bond Holman chairs unboxed, and we're gonna go ahead and get these guys assembled, and then most likely put them outside on the new place where they are going. Outside of the Supercar Street Racing Hummel compound now, outside of the Supercar Street Racing abode and out here where we added the new section of pavers. This is where we're going to be doing the furniture that we ordered from IKEA. So my plan is to put the love seat here, chair on each side here, and then right here we will have the coffee table. And so the first thing we need to do is get these chairs built so that we can then figure out our placement. And down here at the bottom, we do need to repaint the bottom part because it was covered by mulch, and it is pink because the house was originally pink when I got it. So we have changed the color to gray. And you can see the leftover jasmine on the wall here. So this wall does need to be repainted gray again. And we also need to remove these screws or cut them off, fill the holes, repaint the wall, done deal. I also want to get some plants out here with the new furniture, but you can definitely tell where the old house was pink down there. We need to get that taken care of. We are back out here on the new patio area, the new little seating area where we do need to paint underneath there, but I do have to find the paint, and we do need to repaint this part here, but I may be painting the whole house, so I'm kind of waiting on that. But first things first, we do have this outdoor rug from Amazon to go ahead and put out here. Let's get this thing unwrapped and see what's up. All right, these guys are out here grading the front yard for sod. We got the furniture all finished as well. So they are just flattening all this out for me to install sod on it later today. All right, we are out here in the rain to show you guys the final product here of the lighting on the driveway. Now these are the well lights from Amazon.com. They will be in the description of the video. They are drilled through pavers, and you can see right here how good this came out. We have the lights on each side of the driveway. We have 24 lights plus 2, so 26 lights in the house, and you can see that we took them all the way up to the fence. And then over here on this side of the yard where we made our little pad, we have 4 lights on the corner of that area too. I did spend time today getting this garden all ready to go, and tomorrow we are supposed to be getting sod. Got the rug installed as well, and that is it from outside because it is raining, guys. But I hope you enjoyed this video, and hope you see you again very, very soon. Liner.
Dang! You got shocks, pegs, lucky. You ever take it off any sweet jumps? You got like 3 feet of air that time.
Hey guys, how are you today? You got Brad here from Supercar Street Racing, and we have something exciting to show you guys that I'm so hyped about. We took a little road trip and got something cool for the channel, and it's sitting right here in front of me on the bed. Let's take a look how we went and got this cool thing, and then we'll show you exactly what we have. Hang out with us today. Alright, we're about to head out. We bought a Canon R5C down in Winter Garden. So Joe just showed up.
Oh, what's up? up.
Are you ready to take the first road trip in the Tesla after 2 years?
Yes.
You know that this car has never been anywhere near this amount of miles except when I bought it, right?
Well, will this one trip put more miles on it than you've done
Ever.
in the last 2 years?
Yeah. Ever. So we're all packed up and everything. We're gonna head down to Winter Garden and we're gonna stay in Sanford for the night and check out some of the cool Sanford spots. And all we have to do right now is pack up because I'd say about 11:30 we could hit the road, but we need to get all of our stuff packed and then figure out the trip.
So we have a spot there.
We have an Airbnb in Sanford,
Let's go.
so let's see. All right, let's get packed up. All right, we're leaving the house now, headed over to Joe's house, but we have a 2-hour and 15-minute drive to Winter Garden, which will be that's the furthest road trip. By the time we get back, it's the most miles in one trip for sure, because the only thing I did was driving from Merritt Island. Yeah. So yeah, we're headed out right now. We're gonna go ahead and go by the bank first and then get on 295. Head out. This is fun, man. We never get to have fun like this. We'll have to charge if we go too crazy. No, we'll be fine. Is he rolling up on you? No. He's done that before. Do it. All right, we are in Orlando. We just went to Bank of America and then over to Starbucks. We picked up the Canon R5C, 2 lenses, a bunch of accessories and everything like that. And now we are headed to the supercharger. So this car has only been supercharged once before, so we're gonna see how long it takes. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna go to the supercharger and then try to find some food close by where we are. Headed that way. Let's do it. All right, we're at the charging station. We're supercharging. We already got 15% battery in like 10 minutes.
That's quick.
And we're watching Supercar Street Racing on theater mode on the Tesla.
Yeah, man.
And we're eating Jack's Tender Bites while we charge. All right, we are driving down a random road and there's a rocket launch happening right in front of us that we forgot about.
You can see this.
I don't know why we're dumb. We're literally in Orlando when the rocket goes up. Okay, we got to our Airbnb. Joe has the 110 volt charger. It gives you 1 mile per 30 hours worth of charging, but he's hyped. Oh my God, it fits. Touch the port, plug it in. Let's see what happens. Let's go, it's charging. Look, it turned green. That means it's charging. All right, so all we have to do is charge this for 45 hours. I can't believe you even saw it. It says 17 hours. Look at that. We leave tomorrow. It's gonna be at 100% when we leave. Come on, dude. Look at our Airbnb. All right, we gotta give a tour. This is the porch. It's called the front porch. It's got fans, but nobody knows how to turn them on. What else do we got, dude?
Dude, complimentary waters.
We got a backyard? Oh, snap. There's a big backyard back there, dude. He's got 2 closets. That's good because he's in the closet. Wait, is my memory foam? Let's go. I'm out for the night. Dang, son. If I could turn this on, I would. Guys, we're back in Supercar Street Racing Studio A. This is also our office. This is where we do a lot of the editing right here beside me, and also our regular work is right behind me. But right now in front of me today, you saw what we did. We went down to Winter Garden. We had a nice little road trip in the Tesla, the first road trip ever, and the longest trip I ever did in the Tesla. And we picked up something cool that's sitting right here in front of me today. And I've been wanting this thing for over a year. I just have not been able to find the right one or pull the trigger on it, but I had a little bit of extra money from the channel and I bought this right here. Let's take a look at it. Okay guys, look right here what I have on the bed. This is my brand new Canon R5C. It's new to me at least, and I have been wanting the R5C for a really long time. At least 2 years I've been searching for an R5C with lenses and everything else for a good price. This one did come up in Winter Garden, Florida. I went ahead and zipped down there with Joe and we picked up this Canon R5C. And as you can see, the R5C has a lot of extra gadgets with it. It has a small rig cage around it, as you can see here. It's got the trigger pistol grips there. It has a manual focus control, which we are going to be removing. That is for doing movies where you follow somebody with the handle and you focus with this hand. I will not be needing that. It has an anamorphic 35mm lens with a 1.33 aspect ratio right there on the front. It does have a couple of the small rig batteries, and those are awesome for charging the camera up. They give you way more battery life than just the internal battery. What they do literally is hook up just like this to the camera, and they charge the internal battery, and the camera runs off the internal battery. So this is the R5C. This is a hybrid camera. It is one of the cinema cameras from Canon. It is made specifically for doing both video and photos, and it is a full frame camera, meaning it has a full frame CMOS, no cropping. It does 8K, no problem, and it does have a 512 gigabyte CF Express card that came with it as well, and it's a genuine one also. It's not a clone CF card. Here's a good look at the back of the R5C. The small rig battery is sitting so fly right there. It is at 84%, and it did charge the internal battery up all the way. It does have a screen right there with all of the data on it. I will show you guys later. And the viewfinder itself is covered up by the small rig batteries. That is why you don't see the viewfinder. I will not be using the real viewfinder, most likely just the screen, as I will be doing a lot of video work with this. You do see the small rig cage on here with the handle on the top. That also is pretty cool for doing video. I ordered some other things that are in this box as well. We're gonna have to take a look at those right after this message from our sponsor. Now, this is a quick word from our sponsor. Shungite World is new to Supercar Street Racing. They reached out to me and asked me if I would mind taking a look at some of their cool little decorative products. I said, of course, I would love for you guys to sponsor one of our videos. So right behind me here on the table, we have some cool little products from Shungite World. Let's take a look at these. Okay guys, right in front of me we have all kinds of cool little products from Shungite World sitting right here. For example, this tall pyramid right here, it is polished. It looks pretty cool. These guys can sit anywhere in your house. This one right here is called the tall pyramid. These are the cubes. That is a regular pyramid that has not been polished. This one has been polished. So you can get these guys in two different forms here, either polished or non-polished. They also have spheres, as you can see right here on the screen. I am going to go ahead and put a link to 5 or 6 of these guys in the description so you guys can check it out. They also have the powder available for doing arts and crafts, and then the powder can also be used for a pigment for paint, so that's pretty cool. And then they did also include these cool little stick-on dots, which are very interesting. They have 3M on the back, and you can stick these anywhere as a cool little decoration. Shungite World was very kind to go ahead and send out a sample box to us. Please support them by buying the links in the description. Get your Shungite cool little decorative products from Supercar Street Racing, from Shungite World. Now let's get back to the video. All right, you guys just heard from Shungite World. Very kind of them to go ahead and sponsor Supercar Street Racing. But now there's some goodies in this box right in front of me. We need to get this thing opened up and see everything that I bought for the new Canon R5C. That's new to me, but it's not brand new. Let's get this box opened right now and see what all is inside of it. This box sitting so fresh and fly in front of me is full of stuff that we need for the Canon R5C. We have our patented knife here is having problems. So also with the R5C, we did get this awesome lens. It is a 24 to 105 RF lens. Yeah, there is the lens right there for $12.99 with much better reviews. A lot of times people get sent out foreign lenses instead of US versions. So yeah, this is a 24 to 105 lens right here, f4. And inside of the box, we do have a tripod from Small Rig. So now I have a lot of the Small Rig gadgets. This is supposed to be compatible with the cage here. We'll see if it actually does work or not. We also have a triple charger with 3 extra camera batteries. Not that I'll ever need extra batteries, but it wasn't that much more to go ahead and get that, so I did get that. And then we have a battery adapter. What this does is allows you to power the camera directly from AC. It's a fake battery that you put in, and you can plug your camera in and use it for any length of time, such as things like time lapse, or if you're going to be shooting in one spot for a long time and you don't need portability, this is what you do. Let's get all this stuff opened up. There'll be links in the description for all this and the Canon R5C and all these lenses. Let's get busy. This is the battery adapter. It's a fake battery that allows you to go ahead and power up your camera, and this little cord right here will jet out of the door. There is instructions on how to assemble this and put it into the camera, but basically this goes in the camera and powers up the camera so that you can work on the camera all the time with AC power. They had this cool little felt bag right here. Inside the bag, we do see the actual power adapter right there. So that plugs into this part right here. And then, of course, the power cable goes to the adapter right there. So that's the battery AC kind of hack for powering up the camera all the time. This should be a battery charger and 3 batteries. And here are the 3 extra batteries that fit a lot of the Canon products. This is one of the aftermarket batteries, LP E6NH. It does have a USB cable with it, and it is a USB Type-C to our existing USB power, and it did come on. It has a cool little display showing all the batteries charging. This is awesome. So that is the triple battery charger. Link will be in the description for that. All right, guys, now that we have our R5C right in front of us, I'd like to go ahead with you guys and try to remove this manual focus. Let's get this thing up on the desk. Okay, so the first thing is that just turned, this little lever turned, and then this manual focus did come right off. And then we should just be able to pull the rod out like this. And then for this next step, we will need Allen screwdriver. Definitely was tight, very tight. So that is that. That came directly out, so no problem whatsoever. I will store all these. I'm gonna live with that just for now because I'm gonna be changing lenses anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and leave on this pistol grip. It might make it a little bit easier to do video with for now. Here's a look at the small rig battery pack on the back. You can see it is up to 84%. It charges with USB-C and it has USB type A and C outputs. It's connected directly to the side of the R5C. This mount protector right here, basically what that does is it tightens down on your cables and prevents them from bending, because there's a big problem with this camera and using these side ports. They get bent, and there's a small USB-C and a small HDMI mini, I believe it is, on the side, and they're notorious for getting damaged. So that is a look at the back of the R5C and the top of it right there. And there's the 35mm anamorphic lens. We're going to go ahead and shoot a segment with that right now, and I'll show you guys in post-production how we take that anamorphic 1.33 image and then we de-squeeze it in post. And what that does is allow much more data to be added to the view. So it basically has a much wider field of view. This is now the small rig tripod unboxing. So let's get this tripod directly out of the box here. Let's see what's inside the bag, and let's see if it actually does work with the small rig cage. All right, we got the small rig tripod undone. Really cool packaging. It was packaged very nicely. No issues at all with that. It's pretty cool. It has red anodized rings and some red anodized clamps right here. Okay, it was pretty simple. I watched the video here. What you do is unscrew this part on the tripod a lot. This little piece that goes right here comes out, and then that piece screws directly to the bottom of the camera, just like that. Pretty easy. Now the camera should just sit on top of here and be screwed back down to tighten it up. And there we have it. It is ready to go on the tripod now. Super easy. Just of note here, it also did come with this cool clamp for like a phone or a tablet. So if you want to use it for that, you have the ability to do that as well. Okay, before the battery dies in the GoPro, we have a mission now to transfer the DJI mic to the R5C, and it looks like there's an audio input right here. I was able to use the same shoe to attach the DJI mic to the camera. Now all I have to do is tighten down this little clamp right here. So I will go ahead and connect the mic right there, and I'll be done with the mic part. We went ahead and put the tripod on the stand. There is a leveling system right here. There is bubbles on it also to show you that it is not level right now. You can fix this by just opening up these screws and then adjusting the camera till it is level. We're gonna shoot some video with just a tiny bit of light. We only have the light in this room and the light from this big lamp pointing at us, so this is what it's going to look like next. You're going to see us shooting from the R5C, the first video ever shot from it. I'm going to try to shoot at 4K, 24 frames per second. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. All right, guys, so I poked around a little bit inside the Canon R5C menu and watched a couple of videos. I went ahead and changed the lens out to the 24 to 105. You're looking at this lens right now zoomed all the way out. It is shooting in 4K at 24 frames per second. I want to see how that looks in DaVinci Resolve as well. So that is the first look at the Canon R5C at 24 frames per second, 4K with no light except for just available light right inside of this room. Now let's take a look at how you can get your own Canon R5C on Amazon. All right, we are right in front of Amazon right now, and we are actually using the Canon R5C as we speak. And here is a good example of a refurbished R5C with lenses and memory and things like that. Beware of some of these though, because they are also sometimes foreign cameras, which may not have a warranty. So sometimes these good deals come with the caveat that you got a foreign camera, so it's not a US based camera. There is a body right here for $29.99 available. That is no lens. That is what the camera is going for right now. $29.99. You would have to buy your lenses completely separately. So the 24 to 105 is what we are shooting on right now. That is a good lens for a starter lens. I am going to buy a 15mm wide angle lens too to do vlogging on. Go ahead and check the link in the description. I'll have some options for you for the R5C. And we want to thank you guys for 108,000 subscribers now. Very cool. This is so amazing of you guys to help us and support the channel. Go ahead and go down in the description and order a Canon R5C if you would like to try one out. Grab a lens. And thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing. Order anything you want also when you go down in the description. You don't have to get the Canon. You can buy anything you want, and it does help us out so greatly. And we got to get out of here, guys, because we have to go to lunch soon. Let's go. Fuck. Piece of fucking shit. Bye. Over it. We're out in the garage and we're going to take a look at this carburetor tuning again. And the first thing we are doing is following a video here because we jacked it all up last night. And he says the air fuel screw down here at the bottom that you run all the way in first. So I'm going to do that because Joe did some craziness with it trying to tune this thing. Good morning, guys. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And you have Brad here on the channel, and we have a big problem today I need your help with if you know about these engines. It is absolutely hosed. I have no idea what's going on with this. So the goal of today's video is maybe to get a avid hardcore subscriber to help me figure out what's going on with this. I have a feeling, but I'm not 100% sure. So let me describe what's going on with this bike. So Joe and I drove the bike the other night. It was running fine. Joe made some tweaks to the carburetor to try to get it to run better because it had a high speed, like not a high speed, but under throttle load. Sometimes it would break up. And so we made some adjustments to the fuel mixture screw at the bottom and the idle screw. When I drove the bike home, I got it all the way home, and then the bike wanted to go dead. And then after that, it was hard to start up. And then after that, even harder to start. And then all of a sudden, it wouldn't start at all, but it was easy to pull the string. And then I sprayed some carburetor cleaner directly into the carb and attempted to, oh, the light went out, attempted to start the thing, and that's where we are now. So that leaves us where we are right now. This bike will not start, and it is super, super hard to pull the pull string. Like, I can spray some carb cleaner in it, and when I go to pull the string, it's like it's spitting fuel out of the carburetor now. It's spitting the starter stuff right out of the carburetor, and then that's what happens. It like almost ripped my hand off, and it did get me on the leg pretty good, but it's like hard locked at that point. You can't pull it over. And then watch this, I'll show you guys something else. Okay, so I'm removing the spark plug now. So this is a brand new spark plug. It is gapped properly. Spark plug is completely out of the motor. And now pulls over just fine. And there's no fuel coming out of the spark plug hole when I pull the motor over. And I have actually blown out the cylinder with the air compressor. No fuel coming out. It's completely dry. So that is the state of the motorbike. I have done a lot of reading online trying to figure out what's going on, and apparently there is a compression valve inside of that cover there that might not be working properly. It's going to take some research to figure this out. I'm not sure if I want to pull off this valve head and try to clean out that maybe there's goop in it, or maybe it just needs to be replaced. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it has a spark plug hole under there. I got to do some research on it, but I'm going to pull that cover off and see what's underneath. Okay, so I took the valve cover off. I thought there was some kind of compression valve, but this has 2 regular valves in it, and they seem to be operating properly. So I don't know what's going on, but now you can see, like, that feels a little better, but it's still... It actually feels better. I don't know why. But there is spark. I checked that. It actually feels much better. It's not perfect, but it's not so hard to... It's different for sure. I don't know what I did, but it's not starting. Let me make sure it has fuel in it. That'd be funny if it didn't have gas. I can't get the fuel cap off. Something feels different now. By the way, my gaskets are all busted here. I gotta fix that. Wow. Pliers to get it off? Something is up with that as well. There's plenty of gas in it. I ordered an e-fuel cap. Oh, the spark plug wasn't connected. Duh. Probably start now, huh? Well, it pulls easier, but it won't start. Let me tighten the spark plug a little bit. Oh. Okay, nothing. Started. in. Fuck. Piece of fucking Over it. You can see my frustration with this thing. I was able to get it started once and now it's fully completely locked up again and I can't start it. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I don't think it's the carburetor. That's working fine when I move the throttle. Does it have fuel? I can't tell if that's fuel there. I mean, I guess it is. Can't tell if that's dry. I don't know if this is dry or what, but anyway, that's where I am. I don't think fuel's going in there. Maybe the jet's clogged. I have no idea. That's where I am. I don't know what to do next. I'm super frustrated. I'm ready to just get rid of this thing, honestly. All right, I got back from my trip this morning and this is what I found. All right, guys, the dumpster is here to start the driveway project. It's not in a good place, but it is here. So they are going to be dropping this dumpster right in front and it'll go right in front of the house right here for 24 hours. All right, guys, we are outside and this is where we are getting the driveway done and the pavers will be going all the way over here and a new addition that's going to be right here to go up to the gate. And all this will be paved. And so they are here with the truck and then the delivery will be today for the materials. We're gonna walk out here and get a little update on the driveway situation. They have been working on this for a little bit now, and they have a dumpster out there, and they are using heavy equipment now to get this thing out. Let's check it out. Check out the roots. There's going to be roots underneath there. When they get this part up, you can see where it's coming up. All right. This is what's up. All right, let's go get a little update here. I saw a lot of the concrete gone. Wow. Whoa. That's crazy. So I guess that's what was making the driveway come up, is that route right there. They were removing it all. Can I close it? All right, we're gonna close the garage now. All right, let's go out front here and see what they're doing in the sidewalk area. Yeah, they're still working on it. Looks like they got about half of it torn up. All right. Yeah, so it looks like the tear out is going really well. They're going to be done with this part. Those roots on the driveway are the whole reason that the driveway is buckling up and that it has to be replaced. But these guys are killing it right now. They are absolutely killing it. We were supposed to have pavers today. I don't know what happened. I let the company know that they didn't show up. So I don't know what's happening with that. But yeah, this looks like they'll be done within the next hour. So. Little update, they are tearing out the garden right here. This is all coming out. This will be a sitting area. So they're getting rid of all these plants and getting rid of all the lights, and the sprinkler heads will be capped off and all that. So yeah, that is next on the list. You can see them here. Tearing up that part of the garden. It's gonna look so awesome. We have like good furniture out here. I'm hyped. Just like that, they have the jasmine all out and the plants all out, and they are clearing out all the mulch and dirt that has been here and piling up for years. Pretty awesome to watch this go, honestly. I love it. The purge. Alright, the pavers just got here, so they are offloading them right at this moment. You can see right here, a big truck full right there. And they are all right here. They got their forklift going, and a lot of those pavers are for me. We'll see what it looks like when they get done. We were out here, got all the pavers done, unloaded, and they are on the lawn, ready to be installed tomorrow. Let's go. All right, I got back from my trip this morning and this is what I found. So they did finish a lot of this while I was gone, but however, they have to come back and fix a few things. But this is what we did. We extended the driveway around this way and up to the double gate. Now you can park a car right here, or the golf cart can go up in there with no problems. And then over here, you guys can see we came all the way up to the garage. And then right here, we eliminated this garden space right here. And then we did all the way up to the house with the pavers. And now the tree removal service is here to get rid of a tree for me. And that's going to do it for this one. We'll continue this. We'll see you guys next time. Later. Eat your dinner, man. Before everybody else eats it.
He's more worried about that grass.
Yep. Turtles are tormenting him. This is Supercar Street Racing, and this is the 2018 Mercedes GLA 250. And we're going to review it. Take a look at the front of the GLA 250. Check out this stylish silver grille that Mercedes added. Down here, it has fog lights. This is almost like the grills on the SL65 AMG. The front has a pretty aggressive stance, as you can see here. Take a look at the side of the GLA 250 from Mercedes. This is the 2018 model. Here are the wheels and tires they chose for this car. On top, we have a nice silver trim that runs the length of the car. And here's how it looks like from the other angle. This is the back of the all-new 2018 GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. Have a look at that rear diffuser and these aggressive square exhaust tips. And this nice rear spoiler. On the tailgate, they've got this nice chrome accent strip here at the bottom. And then another accent strip here below the car emblem and the Mercedes logo. This one looks especially good with the nice dark tint on the rear. This 2018 GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz has their 2-liter, 4-cylinder, turbocharged engine. This engine makes the GLA 250 seem really quick. It's rated at a 0 to 60 time of 7.2 seconds, but I found driving it that it feels much quicker than 7.2 seconds. However, it does have a little bit of turbo lag. And especially when you have eco mode on and the car has to start up at every stoplight, it can be kind of noticeable. But overall, this vehicle makes some impressive performance numbers from its 2-liter turbocharged inline 4-cylinder. This GLA 250 is not the 4MATIC version, so it's only 2-wheel drive. And it does manage to break the tires free on occasion. It has that much torque. As a matter of fact, the engine feels much larger than it actually is. I found the power to be more than adequate for everyday driving. Moving to the inside of the GLA 250, on the door panels, we have the typical door controls. Here's the lock and unlock feature. Here's the seat controls, which on Mercedes looks like the actual seat. So it makes it much easier to figure out how to adjust the seats. Here's the bottom, here's the middle, here's the top. Here's the memory feature for the seats. And for the mirrors, it stores your personal preferences for any person who gets in the car, and there's 3 available choices here. Here's the window controls and the mirror controls and the rear hatch opening control. Here's a good look at the seats on the GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. This leather reminds me a lot of the leather in BMWs. This particular vehicle has all black interior, which I think looks rather nice. The back seat of the GLA 250 is very roomy. You can see here there's plenty of room for 3 people to sit. And on this base model, there's not many controls back here. But right here, we do have a 12-volt outlet for your passengers in the back. Let's take a look at the inside of the GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. Taking a look at the actual instrumentation here, as you can see, we have a standard analog tachometer, an analog speedometer. Inside the speedometer, we have a standard fuel gauge, and inside the tachometer, we have a water temperature gauge. Right in the center of the dash, if we put the key in, you can see we have a nice LCD display, which currently shows the miles on the vehicle. And then it changes to the transmission selector. And when we start the car, it changes to the speedometer. Down here we have controls where we can toggle through a lot of the settings on the GLA. That setting there is for your fuel range. Here's your eco display, a trip computer, and back to the speedometer. On the steering wheel, these are the controls for the center display. And here's your controls for your telephone and your audio system. On the side here, we've got controls for your windshield wipers. Here's your cruise control. And down here, we've got fog light controls, headlight controls, and your parking brake release. Over here to the right, here's the ignition switch. And this car has no button to start, just an ignition switch. Let's take a look at the infotainment display on this 2018 Mercedes GLA 250. One thing I don't like about this display is it looks like it's just tacked on. It really doesn't look like it was well thought out. It almost looks like somebody took an iPad or an Android pad and just literally tacked it to the dash. Starting here on this display, here's the vehicle settings. Here we can change the locator lighting, the interior lighting delay, the exterior lighting delay, the ambient light inside the vehicle, and our locator lighting. If we back up one, here's where we can change the dynamics on the car. Here we can adjust the drive dynamics, the climate control dynamics, eco start and stop, which makes the car stop when you go to a stoplight or a stop sign, and the steering dynamics. I personally felt like sport mode was the best for all-around driving. And if we back out again, and one more time, we have settings for the telephone, the media, the radio, and the navigation. Now the navigation on this vehicle is on an SD card, which is right here. This vehicle does not have the SD card inserted, so when you select navigation, you'll see a slight pause, and then it's going to say there's no memory card inserted with the navigation software. If we back out again, we can take a look at the radio. So there's the radio. There's the volume control. And there's our selector. This vehicle does have Bluetooth streaming, so you can connect your device to here and stream Bluetooth audio. Here's your telephone controls. If we go down, we can change more options on the radio. If we back out, pressing the star button on the control gives us this menu. It has icons for everything you can select. If we go down here, we can take a look at the Mercedes apps. I've enabled the Mercedes apps function. It wants me to subscribe for a trial period, but I'm not going to do that. If we hit the back out again, and the star button, we're back at the icon menu. So there's a look at the infotainment system on the 2018 GLA 250 by Mercedes-Benz. Here's the control panel, separate from the rotary control. Down here we have your heated seats, your eco mode, your hazards, and down here your climate control, which can be set to zoned or global. Let's take a look at the rear hatch in this GLA 250 by popping this. And the rear hatch just opened. Here in the back, we've got ample room for luggage. A couple of cargo nets here and here. Inside here, access to the lighting. Plenty of room for all your luggage in the back of this GLA 250. If we push this button, it closes itself. And it locks itself. Taking a ride in this GL 250 by Mercedes, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to push down on this gear selector here to put the vehicle in gear. And you can see right here on the display, it did change to drive 1. Now this car also has paddle shifters, which are pretty fun right here on the steering wheel. So as you can see right now, to go up into reverse, we have to press up on this. And here is the display. Here is the backup camera display. We're going to go ahead and shut this down so that we can not have all the noise. Buckle our seatbelt here for safety. And we're going to go for a ride in this all-new 2018 GLA 250. Here's our backup display working nicely. And it's warning me to check my surroundings and not hit anything. Now to get this car into drive, we have to push down on the stick. The car did go into drive. And you can see right here, we do now have a speedometer there. We can change our display. To the Eco display if we want to. There's our range. Now the first thing you're going to notice here is that this vehicle is set to all sport. I actually prefer that setting better. To me, the vehicle just rides and performs great in the sport mode. It does have quite a bit of torque right off the bottom. Right off the bottom end, you can feel the acceleration. It's feels really good. The one thing I will say about this car though is that it does have a moderate amount of turbo lag. Once that turbo spins up though, this does feel like a much bigger engine than just the 2-liter inline 4-cylinder engine. Checking out the brakes. Brakes feel very nice. They stop very well. We can move our display over here to vehicle. And if we wanted to, we could change the dynamics of the vehicle back into comfort mode from sport. Like I said, on sport setting, on the suspension, engine, it does ride very well. I don't see a need to put it on comfort at all. And the performance is so good on sport that I find it just awesome to leave it in that setting all the time. Now, I haven't done a very long road trip on it. I might change my mind once I get on the road and I'm riding for hours. But that's the acceleration. The car does have very nice mid-range acceleration. Very nice car to drive so far. Here we see the car is in eco mode, so it shut down when I put on the brakes. Accelerating from that start right there, we did spin the tires. It does have a great amount of low end torque, which causes that to happen. And remember, this vehicle is front wheel drive. This is not the 4MATIC. Taking a look here at the stop sign. The car did shut off. It is in automatic mode. I'm going to turn that off. Car did start back up. Accelerating from the stop sign. Feel a little bit of turbo lag there. But it is worth it in my opinion for the amount of power that this GLA 250 has after that initial turbo lag. Got the speedometer up right here. I'm going to show you guys 0 to 60 now. See if we get a little wheel spin in the process. We are spinning the tires. There is 60 miles per hour. So I will say that right off the line, there is quite a bit of a delay from the time you hit the accelerator pedal until you get that nice delivery of power. Next, we're going to take a look at the mid-range acceleration of this GLA 250. So we are at 40 miles per hour now. We're going to do a little 40 miles per hour to 70 miles per hour as soon as we round this turn. Just accelerating here with a slight amount of throttle feels very nice. It does respond very nicely to the mid-range throttle input, but right here around this turn we're going to go 40 to 70. Here we are at 40. And we're going to put it to the floor there. There's a little bit of delay. There is 70 miles per hour. 80 and 93. Braking from 93. Very good. There is a moderate amount of traffic here. We are going to turn around now. And I'm going to show you another acceleration run. Turning around. Start from 0. Well, slight roll, and there's, you see the delay there, and then the wheel spin. There's 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Cruising along at 38 miles per hour, this car feels very composed, very comfortable. I see no reason why you wouldn't want to take this car on any number of long road trips. And I just might do that this weekend. So as long as you keep this GLA 250 by Mercedes-Benz in the power band, it performs very well, and there's very little turbo lag. However, if you let that turbo spin down, you will be waiting for it. Pulling back up in the driveway here. From a nice drive in this GLA 250. Final thoughts on this Mercedes GLA 250. This is the brand new model from Mercedes-Benz, the 2018 model. This is the non-4MATIC model, so this only has front-wheel drive. As you saw from the video earlier, this car does break traction quite easily in the dry with the amount of low-end torque that it has from this turbo inline 4-cylinder engine. My review of this car, I'm going to give it a 7 stars out of 10 rating. The reason it doesn't get higher, a couple of things. The turbocharged 4-cylinder engine has quite a bit of turbo lag. There's almost a 3-second delay from a dead stop if you hit the throttle full. If you let this vehicle get out of the turbo range, it is kind of laggy. So I give it that rating. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time with more reviews. We are back in the SCSR compound after a short vacation and being sick for a whole week. But today we're going to transform this piece of furniture, which is now a retired mini bike, into something special. Welcome back, everybody, to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and you know where we are. We're in the Supercar Street Racing compound right now, and I was gone for about a week on vacation, and I just got back last night. It took me like 3 hours to unpack, and I was sick the whole entire time. But nevertheless, we are back today with an important project because this retired mini bike will never ride again, and it is now a piece of furniture. I have decided to dedicate it to the SCSR compound here, and so we're going to make this thing something special today and make it stand out as a piece of furniture. Okay, during my roof replacement, one of the LED strips in the sunlight did fail. They were banging on the roof, and this one failed. So my plan now is to replace both of these with RGB IC because I did put the wrong ones in. This one is done. It is replaced. I ordered that one. It'll be here tomorrow. And so that freed up a RGB LED strip for us to use for the mini bike. It is not IC, meaning it is not individually controlled. It is just a standard Govee strip, and that'll be perfect for the mini bike. It won't do, you know, they can't address each LED, so it doesn't work like that. But we're going to be using that to light the mini bike, and then we're going to be using this cool plug-in USB LED for lighting the headlight up. We're going to come up underneath the headlight, just like that, with my light, and just kind of aim it like that, and it will light up the mini bike headlight and make it look like it is glowing. So that is our mission right here and right now, is to get some LED strips run. And I also ordered a runner for underneath this that is red, and so that will hide all the wires and everything, and then we will get power from back behind there. So let's get to work on running this Govee RGB LED strip now. And my plan is to go start underneath the fender, go up this little cross member under there, under the seat, down under the fender, and then come down under the bike. So it's going to light up the fenders, and it's going to light underneath the bike and underneath the gas tank. So let's get to work. All right, we do have our LED strip, and unfortunately it has been stuck already, so obviously it may have some issues sticking, but nevertheless we are going to go for it and try to get some work done here. So I'm going to start under here. I want this whole thing lit up here. Now we may have to glue some of this on because it is kind of, oh, and it's dirty under there. I'm gonna have to clean before I stick this or it's not gonna work. I do have some spray glue just in case, but I need to clean underneath this. Got our Windex here and our rags. Hoping this lets it stick enough, but if not, I'm gonna use spray glue. Not very dirty, honestly. Only thing I haven't figured out is how I'm gonna get from the fender to the up bar. That's gonna be kind of crappy. Yeah. I guess I'll have to come out. You'll see it there. I guess I need a new plan because my original plan was to come out of the fender at the bottom here and somehow get up to this bar. Now I'm thinking there's no way across here. I think maybe I'm gonna have to go halfway, then up the side, then under. Yeah, I think that's what I have to do. It's just unfortunate that this has been stuck already because it's going to be really hard to put on. But I'm going to go ahead and start at the front. Again, I don't know where I'm going to start plugging in either. I guess I'm going to have to hide everything under here. Alright, so all we did is just glue the LED strip underneath that, and then we're going to come out the back here and then come up this fork to the side of the fork and then up and then underneath the gas tank. Okay, so now we need to come up underneath the tank. There's already a black zip tie there and there's some cables in the way. I'm gonna have to cut that zip tie. It's too bad I don't have any black zip ties. I gotta get some pretty quickly. There's a black zip tie already here for the cables. And that has been cut. And we're going to try to stay on the back side so you can't see the LED making the run. Okay, a little update here, and I did get the LED run under the fender, and now it comes back out from the fender. It is zip tied to this frame here, but it is not completely good yet. So what I need to do now is finish zip tying it right here and then run it down underneath the body. So I think I'm going to put the stickiness is completely gone. So I'm going to put a zip tie down here. Okay, we can go ahead and test this guy out. We just need to connect the LED strip to the controller over here. Let me go ahead and do that when I get my hands free. All right, stepping back from the beautiful mini bike now, you can see what we did, and it looks pretty dang cool. Now all we have to do really is back here in the back, tape up where these LEDs are showing and reflecting off the fireplace with some black electrical tape. You won't be able to see them at all. And then get some of this LED strip stuck down where it's supposed to be and tied up, and then we will be looking great. So check it out. It goes underneath the gas tank, underneath the fender, down and below the bike. So it pretty much lights up everything underneath the bike. And we will be able to control this with Wi-Fi. And if we come here, we can then make it change colors. And that is sound activated. And so we can go into the app and do more things, but what we want to do now is get our headlight rigged up as well. Okay, we need a more permanent solution to mounting this controller here. So what I'm going to do is bring it out of the back and hide it somewhere back here and zip tie it up all nice. And so I think I'm going to just do it like that. Zip tie it right there. You won't be able to see it. And then I'm going to zip tie it to the back of the fork right here. So let's do that now. Our LED for our headlight needs to be mounted somehow, and it is directly powered by a USB brick here. So my thought was an extension cord hidden back here. Ouch, just banged my head. And then this guy just back here somehow, but I think you're going to be able to see the cord. So I don't know if that's going to work. I'm going to give that a shot and see what I can figure out doing. I really want it to be somewhere right in here. We got our extension cord tied up nicely with our little LED light, but the question is, can you see it? It's questionable until you get right up on top of it. So it's going to have to do for now until I can come up with another solution. Then the extension cord is going to run down the back and to the bottom, and then down there we will have a power strip kind of hidden, and it will get power underneath there behind this entertainment center, which we will grab from our huge power strip right here. Guys, we have finished our project 99%. All we need to do is get some black zip ties, our runner to get under there, and then we will update you guys when that is done. But we have finished all the wiring. We have our LED here for the headlight, which lights it up any color we want. It has a switch on the back. We have our LED underglow there, which is controlled with the Govee app, which I will show you now. All right, we have the Govee app open right now, and you can see that this is set on blue. We can switch it on green there, orange, or if we want to, we can go into a scene. Like emotion, we can go to enthusiastic. And we can go to happy. And we can go to breathe, which is one that I like. And relax. And yes, everything is controlled with the Govee app here. We just have to rename it because this used to be the Skylight. And yeah, we're pretty much done with this project. It came out awesome. I'm hyped. And we just took this everyday ordinary mini bike and made it into something special with a little bit of ingenuity and a couple of little pieces of electronics.
Unbelievably amazing, and it's the most. And I've been in a lot of wine regions in the world, and it's probably the most beautiful one I've ever seen.
That's what I've heard.
It's like on par with like Sonoma.
Hey guys, what's going on? Supercar Street Racing here. Saturday afternoon. Just got done with a big project on the house that you guys are going to see in the next day or so. But I am headed to Advanced Auto Parts because we're going to be doing a 335i oil change video, and so I experimented a little bit with getting a filter from, like Walmart didn't have my filter. I tried like 4 different ones and they were out of all of them last time. So I ended up getting the filter from Advanced last time, and it ended up costing just as much as getting everything from Advanced with the oil change kit. So the oil change special at Advanced is $37. It went up quite a bit, $37, $38. 5 quarts of SuperTech full synthetic, which is really good oil from Walmart, is $18. But when you go to Advanced, the filter is then another $14. So 18 plus 14, 28, 34. You're almost at the price of the oil change special. So you're better off just getting all your stuff from Advanced at this point. If they have your filter at Walmart, definitely buy it there. But they were out last time I went, and I don't want to make a trip over there for nothing. So I like the SuperTech oil. The full synthetic SuperTech is just as good as Mobil 1. It is actually made by one of those, you know, higher advanced oil companies and sold to Walmart at a cheaper price. And yeah, so I think I'm gonna head over to Advanced Auto Parts right now. I already have some oil, so I have enough to make up it's 6.9 quarts for the 335i. So I'm gonna go pick up the 5-gallon oil change special. Usually you have to buy 2 so that you get 6.9 quarts, but I already have some oil. So gonna run over there and grab an oil change special now. And then after I have that, I'll update you guys on what's next. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys too, it's about $100 to get the oil changed at the local BMW specialist shop. If you're not into doing the work, then I suggest you just take it to them or the dealer. I think the dealer charges like $150, but I can do it for about $45 is what, $50 max. So that saves quite a bit of money on this oil change. So I actually like doing it, but the difficult part about doing this car is that it's so low to the ground. Not only do I have to have a low profile jack, I also have to drive the car up up on little boards to get the car even high enough where the jack will go under it, because I do have the M Sport suspension on here. So it makes it kind of hard. So I have to go on boards first. Then if I want to, I can maybe get it on the ramps, but I'll just put it on the jack, and I'll show you guys the jack point is right like underneath the shifter here under the car. There's a little point where you put the floor jack under. So yeah, so it's not an easy oil change by any means. And really, honestly, once you have your floor jack under there, you can just get your jack stands under there, and you don't really need to drive it up on any ramps. Those jack stands will definitely save your life, so do not get under the car without jack stands ready there for some emergency support if you need it. Alright guys, we are about to pull up at Advanced Auto Parts here. If this guy in the back doesn't ram me driving aggressively. Going to get the oil change special. Looks like it's kind of crowded in here. We are at Advanced Auto Parts. I'm not gonna record in the store because, you know, it's awkward sometimes for the people that work there. Alright guys, just got out of Advanced Auto Parts. Ended up getting the Mobile One 5W40 European formula, like the car knows if it's, the oil knows if the car's European or not. It's ridiculous. But I got the K&N oil filter. It was $40 for 5 quarts of oil and the oil filter. So this stuff has gone up $10 since the last time I did it. But I already have some oil at home. Don't feel bad about mixing full synthetic oil. It's no big deal. Doesn't matter. And I'll update you guys next when we get there. I think that's a 640i in front of us. All right, guys, we are done with the gym now. And I forgot I don't have an oil change collector thingy, bucket. You know, they suck anyway because they leak no matter what. But I have like a plastic tray that I put them in. But I need an oil change collection thing. So I'm gonna head to Walmart here and see if I can find one. People will go at the light, you know, they like to stop and keep you there until it turns red. And so yeah, we're gonna hit Walmart up right now and see what they have. All right, we're out here at Walmart now. Looks like we got a 16 quart container here for 12 bucks, not bad. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that now. I think that works perfect. Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Today we got a good special video for you guys because my last video about the Honda Civic oil change did very well. I think it has around 25 to 30,000 views right now. So I thought we would take some time to check out how to change your oil in this 335i. And now this is an N55 and this is an E93. Pretty much N54 will be the same procedure. And so we need to talk a little bit about what tools you're gonna need to do this oil change. And let's start from here and work our way over that way. So first thing you're gonna need is a funnel, unless you're gonna just try to pour it without a funnel. Next, you need the oil filter housing cover wrench. And this is one that I ordered off of Amazon. I'll put a link in the description. Now remember, BMW is smart. They don't have an oil filter that screws off from the bottom and covers you with oil. They have a cartridge-based oil filter right here on the top. It's right underneath this guy right here. I'll show you later. So this is the wrench, the socket that gets the top of the oil filter housing off easily without you having to use vice grips and ruining your nice oil filter housing. Here we have a oil drain pan, I guess you would call it, that I just got from Walmart. It was $11 and it says it holds 16 quarts. So the engine in the N55 holds 6.9 quarts of oil. Remember that when you're going to shop for oil. We also have our ratchet here, and it is just a standard ratchet. Now the drain plug is 17 millimeter. We got a breaker bar here just in case we need that. We have some towels. Always have some disposable towels and always have some regular towels. And then the last thing is your supplies. Here are the rest of your supplies. Here we have 5 gallons of Mobil 1 synthetic, and we have a K&N oil filter. Now this was all purchased with the oil change special at Advanced Auto Parts. So 5 gallons of oil, and the filter was $40. Now I already have 2 more gallons to make up the 7 gallons. You're going to need 7 gallons of oil to change the oil in this N55. This is an E93, E92, E90 are the same car. This is just a convertible. So here's everything you need once again. You need a funnel, oil filter housing, cover, wrench, which is right here. These are available on Amazon. You need some regular towels. You need a K&N or other oil filter. You need oil, 6.9 quarts of oil. Oil drain bin, ratchet or wrench, 17 millimeter socket here. A breaker bar maybe, if you can't get it off. Shop towels, and a couple of more things, which I'm going to show you next. So there's a couple of other things you're going to need for this oil change, and since my 335i is so low, I have the M Sport suspension, I need a low profile jack, and I need 2x4s. I cannot get this jack underneath the car here without first driving up on some boards. The car is way too low. You might find that the same on your car, or you might have a little bit higher suspension, but you're going to need at least a jack or ramps, and this car will not drive up on ramps, it's way too low. You're going to need jack stands, 2 jack stands, and maybe some wood to drive your car up on the ramps, because if you're like me, you've suffered from having a low car forever and it just does not want to drive up on the ramps. So we drive up on the wood first, which I'll show you here shortly. Then we jack the car up with the jack, and then we put the car on jack stands and let it down, pull the jack out so we can actually get under there.
Let's talk about everything you're going to need to change the oil in your E90 BMW. You're going to first need an oil filter. BMW uses a cartridge type oil filter. You're going to need an oil filter cap removal tool to take the cap off the oil filter housing. You're going to need a 17 millimeter socket and ratchet, or a 17 millimeter wrench, and possibly a breaker bar. You're going to need an oil drain pan to catch the oil. You're going to need 6.9 quarts of synthetic oil. You might need some shop towels. You're going to need jack stands, probably a low profile floor jack because the cars are so low to the ground, and maybe some old wood to drive the car on to get the floor jack under the car.
Alright guys, we do have the car up on some, not up on, but we're about to drive the car up onto some wood here. Just be aware this wood has a tendency to slip. Make sure there's no nails in it, because I almost drove onto a nail one time. And we are ready. Mr. Beach just came in the garage. Let's go ahead and drive up. If we can, if it doesn't slip. Alright guys, that didn't work at all. It just pushed the actual carpet here, so I'm going to try some different pieces of wood here. So these guys work pretty good, these flat pieces. I'm going to go ahead and put them on top of that, right there. Hope they don't slip. This is why changing the oil in this car sucks big time. Let's try to get that up on those too. Alright, I think we're on there. I believe we got that. We did. Okay, cool. Now we must have enough room now. Let's make sure you're still in the frame. You are. Now there's a jack point in the center. It's kind of hard to see, but it's right in the middle. There's a hole. There's literally a hole where your jack fits. You can see it. If you look under the car, there's a recessed area where your jack is. You know you got it wrong if you get the plastic part and the wrong spot. Yep. So there's a plastic cover underneath here. Your jack fits right in the hole. And I'll show you guys once we get under the car. Car is coming up. Now it's so low that I like to have some room to work. And we gotta get the jack stands under it. Yep, we're on the right mounting point. This is a Pittsburgh. Even the lowest profile jack I could find at Harbor Freight does not go low enough to get under this car without driving it up on the lid. Now we take our jack stands. Got our jack stands here. Raise them up. There's some jack points over here. Now here's the other issue. Now your wood is probably in the way of your... okay, it's right here. There's a jack point on the side of the car, which I'll show you guys too. Go ahead and go up a little bit more. So I can get all the way under there. Alright, so there's a kind of a rubber plastic jack point on the side of each side of the car that you want to be under. But don't put your wood too long on there because you won't be able to get your jack stand there. This side just a little bit. Needs like one more bump of the jack. Alright. That's perfect. Got the jack stands under there. Now the jack can't stay under the car because I don't have room to work. If it is, I'm going to go ahead and lower the car on the jack stands very slowly. So you just... Now, I would like to have this stay underneath the car. If I can work under there, I'll do that. If I can't, I will pull the jack out. Alright guys, I did jack up the jack about one press to get the stress off of the, not completely off of the jack stands, but to get some weight on the jack. So I can show you guys this. So there's the jack mounting point. It's very clearly a circle there. And then right there, that is where you open to change the oil to get to the drain plug. So obviously the jack is in the way here. We might still be able to put the drain on top of this jack, but we are going to need a screwdriver to get that out, and I forgot to mention that in the tools. This, you just put a screwdriver in the middle. It looks like it's kind of stripped out on mine, but yeah, let me grab a screwdriver flathead. Alright guys, I managed to get some light under here and got the flathead. So you just, wow, this thing's super stripped out. Yeah, this guy is stripped. So my little cover stripped out. You're supposed to just be able to put that there, and it is not gonna happen. So I gotta turn it by hand or with a wrench. Let me see. Okay, almost. All right, I'm gonna do this with 2 hands. All right guys, you can see here the little flap just comes down and there is the oil change. Let me get the light on this thing so you guys can see it. All right guys, there is the 17 millimeter bolt, so I'm gonna get out and get the tools I need. That's very hot still. The jack is right in the way, so I hope I can get the oil change tray like right here to catch the oil. I usually take the jack out, but I'm kind of nervous about doing that. I don't trust the jack stands 100%, but there is what we need to take out. I do have a 17mm deep well socket and a ratchet for this, so I'm gonna go grab it. Alright guys, here is the oil pan drain thingy catch, whatever you want to call it, and I was hoping there wasn't a big hole there. There's not. This will catch your oil drain plug when you put it in. So what we will do is slide that dude over like this from this side. Get that under there where we can get to it. And then let's also put some towels under there in case we try to make a mess. Get our shop towels out. Have those ready on standby. We got our shop towels here. We got some regular crappy rags for this. We'll throw those under here on this side. And if we need the breaker bar, which probably that might be a good idea just to use that instead of the 17mm socket, then let's just take the breaker bar under there. Probably make my life easier. Got the breaker bar, 17, let's get under there and do some work. Alright guys, I don't know how that shot's gonna look. It's kind of propped up somewhere because I can't get the tripod under, but I got my breaker bar. And this little trap door comes out completely, as you can see here. I don't have my oil drain pan in here yet because I'm not quite ready for that because the oil is so hot. Yeah, this barely fits in here with a deep well. You almost need a regular one, which I don't have one. Can you believe it? I don't have a 17mm regular. Okay, that came off real easy. We're good. We'll use the okay, yeah, we're really good. I'm gonna let that cool off for a little bit before we actually start draining the oil, and then I will update you guys once the engine has cooled down quite a bit, and we will go from there. But this is ready to go underneath here. So I've got the fan blowing on the engine, cooling it off so the it's not so dang hot when I get under there. But I forgot to tell you guys, in preparation for draining, always take off the oil cap because it lets the oil flow more freely. So just take off the cap, remove it there, and it'll allow the engine to breathe when you pull off that oil drain plug. So I'm gonna let this cool down for about 30 minutes before I start. Alright guys, while the engine is cooling down, let's take a look at what's in the oil filter box here. There should be a few things in here, more than one thing, probably 3 things. Alright, so we got our, remember the BMW is a cartridge, not a oil filter. So there's the cartridge. Now here's important couple things. Inside this bag here we have a new O-ring for the oil filter housing top. We have a new crush washer for the oil drain plug. Do not forget that. And then we have a new O-ring here for the cap on the oil filter housing top. So the easiest way to remove those, I believe I have a tool for this. Let's see. I do. So this is a nice tool for removing O-rings, so I'll be using that on the top. So we have all this laid out here. Have your rags ready to go. And we can go ahead actually now and take off the oil filter housing cap. Alright guys, so we got our ratchet here, we got our oil filter housing removal tool, cap removal tool, or whatever you want to call it. Just goes on like that, like a standard ratchet to a socket. Of course our fan is right in the way. Let me get that moved and then we'll go ahead and take that cap off. Alright guys, here is the N55, and this is the oil filter housing right there. Very prone to leakage. If you haven't replaced your gasket in there, it's going to eventually fail. So put our cap there in reverse. It is going to be tight. There's an O-ring seal in there. Go ahead and take that off. You better make sure you have all your supplies though before you start draining oil and taking this off. It's still pretty tight. It's going to be tight until you get it like almost off all the way. Now we're going to stop right there. It is loose. Now we are going to need some plastic bags to put the old oil filter in, so I'm going to grab that now. I am ready to extract this oil filter, so I've got the paper towels on standby. Now notice it tries to come out with it. It's very hot, by the way, so this is going to be hard to get out of there, but the cap wants to come off with it, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Set that over there inside the plastic bag so we don't make a mess, and I'm going to separate those with 2 hands. Guys, here's the old oil filter. There is the oil filter housing. Some oil got in there. I'm going to make sure I clean this off completely. Here is the oil filter housing cap. Notice the O-ring right there, that gets replaced. And that O-ring right there gets replaced. That's why we have the O-ring removal tool. So I got some paper towels here. The next thing I am going to do is completely get all the oil out of this old, the old oil out of the oil filter housing. So I use paper towels for that. I just soak it up in the paper towels. This gets rid of all the old nasty oil. Soak it up in the towels, and if you have gloves, put some rubber gloves on. I have some over there, I just haven't put any on yet. Go straight to your bags over here. I'm going to do that now. I'll show you guys when it's all done. I got most of the oil out of the oil filter housing, all in this bag. Now we need to take the new O-rings and get them onto the oil filter housing cap. But first, I'm going to go over here, get some of my nice gloves over here, my vinyl gloves, which I love using so I don't get my hands completely dirty. So let's bring this cap over to the workbench. And we can clear off our ratchet. We don't need this anymore until we tighten it up. And I'm going to put some gloves on and I'll be back with you. Alright guys, we got our oil filter housing cap off right here. Now, this is where I told you guys that the O-ring removal tool would be handy, and it is. So we're going to take this O-ring off here. And look at me not having garbage next to me to actually throw it in. Not prepared. Here is our garbage. Got that one off. Now this one's a little bit more tricky. Sorry about the clutter here. We got the extension cord running. This guy, just pull underneath there. And when you have this tool, it makes your life so much easier. Now get your paper towels ready. I'm a stickler about getting all the old oil off, which even though this oil is only about 1.5 months old, that's fine. I still don't want any old oil residue. Go ahead and clean out the inside of that cap right there and the outside of the cap. Get that all nice and clean. Just stuff that paper towel in there and give it a good, you're never gonna get it all out, but you'll get most of it out. All right, so now we are ready for our new stuff. So here is the package of new stuff. We're done with our O-ring tool. Let's open that up. Now don't forget, we haven't drained the oil yet, so we gotta save this crush washer for that part. But we do have our new O-rings. Now here's an important part of this. With your new O-rings, open your new bottle of oil, but turn it upside down first after you take the foil cap off. So I took the foil cap off, I flip this upside down, I take the cap off again. Now I have a nice cap full of oil here. I take that and I lubricate these O-rings. Just like that. Now this top O-ring goes right, well, let's do the bottom one first, that's probably easier. Obviously, they go back right where the old ones were. So you just like stretch them out over, and sometimes they can be a bit of a pain, but stretch them out over the cap. It falls right into the groove there. Take some oil from your cap, make sure that's nice and lubricated. That's what assures a good seal. Take your new one for the tip. Get that over there. Make sure it's nice and lubricated. And that is it for the oil filter cap. Take your oil filter, put some oil on the top and the bottom. Push that over your cap, and this thing is ready to be back installed, guys. Alright guys, so the next thing we're going to talk about is what you need to do before you put this oil filter back in. So once the oil is completely drained, completely out of the car, which is still very hot, so I'm waiting for this car to cool down, we're going to want to fill this up with oil before we put the oil filter back in. So we will fill it up to, you know, the middle of the threads there. We don't want to do that yet though, because we're just filling it on top of old oil that will get drained out. So we're waiting for the car to cool down. Once the car cools down, we will go ahead and do the next step. All right guys, so the car has been cooling off for a while. We're gonna go ahead and try to get this oil out. So let's see if we can make a total mess. I've got some towels. And I'm gonna have to move the light somewhere else. Oh, it's already dripping. Okay. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have listened to that much, huh? Already drippage. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this towel down just in case. It's a good idea to put extra towels down in case you make a total mess like I'm about to do. Oops. Oh, here comes Mr. Banks. All right, so yeah, that's gonna work okay, I think. It wants to kind of slide off though. Let's see what works best here. So I'm trying to get this thing up, and I actually need gloves too, so I'll be back. I'm gonna get some gloves on and get this thing going. All right, Mr. Banks insists on being part of this, so he is here. So we're gonna put something down here to raise this bottom up a little bit. And it didn't do much, but I've got the oil drain tray here. I got my gloves on. This is gonna make a mess for sure. Probably be hot too. But I hope that we get. Hope it doesn't go crazy out of the thing. Okay guys, we got the old drain plug right here. We're gonna take off that crush washer. Try to take off the crush washer with one hand. Oh, there's two on there. I'm gonna take that off now. There was actually two crush washers on there. There's a new crush washer. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on the car, and then I'm going to tighten it hand tight, and then about 1/4 of a turn with the ratchet. We have a helper now. I know. He's so excited to do this. All right, so for our next step, guys, we got all the oil drained out of the car. We are going to take our new oil here, and we are going to make a mess, probably, but we're going to pour some. Yep, we made a mess in the filter housing there. We spilled a little bit. Let's get that cleaned up. that's the first step, and then I'll get back to you. Today seems to be all about messes, but we are ready to put the oil filter cap back on. We got our O-rings. We got our tool here to put that in. So we're just gonna throw that right in there. And go ahead and screw that guy on. So I'm gonna hand tighten it. And then I'm gonna go about a quarter turn after I can't tighten it anymore with my hand. Still going by hand. Okay, that's tight. That's enough right there, just a quarter turn. If you can even do that. I couldn't even get a quarter turn after my hand tightened it. So that is all for that step, and we'll be back with adding oil. All right, so the next step is adding oil. So that shouldn't be too difficult unless you only have one hand, which that is what I have. Hey, dude. I know. I don't know why cats are so dominant in our videos, but hey, so we need to put 6.9 quarts. So this is 5 here. This is going to be a mess if I try to do this with one hand, so I'm going to do this and get back to you guys. All right, so we got approximately 6.9 quarts in there, and put the oil cap back on. Don't forget that, because I have forgotten it sometime. We are going to get in the car and start it now. And if you hear any weird sounds, don't be alarmed. There might be some few seconds before oil pressure starts. So what we're going to do now is just let it run for a second, make sure there's no leaks. I don't see any obvious leaks down there. Everything looks good up here. Let's go ahead and shut it off and get the car off of the jacks. All right, we're going to drop the jack stands if we can. Okay, we can't, so we got to raise the jack a little bit. Let's go ahead and close the hood for now. All right, so now we should be able to drop the jack stands. Nope, still can't. All right, let's raise it a little bit more. All right, that should be plenty. Got the jack stands, got all the stuff out of the way. Make sure there's nothing under there that can get drug. There's not. Get this jack stand out. All right, so we're gonna let this back down onto the wood now. Very slowly. So we can get our jack out of there. Screwdriver out of the way. All right, I need 2 hands for this. Don't see any problems right now. Oil temperature's cold, so we're gonna go ahead and start cleaning up. All right, guys. So the last step is to check your oil, but I have a different cluster than you, most likely. So I'm gonna push in the stick on this aftermarket cluster, find the maintenance, hit that, go to oil level, and you notice that our oil level is good. So we have completely done the E90 oil change N55. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you have any questions, put it in the comment section, and I'll see you guys later.
play these keys either. Take it.
All right, buddy, make it happen for video.
No pressure, right?
Nope, no pressure at all.
Live,
0.
right?
Yeah, we're live. We're streaming live. That's kind of loud. Sure we.
Money. Oh, that's the shot, dude. That's the shot, straight down the middle.
That's a good one, Joe.
Better than you.
You performed on camera. That was awesome. Guys, welcome back to the channel. On a kind of a bad note, I laid this bike down a couple of days ago, right after the last video we made showing Rich and Trish driving the bike, and subsequently messed myself up pretty bad in the process. And first of all, this thumb is beyond sprained. It looks like a log now. As you can see, it's black and blue. Don't think it's broken because I can slightly move it. Does hurt like crazy. The bike took some damage. This got pretty scratched up. I already touched that up with a paint pen. This fender got pretty scratched. The bike came down on this side and the peg got pretty scratched. This hand grip, this brake handle got scratched, and the tailpipe and seat got scratched. I already touched those up. I think this also got bent inwards, not sure. But I already know what happened, pretty sure. Basically, I took a turn a little bit too sharp, and there was tire dressing on the edges of the tire. You saw me do it in the last video. Huge mistake. These tires are slick on the edges, and when I took the turn, there was some dressing on it, and the bike came right out from underneath me, and the resulting picture I will throw up here on the screen. You guys already see this thumb is jacked up, and yeah, so put the bike down. So my first Easy Rider experience, and now I have to work on fixing the bike. I ordered a new handlebar, brake lever for it. I ordered a new grip. I think I just need to bend this back out. And yeah, that is all. And then next I will tell you what the next modification is for this. Okay, so we have this battery, and that is going to be the next thing that we are going to install on the bike. I think it will fit nicely right there up against the motor with some zip ties. And I bought a switch for the handlebars with a little LED light. And then the plan after that is to basically charge the battery when I'm not using the bike with a battery tender. And I don't think I have one anymore. I think I gave it to the guy that bought the cart. Let's see. Yeah, I did. I got to order another battery tender, so we will charge the battery constantly with a battery tender. This thing does have a generator on it, but I don't know if the little LED light on the switch is going to run the battery down when we're not using it, so we'll just charge the battery when we're not using it, and that should prevent the light from flickering, but we will find out. Guys, this is going to be a short video because I am injured and I can't really work on the bike right now. My thumb is pretty messed up. And as soon as we have updates for you guys, we will get back on this. But I hope you enjoyed it. Don't do what I did. Do not armor all your tires and then take a turn too sharp as the bike slides right out from under you. We are having an insane storm right now. The wind gusts got to be 50, 60 miles an hour out here in Jacksonville. This is crazy. Look at this. Florida life, man. Ready? Yes. If nobody pulls out in front of us, oh, there's somebody behind us.
There's the other one come from, turning right from right behind him. So hold on.
Okay. All right, so I have to hold the brake and the accelerator. Oh fuck, there's more people coming. Somebody probably gonna want to turn on you.
Yep.
Motherfucker in the middle.
But now you can get over.
I can?
Yeah, just do it.
I gotta stop. Is it ready?
Yeah. Stay in the left lane. Stay in the left lane. Stay in the left lane. Just do it.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Wait, it says both pedals pressed. What did I do wrong? It said both pedals pressed. What do I do? Hold down the brake?
Yeah, you hold the brake down.
Wait.
And then you push both down at the same time, all the way.
I did. It
and
said
you let it.
Wait. Firmly hold the brake down with your left foot. Fully press and hold the accelerator pedal down while holding the brake pedal. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll try that. All right. Still?
Yep.
Okay.
You're good. Got a car coming, but.
Car coming?
Yep.
Oh, there's an old lady right there. I don't want to be calling the cops.
No, they ain't gonna call the cops. She won't even hear it. She won't even hear it, dude. Come on.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
There's another car coming.
That's okay. They're gonna be in the right hand lane.
Fully depress and hold the brake.
Okay, hold the brake
Fully
down.
Press and hold.
Now hold the gas all the way down, and then let off the brake when it's ready. Right?
Here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Preparing for launch. It's squatting. Ready to launch. Now what do I do?
Just let off the brake.
Pedal.
Yeah, foot down. Oh shit!
Oh fuck!
Jesus
Make sure
Christ!
right up in front of you, dude.
Holy shit! Oh shit! That's crazy.
Woo!
Oh my god!
Lieutenant Mitchell, Maverick.
Zero noise, and it was just, dude.
On it.
That was insane. Good morning, guys. It is Friday morning, and it is kind of a sad day today. I am selling the 335i today. There is a guy coming from Kentucky to pick this vehicle up. He will be here any minute now, and so it's kind of a sad day. The car is amazing. I am letting it go, however, so I can concentrate on the SL65, and I have not been driving the 335i at all. So that car will be leaving shortly. You guys will see a video of it right before it's driven away, and until that time, I'll be crying inside. So this car is officially sold, unfortunately. Say goodbye to it. That's it. Goodbye, car. All right, guys, as you saw in the last video, the 335i is gone. You can tell now that I have room in my garage for something else. Look at all this space that I have now. So what's coming next? That's a good question. You'll have to wait and see. Tomorrow, I plan on bringing you guys some footage from the Cars and Coffee event. Me and my buddy with the Porsche will be going, and we will have an update then. Please like my video, subscribe to it, and you'll see what's coming next. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We have something special for you today. I thought I would come on camera on the intro and talk to you guys a little bit about getting my garage floor shark coated. You can see right here in this first clip, we are trying to get the washer and dryer out. But before that, I did a lot of organizing and stuff. Let's get this started. I'm so hyped for you guys to see this. Let's go. Welcome back to the channel. We are Supercar Street Racing. You can see right behind me here, it says it somewhere. And today we have something special for you on the channel. And that is we got the garage shark coated, and you'll see what that means in just a little bit. But first we had a lot of organizing to do, so let's get straight to that. We had to get a lot of stuff out of the garage. And so we did it, and we moved stuff around, and we made it happen. Let's watch. All right, so what you're seeing here basically is me in the kitchen, and I have already taken the cabinet out of the garage at this point. So what I'm doing here is there's a space over my pantry where we were keeping the cleaning supplies, but I decided that I was going to put the car cleaning supplies in here instead, and then move everything from the cleaning supply area for the house underneath the sink. So let's watch. So right here, basically what I'm doing is putting everything for the stove cleaning above the microwave, but actually I ran out of space under the sink later, you'll see. All right guys, as you can see right here, we got all of our cleaning products in here. It is a tight fit, unfortunately, but that is all the space that I have. I also have some overflow going up here where I will put some stuff that won't fit down there, but that's how it's gonna have to be from now on. And now I have to move the car products into the top here on this very top shelf because I can't fit all of the house cleaning products there, so it only makes sense. I just don't have a lot of kitchen storage here, so let's get busy putting the car products up here on this top shelf. Okay, we have finished mostly cleaning up. No, we haven't. We gotta do the rags. We gotta do rags, and then we'll be done with this automotive area. Now, this is just temporary until we get some real nice garage cabinets installed. This is what I have so far. A lot of this stuff is really just in here for the moment, so things like that aren't needed can go up top. Then all my supplies for my car cleaning go right here. Now let's get all the towels folded up and inside of here as well. All right, guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and we have finished part one of the video about our new garage floor being put in. Tomorrow, we have to get this washer and dryer out tomorrow with them. They're gonna help me. And you can see that this floor has gone through some abuse in the last 4 or 5 years, and it has tire marks on it, and it actually peeled up the epoxy here when the tires were hot on it, which is why I put the mats down. And you can see that the mats have basically melted onto the floor. But as you can see, I got the cabinet out of here today, completely out. I got cleaned out underneath it. Unfortunately, we can't take out the hot water heater. I was gonna do tankless, but I don't have enough service. I think I only have a 100 amp breaker right here, and you need at least 200 amps. I can't do that. We got all of our products out of there, out of our garage cabinet, up into the cabinet up here and up there. We got all of our cleaning products out of there and move them down underneath the sink right here. And then we put the rest of the overflow right up here on top of the stove. Now in this clip here, you can see the guys from Shark Coatings did get here pretty early in the morning, actually earlier than they were scheduled to, so I was kind of not ready at the time. But right here in this clip, you can see we're trying to figure out getting the washer and dryer out. Now just remember, this washing machine is actually 2 washers. I do have the thing below it that's a small washing machine. This thing is heavy, and my hand truck has flat tires, so we did struggle a little bit getting this washing machine out. The dryer wasn't so bad at all, and we took those and put them on the side of the house because they had to be out for 48 hours, where we covered them up with a tarp. So let's check it out. All right, guys, you saw my garage floor get shark coated. Such a cool process. They had those huge grinders. They ground everything down, and then they put the surface coat on there. And now what you're seeing on the screen right here is me prepping this back wall. Now, I took the bench out, and the bench had electrical running under it, so that left me with an issue that I needed to put electric down closer to the floor and over by the wall for my sprinkler controller and my landscape lighting timer. So what you're seeing right here is me doing the electrical work in the back of the garage. All right, we are out in the supercar street racing garage, and you can see right here and right now that the floor has been sharp coated completely. They did that yesterday and I let it dry overnight, and it is safe to walk on, but not safe to put the car on yet. It will be later tonight, and then tomorrow we can move the washer and dryer back. But as you can see over here, I'm already working on electrical for this wall, which you guys saw me doing a minute ago. I basically cut holes so that I could run power down to the corner for my landscape timer and for my sprinkler controller. I just had to figure out what I'm going to do about this wall, because basically I'm probably going to have to cut the pegboard and screw it back on, because the wiring is all running really bad through there. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and keep working on this, but you can see I've got I've got the box in, I've got the power run up to where I'm going to tie into the other power, and now all I have to do simply is tie in right here. But I went and painted the new receptacle and the new cover plate black, and also I put in a Echo Show wall mount hole here, and I have a Echo Show mount that I just painted black, and I ordered a Echo Show in black to go right here. Now let's get back to work. Alright guys, you just saw the last scene where I was doing electrical work, and basically what I had to do was tap into the existing electrical outlet so that I could get power for my Echo Show 5. I did have to cut the drywall to do that, so then I had to patch and paint, and that's what you're seeing in this next clip. And I also added a receptacle down in the lower left if you're facing the rear wall, and that's going to be for my irrigation system controller and also for our landscape lighting. So let's take a look at what I did here next by patching and painting the back wall, which was never painted due to the washer and dryer being there. All right, a little update from the garage, and I have finished the paint project. And let's take a look as we step back, and I'll go through everything that we did. Ah, yeah, that peel satisfaction. We did have the floors shark coated, and then we put the washer and dryer back up against the wall here on the newly shark coated floors. We also removed the workbench, added an Echo Show 5 there, and ran power down to this brand new receptacle, which is also a USB-A and USB-C charger. We moved our landscape light controller over here. We had to cut the wall, so I have to repair that somehow. I haven't done that yet. And I did a terrible job patching the wall. Probably one of the worst times I've ever done. However, there is a banner going right here that hopefully will cover most of that. So it's 4 feet by 3 feet. It'll cover a lot of it. And so taking a step back, you can see right here and right now how everything looks after the garage project. Now, I am considering getting a cabinet for right here. A really nice cabinet that covers up this ugly breaker box. We'll see if I can get one found, and it would just be as tall as I can possibly get it, and then cover from about here to here, or all the way across here to cover up this hot water heater. Eventually I would like to go tankless, but for now I don't have enough electrical service. Let's get the car pulled in here and see how it looks. All right, we did get the car all pulled in now, and we have the golf cart in as well. And stepping back, you can see how much space we have now. And I did pull the car in kind of sideways, but you can see there is a footer down here that you have to be careful of. I could go back more and over maybe another 6 or 8 inches, but now we have much more room in the back because the workbench is now gone. I could come back another foot easy there. And you can see I moved the charger cable to the wall here as well. And there is our Echo Show looking so fly in the wall. And so we have the Echo Show ready to go there as well. And stepping around, we have plenty of room here now to detail the car. And we have plenty of room for the golf cart as well. And I did keep this thing that was found in my yard randomly to put my car cover in. But yeah, guys, this is going to wrap up this part of the project. The only thing left to do, I have black blinds for that window. That's the last part of this project. And now let's take a look at it with the brand new garage door closed. And there you have it, guys. That is the garage project that I have been working on for months and months and months, coming to a close. And I do say it looks fly. Don't forget we have the hex lights. We have colored lights up here that we can change. And there they go, looking so fresh and fly. And guys, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you enjoy all this hard work I do for you guys. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. I'm Brad, and you just saw my whole garage project come mostly to a close, besides getting the blinds up on the wall. And now I want to take a look at this shark coating website with you guys. Go ahead and go online to sharkcoatings.com and check out the website. And you can see they did a great job on my garage floor, and I would trust them with yours as well. Guys, thank you for liking and subscribing, and we will see you on the next video. I'm so happy to have you guys with us. We got to get out of here. We spent way too much time sniffing paint fumes. Today we have a package from Amazon right here for the thrift store iMac. Let the upgrades begin. But first we got to shut this guy down, and he is just stuttering here with no RAM. 2 gigabytes from the factory. There's iMovie. Let's shut this guy down and see what we can do here. Spent the last like 3 hours copying videos from the phone, which are so big that there's no way they're gonna play. That's why we're shooting this video in 1080p, even though this guy doesn't even support 1080p. I think their resolution is 1680 by 1050. We got something here to help this computer. While this shuts down, let's unbox this bad boy. This new packaging. Ah, yeah. Right here we got the QE. Bring computer new life. RAM. Should have 8 gigabytes here of the same speed RAM. This thing started doing the enroll again for the school district, and it's irritating. I'm going to have to fix that. But let's take a look at this. Should be 2 4 gigabyte DIMMs here. Make sure you destatic yourself before you touch this and you destroy it. 4 gigabyte DIMM. And another 4 gigabyte DIMM here. And so apparently, by the way, I got shocked really bad by this thing the other day because I forgot that it was plugged in when I started working on it. So let's unplug that first. Now you should be able to just pull this tab. Oh, no, that didn't. Ah, yeah. Okay. That worked good. So what you do is you pull the little plastic tab here and the DIMM slides straight out like this. And you'll see it's keyed. See the slot there? Now our other DIMM should match this. If it doesn't, we have a problem. And it perfectly matches. So yeah, so then you just take your new DIMM and slide it right back in the same spot. Push it in and put the plastic tab back the way it was underneath the RAM so you can shut the door. Again, you just pull that plastic. Kind of a pain to get out after you do that because of course we are removing it with it angled the wrong way. Here's our new dual whatever ring RAM stick. Slides right back in the same slot. And then this bad boy becomes a new man. Oh, that didn't feel right. There we go. Alright, so before we put the cover back on, we're going to make sure she boots off, and if she doesn't, the RAM goes back. Simple as that. That's why I bought it from Amazon. Paid a little extra. Let's see if it chimes. Nothing. Did the power cord come out? Yep. All right, let's see. Oh, I hear it. Started right up. Let's see what it says when it boots. So far, so good, my friends. Everything about this Mac should be different. Went from 2 gigabytes to 8 gigabytes, so definitely a big increase in RAM. So we got the SSD, which is literally miles above what was available when this came out. It wasn't even a thing back then. We've got 8 gigabytes of RAM, which is not officially supported by Apple, but we're not using an officially supported device anyway. I mean, this thing is what? Let's see, 10, 13 years old now. So it's a relic of the past. So we go to when it loads up, and I'll tell you how much faster it is once we see how fast this part goes through. It's always normal for it right here to just spin for a second. But it's already noticeably faster. Booting up like way faster. So we go to this and we go about this Mac. And we have 8 gigabytes. Let's look at the memory. Yes. 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 We have 8 gigabytes of RAM in our $22 thrift store Mac, guys. Peace out. I hope you loved it. I'm going to count down from 5. All right, ready? 5, 4, 3. This dude, YouTube star. We gotta wait for Rich. These guys are going straight on my YouTube channel. We got Sam here, flexing, Carbon Black.
Shout out Carbon Black sponsor.
Shout out C Black. We gotta get rich. All right, while we wait for Rich.
Rich has already been in the car.
Huh?
Rich has already been in the car.
Well, he's got a video while you guys ride. They won't do it till I walk up. I've got it trained not to let you guys in.
Wait, what? There's a screen back here? What?
Record this for me. It's on. It's running.
Another screen. What is there screen down here?
That's for the rear passengers.
That's so extra. Is this brand new?
Brand new.
2023?
2023.
Dude, that steering wheel looks crazy. It's a yoke?
Yep. Alright, so you just slide it forward to drive. Alright?
Yep.
So it's ready to go. I like the steering wheel. That would be.
Dude, that's crazy looking. Like what?
Yep. The yoke.
Like what?
So the regen's insane on this thing. I never have to use the brakes because the regen's so strong. So you just let off the gas and it slows down by itself as it's generating power.
What are we looking at? Is it the back of the car? That's the back cam?
Front, yeah. Huh. All right, so I'm gonna get on it. I'm gonna count to 5 and then I'm gonna hit it, okay?
Jen's gone.
No, forget it.
Ignore?
Yeah. It's still recording?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna count to 5 and then I'm gonna go.
All right, let's go.
Are you ready? I'm gonna count down from 5. All right, ready? 5, 4, 3. Is it counting at the top?
Now it is. I tried to record on my phone, but I was thrown back.
Holy! What do you think about that, Sam?
Dude, that's a nice. Was that you or is that the car?
What?
Like, was that a preset? You click a button, or was that your foot?
That wasn't
down?
even launch mode. That was just normal from a.
Because I think launch mode's not that serious.
No, launch mode is faster than that.
What?
Yeah. It's drag strip mode is the ultimate, but it takes a while to get it prepped.
What?
Launch. Are you rolling?
I'm grabbing my glasses.
Are you rolling?
Yeah, I'm rolling.
All right, ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Are you sure?
We're ready.
All right, here we go.
Oh shit! Jesus! Oh my god! Holy shit!
There's 100. 120.
What? We just did 120?
So this car will reach. So it does a quarter mile in 9.5 at 157. It'll reach its top speed in about 11 seconds.
Jesus.
On 175, and that's where it's
wild.
I have never been launched. I mean,
You'll never feel that again.
I
I have never. That's not even drag strip mode. Drag strip mode is absolutely ridiculous, and it's faster than that.
I would get so many fucking tickets for this car.
Yeah, me too.
I could not even count how I would.
That's regen. I'm not touching the bird. It's like all the regen.
Dude, I'd be locked.
Sam, this is a go-kart, literally.
I know, dude. I want to drive it.
This is what $100,000 gets you.
Yeah. Should have gotten a Lambo.
That's about 250.
Yeah, I looked at it.
That is slower than this by far. Way slower. This car will smoke literally every Lamborghini, every Bugatti, every car name, every bike.
That's crazy.
Most
this
motorcycles.
electric did that.
I'm just like, I'm still appalled that my whiplash from the first one.
I know, because I was sitting like here. I was sitting up here.
You saw that I hit it before I got to one, right? I wanted to surprise you guys.
I'm like, holy fuck.
Let me get a shot of you with both hands on the wheel.
All right, man.
Good morning, guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, another unboxing video. You got Brad here, and I am hyped this morning for the Roland Star nightstands that we have here unboxed on the table. The only reason I did not unbox with you is because this one got set in oil, and you can see it maybe down inside of that box, and I was concerned that maybe they got ruined, or at least this one got ruined, but it did not. But when we open the box, we see this lovely styrofoam condom leading to the Roland Star nightstand table with power USB and LED. Guys, here we have the Roland Star ED009 EWERR nightstand, and this guy is a powered nightstand with both LED built in and ports on top such as power and charging. We have not seen that yet, but we will get to it soon. And when we open up the box, the lovely box filled with the styrofoam useless condoms, we trash those and get these out of the way. We have the following inside. We have this beautiful IKEA-like documentation here. More styrofoam to get in your way. Actually, I'm grateful for good packing, so I'm not going to get mad at it. But yes, we have this, can't figure out which way is up, but we have this lovely instruction manual here, which we will go through shortly. We have this accessories list here, shows you everything in it. I did read that the instructions on this guy were really good and that it was easy to assemble. It says you need a drill, pencil, Phillips, and a flat edge here. And then it has your instructions for putting together this nightstand, which we will get to here shortly. It does have this power strip thing, so it looks like it has two USB type B's on it and power. And here is the rest of the accessories and parts that come with the ED009WERR side table, which is going to be loaded onto the hype train here momentarily to be installed. And there is the lovely LED strip on the table. And this is a look what's inside. So we will get all these parts out and laid out for a beautiful video of putting the nightstand together next. Okay, we have all the parts for the lovely nightstand laid out on this wannabe workbench, my brand new Wayfair mattress and bed frame. And what we're gonna do right here, right now, is assemble this right here. We got through step 2. I was a little bit confused about these screws, but it's clearly labeled. That is my fault. And we are on to step 3 now. Alright guys, so we got this thing mostly put together now, and we are on step 17. And I actually skipped step 14 to put in the power strip. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Okay, we're going to eventually not power the LED strip here because the wire comes up and connects it. We'll power it down at the bottom. But now we have the remote here and we have to pair it. So it says within 5 seconds after the light strips are on, hold the on and bright buttons at the same time until the light strips flash white light. On and bright minus. On, bright minus. Oh, it's actually already paired. It's already good to go. So there you have one of the two side tables fully assembled, and now we will work on the other one. Guys, that is going to wrap up the Roland Star side tables. The LED side tables are right there, fully set up and good to go. And what I think the plan is to not power them up here. They can be powered by any USB adapter. So I think I'll power them in the back and avoid that cord, and also give us an extra spot for a USB Type B up here. And so that is what they look like sitting next to the bed. And of course I need lamps, so I will order some lamps and clean up the wiring and all that. Overall, the only issue I had, the screw Type B was the only one that really was an issue, and it wasn't too bad, but it was almost like it wasn't biting good, but I eventually got them all in. Other than that, super easy, maybe 15 minutes for the second one, 25-30 minutes for the first one when I wasn't prepared and experienced. And also, they both are configured. This one's configured to open up from the right, so it's convenient for that person. This one is configured to open up from the left, so it's convenient for that person. So that is going to wrap it. Guys, I will have a link in the description for these guys. Please click through my links on Amazon, no matter if you're ordering this or other things, because it helps me. It costs you $0 and it pays me just a tiny bit. And I hope you enjoyed this video. And this is how it looks. It's hard to see it all at the same time. But I'm glad you guys watched. Thanks for watching Supercar Street Racing. We'll see you again real soon. All right, we're out here with Dukes of Duval.
And Carter.
And Carter. And we're on the beach in Mayport. And we're about to do the craziest burnout.
A sand out.
A sand out. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Dang. That's it. That's it. That's everything. What's up, everybody? Got the AOR day or R day or whatever it's called phone tripod, because the last one broke because it was so crappy. The minute you try to tighten up the little hinge that stops it from moving, it broke. So I'm trying not to show my address here, so bear with me while I open this package with one hand, because that's what this is actually for. So I can do this stuff for you guys without having to use one hand. So let's take a look at this guy right out of the package. Got the box within a box. And it is really hard to open these things with one hand, but that's literally what this is for. Alright, so alright, well I guess that's going back now. So part of it fell on the floor right here. Looks like the part that you mount your phone to. Looks like we got a pretty hefty tripod, which a lot of people complain because this was heavy when you want to just do selfies and stuff, but like, dude, if you get a cheap one, it's not going to be light. I mean, you're going to have issues with that. I had it. Mine was like 3 ounces. It broke the second I tightened up that right there. It couldn't handle the weight of the phone, so it immediately broke when I tried to put the phone on it. And here's the phone interface. So that screws on right here to the end of this guy. And then once that's tight, so I do mostly landscape stuff. So now the phone should be able to go, I'm just breaking everything today. Should be able to go right here somehow. I don't know how you open up this guy right here, but that needs to open up because I have a larger phone. So let me check that out and see how you do that, and I'll be right back. All right, got the tripod connected. It's pretty heavy, like a good amount of weight on this guy. And so you can see now that I'll be able to do some videos with you guys. And maybe I could probably also extend this so I can get a little bit farther out. But this is the first time I'll actually have a tripod that I can, and it's tricky because you have to look over here. If you look at the camera, it looks like you're looking away from the screen. But so this feels solid. It actually has a good amount of weight on it. So I feel comfortable like putting that out there. And it looks like, so this is in, you know, the camera's flipped around to the mode where it sees me. And I think there'll be no problem like doing, you know, I like this thing a lot. So I'm going to flip it around now and do some other stuff and see if you guys like it. It's a habit. I look to the wrong side. The camera's right here. All right, so got the nice tripod now for the videos. So this is the packaging. Came with a remote Bluetooth starter button. Don't know how that works, but got some instructions here. All right, so step 1, pairing. Turn on the remote with the power switch located at the side. The blue LED light will flicker. All right, let's see. So we're supposed to turn this guy on. Let's see. Yep, okay, now what? Turn on your phone's Bluetooth settings and connect UB size. All right, let's try that. I'm doing. All right, got the remote paired. So now we have 2 settings here. We got an Android. So if you have iOS, you have a whole, like a different button, which is hilarious. Like you have to have an entirely different button. Let's see if it works. So we should stop in 1, 2, 3, stop. Yeah, so stop. No, but stop. All right, so I'm recording again. Here's the remote. I'm going to try to stop it. Negative. Okay, so it says step 2. I'll probably miss something. Okay, step 2. Open your phone's camera app. Press the button associated with your phone's operating system. If your camera does not respond, it may not be compatible. So I guess it's not compatible. So I guess I can't do this. A lot of people. Okay, Samsung. Go to camera settings, volume keys function, and choose record video. Open the native camera. Click the iOS button, not Android, and start the video. Click again to stop. Let's see. Okay, so that did stop it. I'm going to stop it again and try to start it. Wow. Okay, so the so the iOS button works on Android. So please tell me how that even is a thing. So there's the remote and the iOS button. 3, 2, 1. Yep. So the iOS button works on Android, which is freaking hilarious. I love it. So we do have the new remote, which I will post a link to in the description. It comes with a nice little thing here. It is beefy. I love that. Like, I'm not mad at you if you're going to produce a good product. I'm mad at you when you produce a product that's supposed to work and does not. This guy works with an S20 Ultra, which is heavy. It's holding the phone perfectly. There's absolutely no issues with this. And dude, I'm not mad at you. Good job. I'm going to have to give this a good review. So look, so I raise up. Yeah, so I move it this way, no issues. It doesn't tilt, doesn't. And I'm literally holding this by the tripod. So I'm holding it by the legs. This is, okay, some people, I guess this would be annoying, like if you're doing selfie stuff. It's a little heavy. I'd say it's a couple pounds. But dude, I mean, work on your biceps, whatever. So, oh, this is so much better. And I'll be able to set this thing up and actually you know, shoot myself doing products and things like that. So I think maybe tomorrow I'll be able to do a nice new video. I've got one planned, so I'll probably shoot it with that. But there's the different tripods you can get. And so you can extend this guy pretty far, 62 inches. So you can do selfie stick. I don't think I'll ever do that. I think the maximum I need is like maybe what it is right now. I don't really do a lot of selfie stuff, and I think if I do, I think I'll set it up like a tripod and just sit back and do like a nice presentation with it. So I'm gonna put a link to the description in the description for this guy, and I hope you guys try it if you're into using your camera for video. I mean, let's take it out here. We might have a he Karen showing up for Motorbike Boy. But yeah, this thing is awesome. That's what it looks like in Florida at 71 degrees. There's the beamer. Nice. I'm stoked. Now today, I actually ordered a video card, finally. So I've got a video card coming for editing, which I'm really happy about because I've been struggling with my existing machine. I haven't really had a decent graphics card to do video editing, so I ordered a Quadro, and that should be here any minute. So I'm stoked about that and doing a video about that and getting that installed, and I will see you guys in the next video. Check out this tripod though, it's bomb. Guys, right here in front of me in the Supercar Street Racing living room, we have the Lumery RGB AI Smart Pathway Light Pro Kit, 36 watts, 2800 lumens, RGB AI to look at today on the channel. So let's get rocking. Looking so fresh in this box, and it's sitting right here in front of me, and it is right now also in front of me. The Lumery RGB AI Smart Pathway Light Pro is a 36 watt 2800 lumen smart RGB AI light designed for outdoor use. It is rated at IP65, which we will explain later, and it has 48 feet worth of wire. It is a 4-pack, and today, in about 30 seconds here, we're going to be unboxing this in front of you guys and let you know what we think. We're going to set it up, see how it looks at night, and let you make a decision on whether you trust your money with Lumery. So let's get busy. The Lumery RGB AI Smart Pathway Light Pro sits in front of me inside of this box, right next to my drone. And we're going to open this guy up right now and see exactly what it is made of. But before we do that, we need the Supercar Street Racing knife. All right, inside the box now, and we can see this nicely laid out packaging here. And we can see one light here and one light here, and a nice instruction manual on top from Lumery. And inside of this little package right here, the styrofoam package, we do see the stakes. And here is one of the lights, and they are very, very solidly built. Pretty heavy. There is a good look at them. And if you're wondering if these rotate, they do. So the actual light will rotate. And I would say these weigh a good 2 or 3 pounds. And if you expected them to be plastic, they are not. They are solid metal, so very well built. And they do have on the ends here the quick connectors. The only concern being, of course, is that what do you do with the extra wire if you have less than that amount of space between? And right here and right now is number 2 on the set, which I am just placing back on the table. Then we do have the Lumery remote right here. And it looks like right here is the power supply. And if you're wondering if you're going to be able to use a plug, you can't. You have to use this brick. And then underneath, the same exact thing on the bottom. Let's get all these out of here, get them plugged in and connected to Wi-Fi and see how this works. Now my plan was going to be to use these on the dock. I do see that there is a large amount of wire. They give you a lot of extra wire, which in most cases is helpful. But in my case, it's going to mean a lot of wire to hide. And if you look at the control box here, there is a larger plug on this, and that goes right into the bottom of this AC power adapter. And they have it keyed so you can't do this incorrectly. This will only go in one way due to the keying on the bottom. Let's get this connected. Back with the Lumery LED lights, and the very last light will have a single connector on it. All the other ones are Y adapted so that you just go in a chain and it makes your life easier. So let's get these connected up the way that they're supposed to be connected. It took about 10 seconds to connect these lights together. They are keyed in between the connectors so you can't do them wrong. And right here we have the remote control for these guys, but there is already a control right here that allows you to turn them off and on. We do have the app open here and it wants the Wi-Fi information. All right, so we do see Lumery Pathlights Pro there. It did come back on and ask how many bulbs we have total, and we do have 8, so we hit confirm there. And now we can see the nice little screen here with the colors. It is set on warm white now. Go to color, we can go ahead and set them to whatever we want. I love how bright these are. Our next step is going to be getting them installed on the dock. We do have a challenge. We're going to put one at each corner on the dock and clamp them to the dock using this tape here. This has screw holes in it. We will get it very tight, and then we will clamp these to the dock, and then we have to figure out wire management. I'm kind of leaning on wire management inside. There's a hole right here, but it doesn't go very deep, so you can't put the wire inside there. We're just gonna have to see when we get out there and get this thing connected to power. All right, we are out here at the dock, and we see here that we have the old rope lights installed. Our first job is, these are completely broken, so we have to cut these off and get them right out of there right now. Now we have to be careful while we do this because there are alligators literally everywhere out here. So there might be one up in the yard. Nope, I don't see any there, but we need to be careful. No alligators there. Maybe they are out somewhere resting, but while we're working on this, we got to be really careful, like not to fall in like I almost just did. All right, we have our little friend out here watching, but we have our first light, and what we're going to do is connect this light to this power source here, and then we are going to attach it to the bulkhead, or sorry, the dock, not the bulkhead. All right, I should have painted the other one before I got it on there, but I'm gonna go ahead and pre-paint these black, just the fronts of them, and let them dry for a little bit. Alright, I went ahead and taped up and painted the existing strap so it would not stand out so much. Just waiting for the other plastic straps to dry now. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and pull the tape off and put some clear silicone behind this guy to start holding it. Alright, our next light is going to go right in the corner here, and we need to make sure that we have it the same distance above the dock, so we're going to grab our measuring tape and just see how many inches we have it below the edge here and match that up completely and try to get it just as tight this time, and then go ahead and silicone seal it together. Okay, it is supposed to rain today, so I went ahead and put a plastic cover over the other one so the silicone could dry. It is not fast drying. Unfortunately, I don't have any. That is a bummer. But I'm going to go ahead and get to work on the second one now that our paint is dry on the strap. Okay, I did get the third light installed. It is a little loose, so I brought some long screws out, and there is an alligator nearby, so I just have to be careful if he starts coming towards me. But I'm going to throw another screw in this one. Alright, we have finished attaching the lights to the dock and siliconing around the base, and now all we have to do is run the wires and clamp them up, and I brought clamps out for that. I have a whole kit, so I'm going to go ahead and connect these and try to keep them from going into the water. And then we have this big control box that we have a lot of wire going to here that we don't need, so we have to tie that up somewhere too and get this control box out, probably up on top of the deck here, the bulkhead. So let's figure this out. Alright, we have a ton of power wire and control box wire. We are fine there. That'll be the last thing. But we need to get this wire secured under the dock somehow. All right, we have successfully finished tacking up the wires for everything else. Now we have to worry about this super long amount of wire for the controller and how we are going to get that. And I think that we are just going to have to bite the bullet and just tie it up here and be done with it. So we have a good amount on each side here to zip tie up and somehow tack the controller somewhere. I'm thinking right about there. We are all done out here with the install of the Lumery RGB lights, and you can see right here they are on and they are powered by this smart switch. They are also smart themselves, but we are using the smart switch here. It will come on at a certain time, and whatever these guys were set to in the past, they will come back on. We did use these clamps, and we used some clear silicone also. When that dries up, it'll be nice and tight. And we did get the wires all tucked nicely up underneath the dock there. And you can see right here the lights are on at the moment, and there is what I did. That will all turn clear, so it will not be weird looking. And then we got one over here on this corner and one over here on this corner. And we can turn them one onto the dock and one onto the water to try to make kind of a cool lighting effect. So tonight we'll come back out when it gets dark, check this out, and see how the project finished. All right, we're out here at the dock, and it did turn dark, and Dukes of Duval came over. He's over here chilling underneath the patio, and this is what it looks like at night with the Lumery RGB AI outdoor path lights. You can see that we have one of the two spotlights aimed onto the dock and the other spotlight aimed onto the water, so it lights up the water quite nicely. And it came out really good. It took me about 3 hours to finish this project, only because I had to do special mounting to get them here on the dock with the plumber's tape. But you can see if we step out here just a little bit and take a good look at the dock, it really makes a big difference. And we got rid of the rope light that was around the dock. It was burned out anyway, so this has been a really successful project, and it looks super cool if you're off to the side because the water is all lit up as well. So guys, there'll be a link in the description to this. Lumery, please show your support. They supported the channel, so show your support for them by buying their products through my links, and we will see you guys next time on the channel. Later, Gator. Taking a look at automation here. I'm going to build a V12 twin turbo, try to make some horsepower. Hopefully my mic is working. It was really distorted last night. Let's go over to Card Designer. Actually, we went Engine Designer. Not Card Designer. Let's do new engine family. How do you turn off this physics CPU thing? Is annoying. I think it's in my NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get that turned off, but it's fine. Audio, I don't think we need this music. Alright. Let's go back to Engine Designer. Let's go to V60. Basically, we're going to max everything out here with the 12-cylinder magnesium. Notice here it shows you like the weight, material costs, and then engineering time. Do mag. Of course, we're gonna go what? Let's see. Bore and stroke maxed out. We'll do dual overhead cam, 5 valves, because why not? Looks like ALSI is the best head material. Can't do VVL, variable valve lift. So you got 3 choices here on your crank. You can do cast iron billet or forged. Obviously, billet is handles the most RPM here, as you can see. Now we got to do connecting rod, and look, you can actually see the engine while we're doing it. Wish we could move this up. Oh, we can. Okay. Good graphics, man. Let's see. Turn off physics CPU overlay. Right click, select control panel, go to control panel 3D settings, and unchecks visual 3D setting. I can't right click on the desktop. Alright, I'll worry about that later. Alright, so compression, obviously we want higher compression, but low enough that when we turbocharge, we won't have any any detonation. So let's go for like 11.5, which is a little high for a forced induction. Let's do a race cam. Can't do VVL, variable valve lift. We can do variable valve timing though. All cams. Let's check the quality up, of course, because why not? Because everything's. Oh, man, I heard something outside. I don't know what that was, guys. Alright, so we're doing twin turbos. We're going to do ball bearing turbos. We're going to do, why not, a 12,000 horsepower intercooler. There it is right there. Let's do a custom preset here. So we're going to have a 3.8 compressor. Of course, it's going to be laggy, but who cares? The turbine wheel is going to be 4.11. The more AR you make, the more horsepower you make. It's the compressor backside. We're going to let it do all the boost, 43 PSI, and jack the quality up, and you can see the difference here. There's what it looks like so far. Let's go hit the next button. I think I found the NVIDIA control panel. Oh, I did. Let's see if I can get this physics CPU thing here off. Alright, so we're going to do injection, obviously. And there it is. 3D settings. Where is the show physics? Enable overlays. Where is it? Okay, I don't understand. Alright. Uncheck the show physics. Okay, go to control panel 3D settings. I unchecked it. Oh, maybe I have to exit the game. Okay, anyway, looking like we got our fuel mixture here. We want to be in the low 11s, 10.5 to 11 when you're under full boost. Hopefully the thing knows how to curve the fuel. More timing, of course, means more power. However, you can run into issues with detonation, so we're going to try advancing the timing a little bit of time. This thing doesn't like a lot of RPMs. About 7,500 is the max where you start breaking stuff. Check the quality up here. Hopefully my camera is not audio is not distorted again. I can't do the next panel. Oh, I forgot to do the direct injection. That's why. First on the race intake. Why not do 100 octane, right? Look at our turbo setup. Pretty simple setup. Let's go to the next page. We got to do, we're only allowed to do short cast headers. We can do dual exhausts, no valves. Let's just freaking take it up to, okay, so let's you do an 8-inch exhaust. Okay, that's freaking hilarious. No cats, no muffler, no muffler. Jack the quality up. Okay, so here is our engine. Weight's a little high, reliability is about 48. Needs a lot of cooling. Costs $27,000 to build. And let's give her a test. It's predicting 2,354 horsepower. Let's see what that actually makes. Should we, like, yeah, let's, why not? Let's mess around with the materials. Okay, so that was a valve cover. Valve cover trim. Let's do, what about transparent? That looks cool. Bolts. Let's see. Paint. They gotta be like zinc. So, perfect. Oh, it looks tight. What do we want to do with the intake manifold here? That's wrinkle paint. Carbon fiber, hell yeah. Valve cover design. Space age. Alright, so let's go ahead and give this guy a test. Let's let the automatic testing go. Right, makes power. So we made exactly what it thought it was going to make, 2,354. Wants us to lower the RPM, but let's try a little bit more timing. Let's advance it. It actually is predicting a little bit more power. Looks like when we clean it out a little bit, we make some more power. Most it wants us to make is about 20, let's see, about 20, what, 27, yeah, 27 something. 2,729 horsepower. And it still doesn't make any more power if you jack the RPMs up. Let's bring them back down until it stops making power. So 2770, 2751, it's making less and less. Okay, it looks like 2793 at 7,700 RPM is the jam. Look how much less power it makes on 98 and on 92. Makes 279 horsepower. I don't think there's a whole lot we can tweak. Yeah, we start messing with stuff, it really jacks it up. Let's see if we can get more power out of the compressor. Nothing there. Yeah, it's just basically maxed out if you go full compressor. It's a bummer we can't go any more boost, you know? Let's test this guy. Still says we got RPMs. It says it's too rich, but the power is definitely there. Let's test it. 2794 is predicted. Give her a little run here. Check her out in 3D. That manifold eating up. Cool. So 2,794 horsepower V12 in automation. Pretty freaking cool, dude. Mess with this a little bit more with you guys in another video. Supercar street racing here, about to do these exhaust tips on this 335i with high temp silicone coating, which is heat resistant, also matte black, and looks really awesome. So you see I got this exhaust tip taped off really nice. I just got to put another piece right here. Just beware, this is not like Plastidip. This stuff will dry on your paint if you let it. So I've got this ready to go. I'm going to start spraying it. Shake that can nice and good. Let that stuff all. And then let's just start. Spray a little bit out here. And just like that. Little ways inside there. Can't really see up, but get that anyway. And that takes a little while to dry. I'm going to put a second coat on that when it dries. Go ahead and spray the inside really nice. And that should do it for that side. And then I'm going to repeat the other side. First, I'm going to do a second coat on this side. Starting on the second coat here of exhaust tip number 1. Pretty simple process. And that is it, my friends. There you have it. That's how you do your exhaust tips with DEI high temp silicone coating. Stuff prefers to be baked on, but it lasted as long as I had my SL65. So that's funny, it's coming out of that one now. I'm going to go ahead and do the other side now. Hope you guys have good luck with this. I'll show a picture from when it's done. Alright, I got 2 or 3 coats on each exhaust tip. But there's a good look at how that looks. Came out pretty good. Next shot will be without tape installed. Alright, I believe that's enough coats. Taking off the tape here. That looks a little bit wet still, so yeah, gotta be careful with this. Yeah, that's definitely still wet. So when you take it off, be careful. There it is. Black exhaust tips. That really needs to be painted or something bad. But there you have it, my friends. Taking off all the tape. Wow, that looks so good. Came out really nice. Came out really good, guys. So that is the DEI high temp silicone spray on her. 335i. Do it. Out in the supercar street racing garage, and today our mission is simple and clear. We're going to detail this golf cart. It does get dusty sitting in here, and right here we have all the tools that we're going to use to detail the golf cart. And so I'm going to take you through this step by step and show you what I like to use, show you how I do it here on the channel. We're going to get this golf cart looking fresh again, and then we will also do the wheels and tires with my favorite wheel and tire stuff. But as you can see, it is quite dusty from sitting out here in the garage, just like the car gets to. The car has to be dusted off every once in a while. Let's get busy today and get this golf cart nice and fresh looking and back the way it was once on the channel. Supercar Street Racing. Alright, I did leave the tablet plugged in outside and the power is mostly off to the golf cart, so this would be mostly dead right now. So I'm going to go ahead and plug in the tablet as a first step so this thing can be charging, and it's probably going to come on and say 0.0 power is available. Yes, it is starting to charge right now. Let's go back outside to the golf cart. The most important thing when you detail your car is having rubber gloves so you don't get these chemicals all over your hand. Now the first thing I'm going to do is wipe the golf cart down with the wax and dry spray wax. It's pretty much like Quick Detailer. It says spray on a wet car, but I use it on a dry car as well. So let's go ahead and wipe down the body of the golf cart with this detail spray. Okay, we did finish wiping the body down with the quick spray detailer. Now we're going to move on to the seats and some of the plastic parts, and we are going to use the leather conditioner first for the seat, and then we'll find something to use on the rest of the golf cart for all the plastics. So let's rock. We're going to be using the 303 protectant here for all of the plastic parts. So let's get another rag for that one. Okay, we got our protectant now. We're going to go ahead and wipe down the lithium-ion battery in this thing and the battery compartment. So I'm going to go over to the other side and start on that. Okay, we're going to work on our wheel and tires now, and for that we have the Hybrid Solutions Wheel Cleaner and Tire Prep and the Hybrid Solutions Graphene Acrylic Tire Shine. But unlike last time, I think I'm going to attempt to get back behind there and do the back of the wheels as well, which is going to suck. I'm going to put another towel down on the back so I don't get anything on the floor. And I'm going to use the dirty rags from the detail. All right, out here in the SCSR garage, and we have successfully finished detailing the 72-volt lithium-ion golf cart, and just be aware it is thundering and lightning like crazy now, but I just wanted to show you guys the final product and then go over what we use. So here is the golf cart. It does have a eco battery 72-volt conversion, along with a nice Navitas controller and a Navitas motor, which has been also converted to AC from DC. Most carts are DC. Mine is converted to AC motor and 600 amp controller. And we did detail the entire golf cart, including the wheels and tires, and we did get inside the wheels as well, so we went behind the wheels to get all the grime out of that. So to go over everything we used on the golf cart, we used the Turtle Wax Wax and Dry on the body itself. Here comes some lightning. Wow. It is, yeah. We did use the leather 3-in-1 complete care from 303 on the seats. Anywhere that we had cloth, we used the 303 leather. We did use the 303 protectant on all of the plastic surfaces, including the top up there and anywhere you can see exposed plastic, like this back rest here for your feet. We used the 303 protectant. We also used the 303 protectant all over the dash here to wipe down the faux carbon fiber dash, and also this nice floor mat. We used the 303 protectant on that as well. We used the hybrid graphene acrylic tire shine and the hybrid hyper foam wheel cleaner from Turtle Wax on the wheels. So what we did is we wiped the entire wheel down with the red stuff, the wheel cleaner, and the tire itself with the red stuff, the wheel cleaner, and then we followed it up with the hybrid acrylic tire shine from Turtle Wax. I'm gonna go ahead and get some pictures of this and wrap up this detail session of the 72 volt lithium ion SCSR golf cart. Whoa. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have the split volt 24 amp charger we're going to take a look at, and we're going to be installing that and see how it works in the Tesla Plaid on supercar street racing. This is the split volt NEMA 10-30 charger, and it came in this beautiful bag, which I probably won't use because I have a Tesla mobile connector coming for the car, but this will be permanently mounted in the garage. And so let's see what's inside of this beefy cable. This is the 16-foot version because that's all I need. And pretty good packaging. The box was damaged, however, the inside had no effects, and it's got this nice split volt little thing asking you to email them if you have any questions. And then of course here is your charger, and just like most of the chargers, I don't like the fact that it doesn't have much of a pigtail. However, that's okay because it has a 16-foot cord and it doesn't have to go that far. I was hoping I wouldn't have to mount this on the back wall, but it looks like I will mount it right next to the dryer, right off the pigtail, and then take it into the car. So I did return the Electron charger. It would not do over 16 amps, and so it was a little bit cheaper, like $100 cheaper, and it wasn't worth it. So I returned that and I got the 24 amp charger, which I will open now. Here's a look at the Electron on the front with the power light, charge light, fault lights, maximum 24 amps. And on the back, we do see that it has the capability to be mounted right there with a screw, which we will have to use a drywall insert. And then we have our J1772 connector, and I have a J1772 adapter, and this should be a NEMA 1030 plug hiding under there that I will open now. Okay, here's the NEMA 10-30. I do have a splitter for the dryer, so we will go outside now and get this thing plugged right in. Alright, back behind the dryer, we already have the NEMA 1030 splitter there. We are going to go ahead and mount the split volt right next to the washing machine here. The washing machine actually, of course, does not feed the 220 volt circuit, does not need it. It's the dryer on the other side, but we're gonna mount this thing pretty close to the splitter right here where it looks good. And first we got to vacuum up all this junk and clean up this back. Alright, I got the area all cleaned out, nice and mopped. It looks way better. So now my plan right here, right now, is to get this charger mounted somehow, and I need to figure out the height that we're going to put it back here as well, so I'm going to do that now. Alright, we got the split volt 24 amp charger mounted on the wall. Now we have to work on some wire management. I am unfortunately almost out of these big clamps, and I don't think the next size up will fit. I'm gonna try it. Only got one of those right there, and I've got 2 of these, and I really need like 3 or 4. It's a complete bummer. None of these other ones will work. Maybe I have something else around here I can use, but I want to get the wire tied up all nice, but I'm not going to be able to use regular screws because the drywall is just going to break out. So got to use inserts and all that, so I'm going to work on that now. I got the clamps installed on the wall there and there. That one's a little bit too big. I'm actually going to go down to Ace and see what they have, but this size is too big for it. It's the size down below that, and I don't have any more. And I want to get something to mount to the side of this toolbox here, or the workbench, to hang the hose on right here so it coils up right on the edge. So I am headed that way to do that now. Headed up to Ace Hardware, the best place on earth. It's pretty close to the house. We're in the Tesla Plaid that I don't fully understand how to operate yet, but I've been having fun playing with it for sure. Just took Susie out for a ride and absolutely blew her mind, and all I can say is this car accelerates at an insane rate that I've never felt in my life. I've had 1,000 horsepower Supra, 800 wheel horsepower, both my Supra and my IS 300, and they are slow compared to this car. I can't imagine what a 15 to 2,000 wheel horsepower car actually feels like. It just has to be unreal, because this thing is a beast at 1,020 horsepower, and I don't know how much parasitic loss there is. There's no transmission, so it must put most of that down to the tires. It feels like it does, because I'll tell you right now, I haven't had a car that would even come close to this car. So I might take this thing out to the street races at some point and see how we do, if I can get somebody to go with me and film, because this thing is a beast to drive and film. But yeah, we're headed to Ace Hardware right now. We'll be there shortly. All right, so this is what it looks like after I got done. We have the split volt charger right there, secured to the wall with cable clamps. It runs along the wall like that, comes down the side of my workbench, and then I installed this nice hook for the cable. Just a word of advice, 16 feet is not enough. If you need to reach all the way across your garage, you would have a problem. I have enough, I think. I think I did a good enough parking job. Let's see. Yep, I do have enough, and so I have the J1772 adapter right here. I don't have my tripod with me. I'm so mad because I missed a lot of tape filming because I didn't. But this J1772 adapts most public chargers to Tesla, and you can either keep it in your car or keep it on your J1772 at home. If you keep it at home though, you need a second one for the car in case you can't charge with a Tesla supercharger. So this just fits literally right on the end of this, like so. It can only go one way. There's no way to mess this up. And then it goes right to the car. So I'm gonna do this now with the other hand because I am filming. The J1772 adapter is on. Let's see how the car reacts. All right, the charging port opened for me, and let's go ahead and charge. All right, the blue Tesla logo turned green. Don't know what that means. And it says charge on the split volt, but we will have to get into the car and see what the rate is. It should be 24 amps. We could actually go on the app too, but let's go in the car. So it actually could see it through the window. 5 kilowatt hours, 24 amps. So we can't go any higher than 24 amps with my circuit, but that is, what, 17, 18, 19, 22, 8 amps more than I had before. So I'm hyped. This is where you set the charge rate. And so it said 2 hours to fill up, so it'll take 2 hours to get to the tip of the charge. Very cool. So that is the split volt 24 amp level 2 charger for the Tesla, all mounted up and ready to go. I kind of like the charging thing that was on the screen when I closed the door. I'm going to try to get that to come back up so I can show you guys on video. So this is what comes up when you are away from the car. It says charging time remaining 2 hours and 45 minutes, 24 amps of 24 amps, 238 volts, 6 kilowatt hours. By comparison, a supercharger the other day did 62 kilowatt hours. So about 10 times faster would be my guess. But yeah, looks pretty good. I might put a couple more cable clamps on this over here. There's not much more I can do to clean it up, aside from running something through the wall and plugging it down here maybe or something like that, but I'm not disappointed with this turnout. It's pretty clean. There's really not a better way to do it. This dryer vent already looks like crap over here, so now all I have to do is put my charger right up on this hose reel thingy when I'm done. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching. Sorry it's going to be a short one because I didn't video everything I was doing, but we'll see you guys really soon.
Welcome to Split Volt. Want the fastest electric vehicle home charger for the best price? Split Volt portable 24 and 40 amp EV chargers have the best overall value, with the lowest price and fastest allowable NEC-safe charging rates. Its 16 feet length provides flexibility, while also being lightweight. It coils easily into the included canvas carrying case. Split Volt portable EV chargers can often use an existing dryer socket. Just plug in, and you have 21 or 37 mile/hour fast EV home charging. They are safety certified, come in a variety of configurations. The standard NEMA plug types support both existing and upgraded household power circuits. Split Volt chargers use J1772 handle connectors that are common across North American EVs and fully support the standard Tesla adapter. Its design includes internal vehicle power protection and 4 LED indicator lights with real-time status information that will alert you to failures or issues with your power source. Although designed for optimum portability, the charger may also be easily wall-mounted. Just plug it in and you're fast home charging. Thanks for watching.
Let's go. We got the Keener mini fan that plugs into any standard light bulb socket. It has a color temperature adjustable bulb and fan speeds on this remote control right here. Keener, thank you so much for donating this. Link in the description, and let's go. Bathroom, and when you're in the house, the order did on my channel about a year and a half ago. Now, so this is going to support the mirror mount in 2 different places. First. Alright, I've got the GoPro plugged into a rechargeable battery pack. I've not tried that before. I'm going to see if this is going to keep it charged longer because the batteries last like 15 minutes. But I think I have a new plan that makes more sense. I think towel rack here makes sense. And then the Echo right here. But is there any studs? No. Don't think there is. I think the only stud's right there, which is awesome. I mean, I'll have to Unless I can cut around this, I'll have to fill this. We're back in the bathroom here, and I kind of need to clean up some of this mess before I start the next part of this project, which is going to be cutting the hole for the Echo Show 5, which we're going to put right there. And we're going to keep it up top here to keep it a little bit higher and also reuse these holes. So mounting this is super easy. I've done it many times. The trick is getting it level. So this is the kit. And pretty cool little kit. All you have to do is cut the hole, and there's some little clips that hold it into the drywall. They also give you an extension for your plug if you have to run power somewhere, but we are going to be putting a power adapter inside the wall, so we don't need this guy, so I have a bunch of extra ones of these. So this is our rather easy solution for power. Now technically, you are not supposed to do this, so don't tell anyone. What we're going to do is grab power off of this receptacle here and put power to this Show 5 device. So I've got some electrical cable here. It is not Romex, and again, you're not supposed to be doing this. But at this point, I'm not worried about it. It's accessible. The Echo Show pops out in 2 seconds. So it is what it is. It's happening. We have our drill bits here, our paddle bits, and it's as simple as grabbing one. And I'm going to put a nice size hole in the side of this guy. And when you're doing it, do not hit wires. Do not touch the side of the plug. It is on and active. This is very not recommended. So we're just going to go right through the side. Just like that. That's all we had to do. That easy little plug hole. And now here is our electrical. We are right in access point here. So we're just going to come right through the side of that hole with our electrical. Now, since this is not technically closed up and it has access, this really wouldn't be out of code, I don't think. You can't close in a plug like this inside the wall, but we are not closing it in. It literally pops right out. So now we are going to go ahead and connect this side. All right, our power is done for our show 5. And now all we have to do is get our power brick here. See, we have our female power here. And all we have to do is plug this guy in like this. Just like that. And it just simply falls right back into the wall. And it can't go far because it feels like it's resting on something. But I am worried about losing this in the wall, but I have to take this plate out to paint. But if we see right here and right now, we should have power. Let's see. Why don't we have power? There it is. So we have power, and then this simply clips right into the wall, like so. And that is how you officially mount the Echo device. And it is booting up right now. Let's turn the lights off. All right, the device is powering on right now. Let's go ahead and let it do its thing. We do need to change the wallpaper on that. We'll figure that out later. All right, guys, so we have run to the hardware store, actually in the Tesla, which is a miracle because I never drive it, and gotten some spackle stuff, and it actually is the stuff that turns white when it's dry. So let's go ahead and get this all patched up. These are the old mirror holes with the dumb mirror that has the outside. So I just recorded this whole cool thing about this new paint system. These new paint cans are awesome. They have like a key to open the top, and then the thing becomes a funnel, which is pretty cool. It's a new thing I've never seen before, but we're headed back to electrical. Okay, so they were up here on the very top, and I had to go all the way down here and get the box down to get one of the old work boxes out. These are the ones that have the flip tabs, so you just put a hole in the wall and you flip them up, and that's what we need.
Go. You do it, I do it.
We can't do it like him.
Do it.
He's so light. He's like, you don't even see anything. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God.
I can't figure out for the life of me what's missing from this closet. Oh yeah. We need to put a subwoofer in here. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad is here on a beautiful Monday in Northeast Florida, and we need to get this Sony subwoofer installed today, and we're going to put that thing right down there by where we have power. So our goal today is pretty simple. This guy has a section on the back for speaker level inputs. We're going to go ahead and get up in the attic, drill a hole in that cap, stick a hole in the side of the wall here, and go ahead and hook up this Sony subwoofer. So let's go ahead and get that sub down now and take a look at it. All right, we are behind the Sony active subwoofer right now. I don't know how old this is, but it looks to be a little bit old. I did pick it up at a thrift store, and you can see inside it has a nice size heat sink down in there. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. But here on the back, we can see we have both inputs and outputs. Now what that is for is so that you can come into the subwoofer and there is a crossover built in, and you can feed your speakers like the ones up here in the ceiling with the crossover output. However, we are not doing that. We are going to be giving these guys up here the same feed as they had before, and this guy will just come off of those to go ahead and provide input to the Sony subwoofer. Now in the back here, they also do have a level control. They have a subwoofer cutoff frequency. Now what that is the crossover level. Okay, we just did look this up on Crutchfield, and this is a 10-inch powered sub with 60 watts at 1% THD, 100 watts at 10% THD, and it has a frequency response of 78 to 200 hertz. So this is a 10-inch powered subwoofer. I just wanted to discuss with you guys, when you are putting speaker wires in and you have to run wires down a wall, if you are on an interior wall, there should not be any kind of problems drilling a hole in the cap with a paddle bit and just dropping straight down with your wiring. Now, if it is an external wall, like the one in the bathroom going out to the garage, it could have insulation in it, which would make your job more difficult. And it could also have fire breaks, and those are studs that go left to right in the wall to prevent fire from breaking out as fast. So this wall here has no insulation whatsoever, and we are super lucky because it's literally right next to the attic. All I have to do is jump right up there with my drill and look for where the wire comes down to the other side of the wall for the outlet, and just drill further past it, maybe like 3-4 inches past it with my big paddle bit, and that should be it. So our wiring run, just FYI, is going to go up that wall, and then it's going to come right over here to this speaker at the top and that speaker. So I'm hoping I have enough wire. I'm going to bring extra up there with me in case I have to splice, but I'm kind of using old wire for this, and I will bring some electrical tape. So I'm going to bring my wire strippers up there with me and a pair of scissors and just have that handy. But it is easy to get up and down on here because it is so close to where we're going. So let's get everything prepped up to get up in the attic, which is going to be a lot nicer now because my attic is spray foamed. It should not be 1,000 degrees like it used to be. Okay, we did prep our wire for going up in the attic. This simply gets it so it can just go straight down the hole, and then all we have to do is drop the wire all the way down and pull it out of the hole. Now let's go check out our supply of wall boxes and see if we have anything to use to cut into the wall. I actually found that I had bought an extra one last time, so I have the box and the little cover plate that the wires can just pull right through that has the little brush on it. So we are good to go to have everything to do for this project. This is the brushed part where the wires come through, cover plate, and actual box that we have to trace and cut out with a drywall knife. Okay, we're right on the wall now where we are going to be installing our new wall plate. And I measured on the other side of the wall, 35 inches to the wall box. Okay, now I really measured it. It's 49 inches from the side of my dining room wall, which is going to put it way, that's going to put it right about there. Hopefully I can come in right here. That's my goal, is to not hit anything on the other side and also be the same distance to the center of the outlet, which is 14.5 is the center. 14.5, and then we're just gonna send it. I don't know what else to do. Hopefully my wire's in here. Now the way we do this is put our template up there, level it out, and then mark it. We went ahead and got our wire pulled through, and now all we have to do is take our brush plate and poke the wires through the center of it because it goes on last. But we need to get got my impact now, so we can go ahead and put the swap plate in. So this is the kind with the flaps that open. All done. Now we should be able to pop a battery on these and pop my speakers to test the wiring. Let's see. All right, let's grab a battery. 9-volt battery right here to test. We should hear it in the speakers right now. There's one and the other. Both of these work. Doesn't matter which is left or right. This is a mono system when you're using a sub, so you can Connect it to anything you want. In is the back ones. Positive is always stripe, remember that. And if you don't hook it up right, it'll be out of phase. All right, it is connected. Power is on. Go ahead and plug it in. I wish it was lower now so you didn't see the wall plate. Go ahead and get this thing connected all up. This wire behind here. If we wanted to, we could slide over my shoe rack to hide it more. And we see the power light on. All right, there should be no copyright music playing right here. And it does hit pretty darn good for a 10-inch Sony sub. And this is designed to add some bass fill back around the bathroom area where I have speakers in the ceiling. And it'll also help out the entire house. But that is going to do it for this project. And I hope you guys enjoyed yet another subwoofer build inside of the house. 8 total subs with 6 being connected to the main house audio system. And we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to the videos. And I'll put a couple of good subs in the description for you from Amazon. Go ahead and grab those. Click through my links. It helps us out so much. We can do more projects like this, more fun things with you guys. We'll see you next time. I thought the rain was over, but wow, it is pouring. Pouring. Lightning, thunder, everything good. Look at the water right here. Kitty, it's Halloween. This is your favorite time of year. You can walk in front of a bunch of, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Walk in front of a bunch of people. Hi, Kitty. This is your night to shine.
Come again? You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please. Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator.
Who let the dogs out?
I need NOS. I need NOS. No. My car topped out at 140 miles per hour this morning.
You got knocked the fuck out! You got